for Ja! He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Papichulo, NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity, important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, it's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition, NDG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards that Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits though trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Papichulo's there, Savvy AK making the find onto Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papichulo trying to just go through the Nano Swarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here. NDG's there for cover. And Naos are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot string and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center. Here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity, important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, and Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Now still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps. Not yet confirmed on the third. But oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered. They're just bound. And they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Now, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Now it's delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Modra happen. But Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And now are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center. Here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Modra taken down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Poppy Chulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, Wild Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, and Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Now still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps. Not yet confirmed on the third. But oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered. They're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Now, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Now it's delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Modra happen. But Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy
No
AK
way.
on the retreat, hands up! Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papi Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and
dear.
DG's there for cover. And now are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis, and Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center midsection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papi Chulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, Wild Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Now still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards that Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps. Not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered. They're just bound. And they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Now, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Now it's delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Papi Chulo's there. Savvy AK making the find on the Mojer happen, but Papi evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up! Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papi Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And now are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis, and Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps. Not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered. They're just bound. And they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there. Savvy 8K making the find onto Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy 8K though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy 8K on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And Naos are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center. Here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics round. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Now still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third.
It is the first week here at VCT Split 2, and it is the end. And we already see these teams are evolving. They are not the same teams that we saw just a few months ago. They are not even the same teams that we saw just a few days ago. So ano kaya ang ipapalabas nila ngayong araw? We shall find out here on VCTPH Split 2.
Relentless ace comes for John.
Day 3 na dito sa VCTPH Split 2. Tita Mika Fabs mo, mga kaibigan, mga iho at iha. And nakabalik din ako bilang inyong OFW VCTPH tita. Kasama ko today si Asray at si Raf. Ibig sabihin nun, aso ni Raf.
Yes.
At mukhang ako din yung nag-iisang bughaw dito.
Hindi naman.
How are you guys?
Okay naman, okay
Tingnan
naman.
mo, tingnan mo naman yung suot nyo eh. Hindi ko nakuha yung memo guys na maroon dapat eh.
Nakita mo kanina tapos nagtanong ka pa. Should I change? I'm
Uy,
exposing
grabe,
you right now.
binubuking na ako. Grabe, Raf.
Siyempre.
Grabe, Raf. Wala namang ganyanan, di ba? Kakabalik ko lang, di
Joke
ba?
lang.
Pero guys, thank you guys so much for tuning in, of course, and thank you so much to all of our sponsors, especially Mineski PH and Riot Games, as this event is made possible by you guys.
And of course, we also have celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month.
Of course, guys, we would have to thank the Games and Amusement Boards for making this possible. So big thank you to everybody. And like Mika said, you know, she just came back. We all miss her. Welcome back. You know, I should have just worn yellow, so it's a little more,
Thank you. Oh, wow.
you know, it's like the flag.
It's a little bit more patriotic. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Ito naman tayo sa mga inside jokes kasi natin eh. Pero ayun nga, like you guys mentioned, kakabili ko lang dito sa VCTPH. So you guys have to catch me up on a few things, diba? Kahapon kasi nakita natin na every Rambutan has its day, and unfortunately, that clean run has to come to an end. Yeah, I see the cringe. I'm so proud of that face that Astray just made. Pero ayun nga.
Thank you for that. That was actually pretty good. Every Rambutan definitely has its day, and it seems like this was a time that Rambutan ni Tatay, the Rambutan was really opened up at that point by Game Lab Alpha. You saw kung gaano ka-dominant dito ang G-Lab team, where they were able to get that 2-1 series win, and not only that, I think solidified na nga yung point na Game Lab Alpha is just that good on the Lotus map.
That good. I mean, we'd had so many talks on how we're supposed to properly gauge the power levels of this team, right? Kasi yung aren't you know what? I'm trying not to like die over saying Rambutan ni Tatay because it's the greatest team known to man. They have the greatest logo known to man. And speaking of that, just with that matchup alone, it's fairly difficult to gauge because we know how good Game Lab Alpha is. They're honestly like what, our third placer from the previous split, and they've really found their refinements. But on that Haven map, it really showed that RNT has a lot of heart, and I feel like I'm such a big fan of that type of playstyle.
I mean, how can you not, diba? I mean, pangalan pa lang, definitely an eye-catching one. As we see, as we check out the highlights from yesterday, by the way, let's see just how good RNT was up against Game Love Alpha, and of course, our other match for yesterday, which was Looking for Sponsor versus Action PH.
Trying to hold the corner. Can he? And another thing about Game Lab, Asterai, is that they're not afraid to expend ultimate.
It's not just that, it's they can clear the back of the site, and they know also that there's a bit of
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, indeed. They're gonna stab him. They're gonna stab him. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it! Get it! Oh! Oh, and Cutie with the stab! The calls right now on the flags and the anti-flags is just absolutely perfect. He actually called back Onyx because the Onyx would have been not as useful as Rich was. In any case, that's the force of the hand from RNT.
Wow!
I mean, there is a wall right now, but look at how just awkward the positioning of that spike is, right? They just get pop shots through it. Hot sauce! Oh my goodness! Where does he find that shot through the second on the smoke? That was huge.
Frag train going. The Magician is going to chime in as well, but Own Cutie doing his best to try to salvage the situation. Onyx. Do they know he's here? It doesn't seem like they're checking. Oh no, he's been discovered.
I don't think so. They're still searching.
No way, right?
No,
oh no, they don't. They have to guess. And Onyx, he gets a massive double kill, but he doesn't check his flank. And it's all up to Markel and Onyx. What are you doing? Is that legal? Hitman list. Seems like you're all too familiar with some of these shadow ops, perhaps. Asteroid. Once again, a ruse might be brewing, but Fall X knows better than to fall for it. Those are major pickups. And, oh, wow, Fall X. That's unreal. RNT, despite trying to put up a valiant fight in the second half.
Duo, and with Micro and Derek now trying to get back towards the site. It's Sladom and Asta backing it away into Snake by throw, and then Asta finds Derek mid-transit. All left now to Micro in the 1v2 situation. He's been clutched before, and he's tried to do so now. 30 HP left here for Sladom. Caught out by Micro, and Micro matters in big moments. The defuse will go APH's way, and at least in the rifle round, they will still stand tall.
Micro going huge.
Balance himself over this girder here. He's just slowly crawling just in case someone plays on the rafters itself. Spams it down, and the swarm is perfect. And with the Hupis Fury is there too for pressure. Action PH playing the stalling tactics to absolute perfection. Hydra now next on the list to go for the plant. Derek thinking about the lockdown, but Exotic is here. Watching towards screens, especially 3v4 scenario. Exotic waiting for more targets, and Exotic lockdown now forced out here by Derek. Exotic still awaits, looks for the head, and makes sure he's dead. 3 already here for Exotic. Another one bites the dust. Exotic is just gonna go on a rampage. Even takes the fight to Blurred.
Both back gonna come in, but the interruption also from the Honey Street gonna try to do as much damage they can. They spot a one player up to find Blurred through all that commotion. The spike's gonna try to be interrupted, but Micro's gonna get the jump. 10 HP's in a pretty safe spot, but Atta Black's able to capitalize, swinging 1, 2, 3, and APH just gets kill after kill after kill, and it's all up to Slatham. We've seen him come up big, but now he's stunned, now he's scanned, even not burnt. Time against him. He only has that drone. No reason to be available for the rest of this retake, and he only has the Guardian to work with. He has to speed through and try to get more from the timing. He knows there's one player. He's able to find one, but the third contact brings him low. 3 bullets and a dream. It's not going to be a dream that's big enough because it's going to be a nightmare for him as Kelly S lands a frag.
Ayan, nakita natin na ang Action PH at ang Game Lab ang big winners for yesterday. I think on the side of Game Lab versus RNT, I was kind of hoping na itutuloy ng RNT ang clean run nila so far dito sa VCTPH. Pero it looks like Game Lab was just really too prepared for them. And isa yan sa mga big questions ko for today, no? Yung parang how long can RNT keep up the meme team, the meme team, dream team kind of motto going dito sa VCTPH, di ba?
Ibang klase talaga yung ano nila, yung para yung energy around the team. Alam mo talaga they're just here, as they mentioned, to have fun, but at the same time, we and Raf mentioned this yesterday when we were casting na there is that level of pedigree with all of them, and we've mentioned that they have so much experience now from basically the local scene and international all mixed up together.
Yun yung gusto ko sa RNT. Like, even if they are just quote-unquote here to have fun. And I'm honestly, like, I believe that all the teams, despite everything, right? We're all still here to enjoy the experience of competing and whatever. But RNT, despite all of those, again, just for fun moments, they're still an incredibly dangerous team that if you sleep on them, they will outcall you and they will outmaneuver you. So, still really excited to see more of them and how they're gonna evolve throughout the split, because this is still a long journey ahead of us.
Yun na nga eh, diba? Parang, it's always good when things are for fun, pero until how long? And as we look at our team standings so far, ito ang mga teams that managed to get the W this week. They have a leg up so far dito sa mga standings, pero we're still expecting, of course, a lot of action, no pun intended, to happen dito, Azuray.
Yeah, so here's the thing then, diba? Even though we are going to be looking at action very quickly in just a few moments, gusto ko rin i-iterate dito yung story that is unraveling specifically for Oasis Gaming. Last time or last split, they had issues or had troubles overtaking Naos Esports, which technically made Naos the undisputed kings of PH for the regular season. Pero their match earlier this week was, I think, a good indicator that they are prepared to once again try to go for the role na probably going for that consistent, aggressive and very dominant playstyle.
I
Now
feel
to
like
check out
the
today's
sample...
matches. Go ahead, Raph. I was check out today's matches. I was just gonna say it's gonna be exciting when you see Oasis and Naos eventually go head to head against each other again.
Pardon me, but honestly, like, when it comes to that discussion, it just becomes such a big back and forth with all of us. Like, especially with the consistency level of Oasis, we really expect them to be this good. And they're always this good at the beginning. I'm just super curious if they can keep that, I guess, mental fortitude throughout the entire split. But before we get too excited with those matches, these are what we're looking forward to today. So once again, RNT versus APH, a potential banger in the making already.
Absolutely, and looking for sponsor versus Zol as well. I think, looking for sponsor versus Zol is also very interesting kasi nakita natin na Zol actually managed to hold their own up against Naos in the previous match, Azuray.
Yeah. They were able to, I believe, 2-1. Naos, wait, let me just check my real quick, my stats.
Wow,
Yeah,
my notes.
it was a 2-1 nga, where it was Zol that was able to pick up Icebox 13-11, which was very interesting, expecting now that is one of Naos' stronger maps. So, very good altogether performance talaga from this Zol roster. You do see Senior Carl be switched up to that duelist role. You do see, I believe, Zin has taken a step back and went for that Sentinel role. So, there's a lot of things that Zol didn't have nung nasa SR Nakagay sila that they're bringing into this new team, into this new organization with a fresh mindset that is seemingly making, fans and supporters of the team very hopeful.
Siguro it's not kung anong kulang nila, sir, but siguro yung na-rediscover. Because like we said, this is a shifting of roles. Zind is back on the Sentinel, which feels just that much more natural to him. He really pops off, but them having an anchor like that provides so much problems. Anybody to try and go into them, and Senior Carl has always been that reliable jet. Hopefully the pieces fall together for them though, because it has been quite a while since we've seen that roster soar new heights.
But before we go over to looking for sponsor versus Zol, syempre, we have our first match of the day. At eto na, sa wakas, masasabi ko na dito sa broadcast, ang sure na pasok sa playoffs ng World Championship kung may championships ang best team name. Eto na ang Rambutan ni Tatay versus Action PH.
I think the story for APH nga is yung lackluster finale nila come the second part ng split 1, right? And what's good about this team is even though they did lose I'd say a strong foundation player kagaya ni Yanagi, picking up Kelly S just bolsters yung capabilities nila in terms of the firepower and I think in terms of consistency then. Because that's where I felt like Yanagi really fell off, is when they needed somebody to take cover for Blurred pag hindi siya makakuha ng good entry, they needed someone to, follow up after. And that was supposed to be Yanagi. And now Kelly S comes into this role ever so smoothly.
Smooth as butter, apparently, is... He's been taking a lot of gravity off of Blurred, honestly. I mean, we've talked about player gravity and how some of these players can have too much attention on them, and it becomes that much more difficult to perform under the heavy expectations and stress, and especially when you get focused down. But again, you brought up Yanagi, which I feel like would benefit in a different type of system, right? But with everything that Action Page have, I think they were my dark horse last split. So I think they would definitely do better now, considering they are a bit of an older team, because that was their biggest question mark before. They're so young. They literally formed like a month before split 1. So there you go.
Not to mention the addition of one of the high-profile players here, si Kelly S. Diba? We saw yesterday how valuable this player could be, especially when enabling players like Blurred, for example, who hit some great off shots yesterday, by the way. Pero of course, on the other side, ito na clean run na sana para sa kanila dito sa VCTPH Split 2. Kaso lang, kahapon, nakaharap nila ang Game Lab Alpha, and unfortunately, Rambutan ni Tatay suffered their biggest map loss yet, 13-1. But let's see if they can run it back here as we take a closer look at their roster.
Truly one of the greatest names to ever grace the official circuit. Rambutan ni Tatay with such a stacked roster. Still, again, the way they do kind of present themselves may be lighthearted, but everybody who treats them as to light competition is in for a big surprise. Though they did start off with a rough loss, I'm still pretty sure that they have a lot left in the tank, and obviously having two Chings is going to be so incredibly dangerous to deal with. Again, we talked about him being one of the most stable players, right? Despite his fairly outgoing personality, you rarely ever see him go on an overextension or a hyper-aggressive play. He's always making the right call, and that is just a big testament to how experienced this team is as a whole.
And honestly, ang gusto ko lang idagdag din dito for RNT is some of their players then are juggling a lot of, I like to call it as responsibilities. And with that being said, it's amazing to see how well they're still able to perform with those kind of, again, things that they have to do outside of competing in VCT, which is, again, something that I really, really respect and appreciate from them. Not just that, is I think the ability then of this team to understand how they need to react and adjust. We did see how much agent pool these particular players have. Ang problema na lang dito is, I think, as you mentioned nga, medyo hindi pa sila ganun ka mesh as well together. It does seem that they also lack that map pool against the more veteran teams, but that is always the woes of newly formed teams.
Yeah.
Yun na nga eh. It seems as though like the chinks in the armor are slowly being revealed. Like, it was fun while it lasted, pero to outlast everyone na nandito ngayon sa playoffs kasi, or sa split 2 rather, you will need a bit more than just laughs, diba? It's going to be quite a long while. We have several weeks. We have lots of games here. And eventually, you know, it's great having fun, of course, because it's a din advantage ng RNT. I think Fluffy pointed it out yesterday. You all pointed it out, actually, that this is basically a meme team, diba? Advantage din yun, because I remember speaking to an IGL na nasa franchise league yon, at sabi niya parang never underestimate the power that fun brings to a team. Kaso lang ngayon, for how long? Yun ang tanong.
For how long, Astoray, can it be fun and games between you and me? You know, I'm kidding, obviously.
Whoa,
'cause
the tension's right
thing
there,
about-
man.
Parang iba na to,
relax.
ah.
Relax,
Sorry,
relax.
guys, ha?
Actually, so yeah, you know what? Just a little bit of context. Me and Aster have been like, I don't know, man. Ever since we started working out together, it's crazy. We hit our like PRs on the same day and all of that. But enough of that. Focus on the game, guys. Focus on the game. RNT, yes, I love the way that they just have a open approach to the game. We know how serious the official circuit can get, especially with the stakes that are at hand. But first and foremost, enjoy the journey, right? And that's exactly what they've been doing. Despite all of that, they've still been making super solid calls. I am really interested to see how that goes against Action PH, because Action PH is one of the most default heavy teams we have. They can be very slow at times, but everything they've done, or at least with I believe it's Micro at the helm, everything has been very systematic and very step by step. So with a very loose team versus a very, I'd say, machine-like team, it's a very interesting head-to-head.
So, I also wanted to point out a single player dito from RNT, and it has to be Eugene S. I think he's the only player that actually competed from Split 1, which was again from the former Sky Encore, Sky Empire roster, diba? And he had a couple of, I think, issues in the sense na he wasn't really given a role that I think he played the most comfortable in. I think he was relegated to Sentinel, giving way to another player from Sky Empire's side, and now he's brought back to his duelist role, where before his stint with Sky Empire, he was also put as as the jet player, and I'm really happy to see that he's back on a agent and on a role that he can actually really play well on. Because it feels like he wasn't fully utilized when he was on that former roster of his from Split 1.
Alam mo, I love that you brought up Micro, because Micro is such a great Viper player, and and having these players that are so specialized in their roles, kasama din si Kelly S dyan, diba, sa side of Action PH, they're so specialized that it's such a great advantage to Action PH, diba? Which makes me question yung parang how to hold up against RNT, na parang, I mean, these players are comfortable with where they play in, pero hindi naman siya talagang specialized, hindi ba? Looking at our head-to-head right now, we do have Mark L versus Micro, and I have to say, again, Micro, he brings so much value to this team, and his partnership as well with like Kelly S, for example, really pushing that win yesterday.
You know, I really like this head-to-head personally because, as you mentioned, a lot of times with our head-to-head, it can be the more explosive duelist, but this is where we inspect the more cerebral aspects of the team, right? The hard callers, the both Mark L and Micro, the ones that really look at the macro side of things at a, how do I put this? Like a bird's eye view, right? Micro, I would say, has been so solid all throughout his career. Sometimes the volume isn't completely there, but his calls have always been super reliable, and like I mentioned earlier too, it's a super step-by-step process that they do for Action PH. On the side of Mark L, however, they have a very loose calling system and can be super on the fly, which I find incredibly entertaining.
Yeah, he did struggle a little bit yesterday then when he was actually put on the chamber. Even though alam natin na Mark L is very proficient with a particular agent, I think GameLab did such an excellent job at just being able to beat him down, which really lowered or reduced yung options ng RNT in terms of yung map controller. I think that was just akin to how Fall X was just so high up the bar na every time somebody would just try to lurk, he always does 1v2, opens it up, na 3 versus 5 na dito yung RNT, and they don't know how to transition to that. On the flip side naman, kagaya sinabi mo for Micro, I really loved his performance from yesterday. He's one of actually the highest kills that was garnered and highest ACS from yesterday's matches then against LFS. So you do see the impact that they got, especially on yung Haven map.
Yes, and speaking of which, we can head into our map vetoes right now. And ito yung tanong ko, no? We've been saying how Icebox and Haven are pretty much standard for our teams dito sa VCTPH, diba? Will Action PH, will they risk Icebox and Haven knowing na malakas din yung RNT dito sa match ito? It's a big question, and RNT siguro they need to ban that Lotus after what happened yesterday.
Ooh.
I think that's a good call, just to get Lotus out of the way, right? Especially with what happened. But at the same time, it could also be a statement pick to just let it loose and see if Action PH can size them up. You know, I feel like Fracture is a auto ban for a lot of the teams because you know how Fracture is one of the most set play heavy maps. it can really expose your entire playbook if you just let it rip this early on. So that's just my take. And Action PH, I feel like their style meshes well with, again, maps like Ascent, Icebox, Haven, super default maps.
I also want to add na lang din dito na I feel like Lotus still isn't too bad for both of the teams. I think it just gives them also a better understanding. Kasi ang magiging problema dito is what if their good maps get banned out very easily by the more established teams natin ngayon dito sa Split 2. What's gonna happen to APH and RNT? That being said, though, Fraction and Ascent, very interesting that RNT actually willing to take out Ascent in this particular roster. So APH could be Icebox. Honestly, I feel like it could also be, more so than not, I think it's gonna be Lotus or Haven. I really feel like APH, even though they haven't really gotten the best Lotus pop-offs, maganda pa rin yung ano nila, yung control nila on the map, even though they have lost to teams such as Game Lab Alpha in the past.
Oo nga eh. Pero I feel like for these maps, like in general, kasi RNT tends to be very, very aggressive on the defense. Diba? You'll usually see Le Magician or Eugene S rather.
Okay.
Oh, Pearl! Ayun, you'll usually see them running out, which like, for example, on a map like Pearl, I feel like APH, sometimes they tend to play a little bit too closely by the books. They tend to not attack without like at least the first pick security. But for a team that takes more risks like RNT, it's very, very contrasting styles dito. So very interesting to see how this match is gonna play out.
I like that you brought that up. You know, Action PH, they prefer that security over, I guess, a super bravado and super shock and awe type of approach that RNT likes to employ at times. But Pearl, I feel like, is a complete curveball. We might actually see both their operators be up and running. I would honestly love to see a throwback of Ching be put on that jet. You know, just a little treat for everybody. And Icebox, the map that we were all talking about, finally shows its head. Does this look like a 2-0 to you guys? Like, honestly, for whoever you're going for? Because this can be super snowbally in terms of, like, just a start off Pearl and then going into I guess, region favorite like Icebox.
I feel like it's honestly go 3 maps, but then actually, this is one thing I forgot to mention, guys. Check this out. Diba, ano, bagong pickups lang, or bagong pickup si Eugene S. Hey! Si Eugene S. saka si Kelly S. I forgot to mention that they actually played both on the Sky Empire roster on different side of the spectrum right now in this particular best of 3 then. So, at least in terms of recent events, teammate versus teammate, former teammate versus teammate is what we're gonna be seeing technically din dito sa series na to.
Natawa pa rin ako sa ni Aso right.
I'm sorry. That's on me. That's on me, my bad.
Si Rap pala. Out of nowhere eh. Pero ito nga, Action PH will also ban Split. And correct me if I'm wrong, no? Hindi pa natin nakikita yung Split dito.
Nope.
At least for Split
Did
2, no.
At least for
Wala
Split 2.
pa.
Yeah, wala pa.
I think we only saw Split on playoffs na, di ba?
Yeah.
For Split 1.
Maybe one Split map nung regular season. But that's about it
Abaddon
talaga. Oo.
Di ba it was in the Abaddon game nag-split, pero unfortunately talo sila. Okay, so decider map Haven.
Okay.
I guess we were pretty accurate with how this was gonna go. I just did not think Pearl would be part of the equation because Pearl is such a painfully slow map that I did not think would benefit either of these teams, but they must have something cooking.
Sorry, I was just gonna add lang din na it feels like that's our fatal 4-way of maps, diba? Ascent, Pearl, Icebox, Haven. For the most part, Split, Lotus, and Fracture are the outliers talaga. I think it's just more of a specialized map as for now for a minority of the teams that are playing. So
Or baka din pang playoffs.
Also
Yeah,
true
no.
then. Also true. They could be saving it for the then. And since everybody knows how to play these maps din naman, not really bad at all.
Yeah. I feel like, so syempre nasabi na natin na Icebox Haven are pretty much consistent. So these are safe picks no matter which team, no matter which team comes up, diba? Pearl, though, is really interesting. So nasabi mo din, guys, diba, na parang, I think the series will be decided here on this first map, dito sa Pearl. Because whoever takes this first map, they can take the series and run with it already, especially since, ayun, alam nga natin, Icebox Haven, pretty much check marks here. And also because RNT managed to pick out Icebox, alam naman natin na malakas sila dito sa map na ito.
Totoo lang, parang ayaw ko sa Pearl. Ang bagal talaga ng mga defaults sa Pearl.
Okay.
Like, it's just
I
Well, I
prefer
was gonna
Pearl
argue with
over
me.
Ascent at least. You know, I prefer Pearl
Over
over
Ascent?
Ascent.
Really?
Over Ascent. At least
You
in terms
do?
of like,
think.
as being a viewer, at least I prefer Pearl over Ascent because I feel like Pearl has better interactions than what Ascent gives. Or maybe sawa na talaga ako sa Ascent because it's been, you know, up there for years.
Wow, grabe.
Since the
Sawa na
beginning.
As a
Aso
viewer,
na
okay, as a viewer, not coasting the teams to put, you know, pick it out, but you know what I mean.
So, Riot, sinasabi ni Azuray,
Oo.
take out
I mean,
Ascent. Ascent naman naman,
guys,
babalik naman yung bind,
They're,
diba?
yeah, exactly. They're bringing back Bind. I was about to get to that na rin. So we could. I don't know if we're gonna have like an 8-map pool or something moving forward, pero interesting lang to say at the least.
Pero really quickly before we move on into our match, Raph, you can start us off here for our predictions. Where is this map going to go? Is it going to go the side of RNT or Action PH?
Oh man, you know, as much as my heart is with RNT, I feel like just the stats man in me is just really leaning so hard into APH, and Action PH is definitely going to be my pick. I am so sorry, boys. You know, I love Sauce, I love Markel, I love everybody on that roster, but I have to pick Action PH today. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. You know what? Yesterday I already picked Rambutan ni Tatay, so I'm gonna go the opposite direction and go for Action PH right now. I'm really hopeful with the Kelly's pickup for this particular roster, and it looks so well yesterday, so I feel like it's gonna do well now today.
I actually also predicted Action PH. Believe me, I really wanted to pick RNT. Kaso lang, you know, again, I've asked the question, diba? Until when? Until when can the meme team survive? Pero I hope that I'm wrong. Kasi masaya naman pagdating ng playoffs, diba? Yung parang RNT. Syempre, just a chance to say that name sa stage. O diba? Yung parang... I would
That is
love to
true.
see this team really succeed.
Could you imagine if they actually just like
The dream!
brought a Rambutan on stage, right? It's like, guys, ooh, you know.
Tapos pag
that
nanalo
would be
sila,
the
there's
best.
instead of confetti, it's like Rambutan just falling off from the ceiling.
I think that's kind of dangerous, though, honestly.
But I mean, it's kind of cool though,
Oo.
right?
No, it's not. It's cool. Pero sige, Azuray, pag-isipan namin yan. I will try to see if we can do something about that Rambutan confetti na ini-imagine mo. Pero eto na tayo, we will see indeed if Rambutan ni Tatay can prove everybody wrong dito or if the action continues with Action PH. Casters, Riku, and Fluffy, over to you guys.
Sa mga pinaka-inaabangan ng lahat, a-action nga ba tayo? O titigim ng malupit ngayong araw na to? Ako pala si Wolf, kasama ko si Osiris, your casters for this wonderful matchup between Action PH and RNT. Rambutan, di Tatay. Osiris, inunahan na tayo dito sa third.
Oo, di ba?
Excited ka na ba? I mean, all of the panel, narinig din nyo, sobrang excited sila dito sa RNT. Ganun ka rin ba ka-excited sa performance ng team na to?
Oo naman, ang RNT is, sabi ka natin na masyadong star-studded, di ba? And ito talaga yung team. Kahit kahapon, no, ina-expect talaga nating they're going to win against Game Lab. Pero iba kasi ang momentum ng Game Lab ngayon eh. Ever since din, I believe there's another tournament na nag-champion sila recently. So talagang andun yung waves nila. And right now, RNT, though 2-1 naman yung nangyari kahapon, mas may comeback potential sila ngayon. Kumbaga, mas gutom silang may panalo. Pero syempre, kalaban na Action PH, which has been one of the teams na consistent din in terms of performance or being present dito sa VCT. Medyo hati ang aking puso, pero ang RNT excited nga naman talaga ako na makita sila back in action.
Yeah, medyo babasagin pa natin yung puso mo ngayon, Osiris, as we head on to Agent Select. Kasi naman, itong RNT, tinignan ko yung mga stats sila during the qualifiers, pati na rin itong una nilang laban, wala pa silang Pearl. So, kadalasan hindi pa nga natin doon nakikita yung RNT. Although, syempre, sabihin na natin itong mga players nila, nakita na natin maglaro to sa Pearl before. Like
Yes, exactly.
Atsos, like no names yan. But as a team, hindi pa natin sila nakita mag-perform dito. Siguro, ito rin yung dahilan kung bakit ang Action PH ay pinili itong unang mapa na to to be Pearl. to get their advantage. At alam naman natin, Action PH ang parang mas pinapaboran dito sa mapa na to. They are gonna go with their standard composition. Itong Sky tapos Raze. Alam naman natin yung Raze pwedeng gamitin din sa my mid for the control. While on the other side, RNT. Do you favor this? Yung Harbor dito sa Pearl, halos sabay silang na-introduce. Tingin mo ba? Ay, gana to. Tong Harbor sa Pearl.
Yes, feeling ko gana kasi alam mo naman ang Pearl is yung kanyang sabihin natin demographics din or yung map niya is overall ang dami mong pwedeng pwestuhan din ng Cascade, and isa rin sa pinakamahalagang part ng Pearl map is yung link. So having the link control, napakadami yung pwedeng openings, pwede ka mag-spawn, pwede ka mag-site, ang dami mong pwedeng puntahan once na makuha mo yung gitnang pwesto sa mapa. Pero consider din natin ngayon, syempre, na having the Harbor, kailangan mong hatiin na maigi para makapag-plan kayo sa mga safe spot. And yung high tide, isang malaking utility rin na kailangan nating i-consider towards on making sure na ma-fend off yung mga nagde-defend. So I think overall, itong Harbor na to might be good and mukhang explosive as we're going to see dito sa Pearl Harbor.
Yep. Let's head on to our first round sa ating mapa. Pearl ang unang destinasyon ng RNT sa paglaban nila sa Action PH. And Action PH on the attackers already. Ito sinasabi na control dun sa may gitna. Aggression agad gamit. Nga naman, yung high tide para makapwesto. Magician. Le Magician gets no? Kalias ang makakuha ng trade na yun. Dapat naman dun si Micro. Raise on raise action nating nakita. But that means 4 versus 3. Okay.
Loko.
Ayun na pala yung 4 versus 3. Medyo naspalta lang konti kasi si Derek. Makakuha yung kill kay Josh S. That's lang. So, ang matitira dito, it's going to be simply super split from Action PH. Tig-isang site, yung isang mid ang hinahawakan. Wonder kung ano magiging decision dito. Cyrus, ng RNT.
Actually, kung titignan mong APH, sobrang chill nila and it's a bit off para dito sa RNT. Although nakita man natin na whenever RNT plays, aggressive talaga sila. And earlier in this pistol round, parang nag-play sila for the picks lang, catching any rotations. At kung check rin natin yung lineup natin dito, nag-focus tayo masyado kay Harbor. Pero kung tutusin, meron pa tayong Astra. So napakadaming utilities na pwedeng gawin to block them off. Pero ching, makakuha agad siya ng napakagandang headshot. Tamang pwesto lang dito. Sa secret, si Hot Sauce. Napalaban na matindi sa turret, pero magkakabarilan pa rin. KFG, ready na nga sila dito. Markel, the body system ng Rambutan ni Tatay. Pero si Blurred, waitings lang, 3 versus 2. Habang nakatingin yung spike, isa pa makukuha nila, and the last man standing para dito sa APH, si Derek. Makakuha pa kaya siya nasa loob ng smoke, nagpakawala ng mga bala, may headshot din si Ching, pero pinipindot lang, tappings lang, and attack will be complete by Markel. Clutching the round, looking bad sa APH yung kanina, I mean sa RNT, pero nakabangon sila.
Napakagandang depensa yung retake na nakita natin, and kahit pa si Hot Sauce doon napuruan dahil sa paglaban niya sa turret. In fact, yung talagang pumuro sa kanya doon was the Sky. Eventually, si Derek makakuha ng isang kill. King with the trade. Look at the crossfires na na-set up nila kahit medyo delayed na konti. And Markel winning that with a crispy headshot. Gamit yung kanyang Ghost. And it seems like ganun ang naging tema. Mukhang tama din sinasabi dito ni Mr. Raph. Talking about how slow Pearl is. Ina-expect ko though na both RNT and Action PH will shift the gears na mas mabilis, pero mukhang hindi. Sky gonna be popping the flash doon sa may B main. Seems like walang commitment whatsoever. Kahit yung paint shells dito, patiently gagamitin. Ay, hindi muna gagamitin, kumbaga.
Yes, naghahantay sila ng possible movements doon sa high tide na yun. Pero same concept, no? Yung sinabi nga ni Raph na mabagal, reflecting sa ating second round, even though we are seeing a lot of buys dito from both sides. Wala pang gustong magpaubaya, pero masyadong malalim, ha? Delikado to, Wolf.
Josh wants to go for this. Oh, tatli na doon! Nakita siya isa. One down. Take a 2. Nakatlawagan siya doon. Derek will go for the trade-off. Pero lamang pa rin doon ang RNT taking 2. The Magician might see KFC. Nakakita siya ng isang hip at magbabak siya ng konti. Patience ulit mula sa RNT. Ito na naman. Madaming mga nagsabi na credit sa mga tropa sa ating casters. King Mulgay, KFC, madami nagsasabi na parang always play for the win itong RNT. At yung ine-expect natin sa kanila na action, hindi mo nila gagamitin because they really want to take every round series.
Yes, at ito na nga, no, RNT ang nagdadala ng action mismo sa doorstep ng APH, and the last man standing, si Micro. Pwede pa kanya niya Micro hinto dahil sa 4 members at si Ching pa nga ang makakachingas sa kanya. Micro will go down and dire-diretso, second round ka agad ng RNT.
Means, nanalo sila doon sa kanilang buy round.
Grabe, ganda ng pwesto ni Josh dito eh.
Yep, ganda na sana ng timing. Of course, their entry, unfortunately, yung pwesto niya, yun talaga maganda. At hindi nila masyadong na-slice doon. Getting 2 sa opening sana ng Action PH. That would be great. That means na isa lang yung walang machine gun dito or rifle dito sa bonus round nila. Sabihin na natin, okay. So Action PH will have to resolve ulit sa isang secondary eco dahil nag-force buy sila doon.
And to be honest, no, nag-pay off naman yung kanilang force buy for another count. And mas high, kahit sabi mo mag-settle sila ngayon sa ganitong klaseng buy, okay pa rin eh. Kasi alam nila na pilay ngayon sa kaperahan, sa ekonomiya, ang APH. So they just need to play it safe dahil once na mapasa kamay ng APH yung mga ganitong klaseng weapon, may tsansa na mabawian sila. And ang nakakatakot lang dito, itong Rambutan ni Tatay ang siyang nagdadala ng momentum ngayon despite of APH choosing this map. So parang mas gamay nila, no? And tulad nga na sinabi mo rin sa stats na nakikita nga natin yung mga names na yan na nakapaglaro na on certain spots. Pero ngayon, as a team, ibang-iba. Pero uy, teka, yung magician na nagtatago.
Yun na nga! Yun na nga! Ako sa lumawa pa ng apat! My goodness! Disaster para sa Action PH dahil sa pwestuhan ni Le Magician. Isang tunay na mahikero. Minagic. Derek, may kita ni Josh. For the ace. For the ace, of course. Le Magician. Round 3 pa lang. Ace na.
Grabe. Nagtago siya. Nagkunyari siyang box doon, Kuya Wolf. Inupuan niya. And the slow push na ginawa nga doon, and nag-focus ka agad sila, not even checking yung mga gedli-gedli, no? Dinerecho ka agad ni Magician, and taking that ace, na sila na naman muli ang nagwagi sa round na to, so more money to them, and nagbi-build up na yung kanilang economy dito na pwedeng maging problema para sa APH on the long run dahil kahit matalo ang RNT, they can easily pick up those upgraded guns and can get another round to deny more rounds pagdating dito sa APH. And ito na.
Cute ng mga paggamit dito ng mga smokes, no? Lalo na mula kay Hot Sauce. Siya rin yung dahilan kung ba't na-cover yung part na yun. Concealing itong si Le Magician. Meron kasi mga pop flash, may mga pop smoke, lalo na kapag ikaw ay naglalaro ng isang Astra. Micro finally wins against the hot guy. Ayun, si Le Magician will have to back down now. -1 doon.
Uy, medyo
kanilang
delikado.
makukuha. Sumusugod na nga dito. Kelly has to take out Hot Sauce this time. Site is open. The A site ang magiging focus ngayon ng Action PH. Kapag sila Markel actually will want to check yung mga any kind of lurk. Counter rotation. Josh S, maririnig galang ni Blurred dito for sure. At alam niya, handa si Blurred. Blurred will take him out. 2v5 situation. Ching, unti-unting naglalakad papunta doon sa flowers. Blurred, handa na naman. Ulit dito, pero manalala pa rin si Ching. That one, Kelly has to take out Markel. That means Action PH will finally take their win. Technically, extended bonus to para sa RNT. Round number 4 pa, sila nagkaroon ng bonus.
Yes, exactly. And makikita natin, no, yung utilizing ng double duelist is that with the jet and raise. Pinasok pa agad nila yung likuran. Once na ma-secure ni Blurred yung art, and of course that smoke helped a lot para mag-create ng space na pwedeng mag-searchel si Kelly S papunta doon sa secret. Nagawa nilang patumbayin kaagad yung mga nasa likod ng site. They were able to plant it safely. And expected na yung galawang retake nila off angles yung mga naging pwestuhan doon para lang ma-caught off guard yung ibang members ng RNT. And this time around, babalik tayo sa A site. At uy! Sa likod naman pala, pero yun, sumapat pa rin naman ang mga kills natin dito. 2 down para sa RNT. And looking bad sa HP, si Le Magician. So, Waiting sa tayo dito, Kuya Wolf. Nag-slow pace ulit tayo kahit intense yung entrada.
Oh, wonderful attack ulit mula sa action page pero hindi pa rin sila makakapasok sa ngayon. Solido pa rin ang depensa ng RNT na ngayon ay mag-rotate papunta doon sa may B-side utilizing si Magician pati na rin ito si Ching. Ang tanong, maghihanda ba sila? When it comes to Mollies, meron pa rin naman na nakahanda dito si Derek. And of course, Sky, kompleto pa rin yung kanyang mga utilities dito. That's Kev Z. Ang gusto kong sabihin dito is kung sakali mag-commit nga man sila sa B,
Kaya nila.
really easy. Kayang-kaya. They have the showstopper. On the other side though, kaso 2 HP yan si Magician. Once he reveals his himself, naman ito na nga, nakikita natin. Seekers out, alam nila, dalawa lang yun nandun. Alam nila mayroong close. Showstopper gagamitin agad. 2 HP. Mapapatay agad. Dahil dyan hindi rin tatama yung kanyang showstopper. Alam naman natin yan, blurred. Going in. Meron siyang cloud burst na ginamit na din. Here comes the Molly to fend off Ching. Dalawang side na ipit dito sa museum sa may hall. Will he win? No, he won't. Blurred. Run and gun. Doesn't matter. He goes down. At pati na rin si Josh S. And that means APH will take their second round of the game. Nakapitas pa, nakapulot pa ng operator.
Yes, exactly. Good play, no? With the Seekers. Hinatid pa ni, hinatid pa talaga nila yung Seekers at sinundo yung kalaban dahil nga natagpuan na nga nila. And the Nano Swarm coming in from Derek para lang harangan yung possible exit doon sa back alley na yun. Talagang sinicure na ni Blurred yung kill. Even though it took a lot of damage, sobrang confident na sila. It's their round to take. Cascade isn't going to matter at that point para kay Josh S na mag-retake this time. Tingnan natin kung magkakaroon na naman sa surprise factor dito ang RNT dahil 2 consecutive rounds na gawa na nilang suppression sa iba't ibang spot, iba't ibang pwestuhan. Meron nagkakabarilan at meron na silang sapat na impormasyon kung ilan nga ba ang nandito sa APHN. Dropping the smoke para mag-break tayo ng bahagya.
Konting information gathering, intel gathering lang for both ends. Wala sila masyadong impormasyon na talagang nagamit to their advantage for now. They will have to get a pick off for now. Tingnan natin ang mga ultimates available sa attackers. Ang Showstopper, Lockdown, pati na rin ng Bladestorm. Mayroon na Cosmic Divide. Napakaraming mga ultimates for them to use. Samantala sa kabila, it's just the Lockdown. So, kahit pa sabihin natin yung RNT nakakalamang ng isang butas over Action PH, ang daling bumabog dito sa action phase ng laban, especially with what they are attacking right now. It's mid. We're controlling. High tide agad para kumontra dito. Denying the vision. Ito yung advantage ng isang Harbor. Late into the rounds, makagawa. Napaganda ko yung Showstopper. Pati na rin yung gravity lang walang nagawa si Markel. They open the side, yung mid, the Magician, look at Mondo! Down na muna tapos pati pa ng page shells bago mabuo yung Cosmic Divide. This is gonna be looking good. Para sa RNT, Josh S, take out Miller. Ginamit na rin yung Killjoy Lockdown. Wala sa kabila pati na rin yung Reckoning. Mga defenders, pero naubos pa rin yung action page. 8 seconds left. Kita-kita kung nasaan. Lockdown will be destroyed as well. Wala nang oras. Rambutan ni Tatay. At dahil na naman yan kay Magician, will be taken out.
Isa pa!
Round. Nakadalawa pa siya doon. But the round still belongs to RNT.
Tulad ng sinabi mo, dahil doon kay Magician, nagawa niya pang sumungkit at the very last moment. Yes, medyo naging delikado yung pwestuhan niya, pero that last moment na kung saan nabato niya pa yung kanyang paint shells para makasungkit. Ligtas na yung kanyang pwesto. Although, yes, sobrang commended yung pwestuhan doon ng APH na kontrolin. Tulad na sinabi natin, yung link part na yun yung pinakamahalaga na madaming pwedeng puntahan. Easy rotation. But the high tide was able to deny some information. It's just that the utility with the Showstopper, gravity yung nasalo talaga doon. Overall, good assessment from Rambutan ni Tatay. Dahil nagawa nilang lunasan yun at napaka-expensive nung round na yun that they dropped most of their ultimates. APH, once again, slowly but surely after hitting the link, papunta naman sila sa Art. Habang si Kevzi lang ang nandito sa main, kailangan muna nila mag-scout. Here comes the Wolf. Tingnan natin kung makakakuha sila ng impormasyon habang si Josh S. Alam niya. Hindi pa niya alam. 4 versus 1. Ang hindi niya alam na makakabanggaan niya. Dalawang kagad ito maloon, Kuya Wolf. Ito na. Hindi na natin alam kung saan ba tatama ang ibang miyembro ng APH dahil mula sa tahimik na galawan, bigla na lang sumiklab ang bakbakan. Ito na ang 4 versus 3 na may operator pa, si Mark L.
5 versus 3.
5.
Napakagandang entrada mula doon sa Action PH. Nang laso na naman habang double jumping.
Na-jumping lason siya dun sa
Jumping
box
Brothers. Di niya, nakakalito din no? Dalawa kasi yung naging target niya eventually.
na yun. Yes.
That means though, hindi
Nabigla.
pa rin... Okay, mukhang magsisave na lang dito ang RNT, so it seems. Understanding for sure na mas maganda nga naman na maging patient dito. Third point going to sa favor na Action PH. Grabe yung double jump. Jumping Brothers mula sa Action PH.
Hindi mo talaga alam kung sino tututukan mo dun eh. Kumbaga, isa lang ang pwede mong masungkit. Kaso dahil nga nahati ang kanyang attention sa dalawa. Wala siya na ko, ayun, kitang-kita. Kasi parang naging distraction lang din si...
Oo, yung isa.
Nalaglag eh.
Si Blurred. Panggulo lang eh. Tas, well, anong nangyari kasi? Si Blurred yung una niyang tinutukan. So, bumaba agad. So, nawala na agad siya ng vantage. Pwede nga si Kelly S na nakapag-stabilize. Naka-ano kasi may natapakan siya eventually eh. So,
kumbaga kung tutusin, 1-1 dapat eh, no? Kung sakaling napatumba niya. Pero dahil nga dun sa split decision na ginawa doon ni Blurred para ilaglag ang kanyang sarili, para maprotektahan siya ng mga box na yon, nagawa ni Kelly S ang kanyang trabaho. Okay? Smoke ang nangyari dito. Wala pa rin talaga. Hindi pa rin tayo magmamadali. Pero ang operator na gawa namang isave yun ng Rambutan ni Tatay. Kaya hindi pa rin pwede magpadalos-dalos dito ang APH.
looking really good para sa dalawang teams in fact. Pero syempre, alam naman natin na yung RNT always playing to win. They want to make sure hindi sila magiging sobrang aggressive. Actually, kung meron akong pwedeng description dito sa play ng RNT dito sa third, play safe eh. Yung RNT. And I think it's really looking good for them. 4 points to 3. Naman ngayon ng RNT. And they will pop yung kanilang lockdown. Defenders lockdown. The Magician will take out one. Nakakita rin ng dalawa. Ginamit na yung granada dito. Mapapasabog si KFC. Delicates talaga. Yun na nga, facial connection. Pero napag-blood pa rin sila. Yun naman siguro talaga ang gusto nilang magawa. Moment na yun. Pero dahil doon na inuubos nila, isa-isa, Derek ang natitira with 5 HP remaining. Again, Action PH. Dahil sa sobrang play safe dito ng RNT, yung tempo, hindi na nila nasundan. At dahil doon sila mayayari. My goodness, nagulat sila dun sa magiging play safe eh, no?
Oo,
hindi nila kinakala, napakamit nila na sobra. And Magician sobra na nila ng pwesto.
Tignan mo, Kuya Wolf, yung ating minimap kanina, lahat sila nag-stack sila sa A. So, hindi nila sure talaga yung pwesto ng mga tao sa loob ng art. And that paint shell, parang Picasso yung pagkaka-execute dito ng Rambutan ni Tatay dahil napaka-flawless nung kanilang depensang yun na nagulat ang APH and yes, nagawa man nilang nandun man si Derek, nakapag-save man siya, ngunit it's a round for RNT, a well-deserved round na kung saan na-execute nila yung ganong klaseng depensa, mga panggulat na kahit mas-smoke yung pwesto doon ni Magician, nagkaroon siya ng information sa mga kung saan yung pagtatanim. And habang nakatingin si Magician doon sa default plan, si Mark L naman na nakabantay sa mid. So no possible of flank para dito sa APH, pero they don't have any information na doon mag-i-stack yung ibang members ng RND. So what a good defense indeed and a good play overall.
Magandang defense. Imagine, lockdown lang. Pwesto talaga ni Magician, no? Isa talaga siyang tunay na makikero.
Oo.
Makikero. Yan ang gusto nilang entrada sa ngayon. Kahit ay agad pang counter dito, Blurred will have to go through screens, operator usage. Pero madadali sila. Gagamitin ng Cloudburst. Kaso nakita siya dito. Na-confirm na may tao. And they will have to be careful about this operator. Dash almost gone. Wala na rin dito. Namarkado pa rin siya nonetheless. Again, RNT, safe place lang talaga across the board. Safety is key. Sabi nga nila, safety before, protection bago sa action.
Oo, protection before action. Yan. And pwede rin information before action. Dahil nga, kailangan muna natin basahin kung nasaan nga ba sila. And ngayon with the smokes na nakita natin, hindi natin alam kung saan nga ba manggagaling ang hunt. Mapapatumba ka agad. May init sila. Here comes the nightmare. Le Magician, hindi porket sa lamang kayo sa numbers, kaya nyo sabayan ng aking salamang ka. Pero mananatiling pa rin lamang ang APH na number dito. Blurred, makakuha siya dito ng another headshot. KFC, magpapakawala na rin. Nakuha na nila ang pwesto gusto nila at mukhang Seekers magkakakitaan na 2 versus 3. They are aware of the information dahil doon sa Sky Ulti at mukhang hindi na siya nakagat ng Pechay.
Napakagandang cross nun. Blurred, kung hindi dahil dun sa positioning niya, hindi makakalamang dun yung action PH. All the way, dun sa may screen, sa may billboard. Dun siya pumunta. At try pa rin nila dito yung clutch. Ang problema nga lang, ayun, nag-vandal na siya dito. Binaba na yung operator. Kelly, tanda na naman. Napakagandang placement. Markel will take out one first. Gagamitin na lang dito yung page shells. Zone out dito si Markel, and that means Kelly will secure the round. Again, yung crossfire na sinetap nila, mayroong nakapag-push. Ay, kumbaga, nakaguluhan na nangyari ito. Tignan mo si Bird. Nilakad niya.
No?
Mula long B, papunta sa pwesto niya. At yun yung nagbigay ng advantage. Kaya, isa nakaka-create.
Yes, with a 3-man investment na ginawa nila doon sa link, kailangan lumingon. Kailangan lumingon doon ni Mark L para lang suportahan si Le Magician. Pero dahil nga, hindi na kinaya, na overwhelm siya masyado, gave a lot of space para dito kay Blurred na maglakad ng libre and just getting those headshots. So napinser na nga sila, and even yung kanilang pagpwesto dun sa tamang crossfire, hindi na nagawa pa mag-clutch ni Mark L. Pero na showstopper ang magsisimula ng show, and the curtain is there para ipakita nga na -1 ka agad tayo, no micro for APH.
Oh my goodness. Markel will take out LS. Napakita ginawa nila kay Hatterstone. Hindi na makakadalawa si Markel. Deny agad. Ni Derek, 3 versus 3 situation. Josh S. lang ang naka-sheriff ngayon. And by the way, yun nga ginamit yung Trailblazer with some of the slows. So medyo concuss ka doon, hilong-hilo ka. Saktong-sakto with the Molly that they set up. At yung close angle na niroon nila kay ni Hot Sauce, na-punish agad. Alam nila kasi na dahil naka-eco si Hot Sauce, that means na napakataas yung chance. Nandun nga siya sa very close angle to get a -1. At dahil dun sa kanilang set na ako ng kill, had it not been for Markel's sheriff shot, keep to may even. Para si KFC, sinimula na agad.
Dalawa pa.
2 headshots. 2
Isa
bullets
pa,
na
may
kailangan.
Uy, hindi.
Josh is makakahil pa isa. Kim going down. No. Blurred denies Josh S. And I have credit one game. Yung ginawang counterplay nun. Mula doon kay KFC. Just really utilizing the Trailblazer in great effect. At lalo na yung basa nila sa idea na pwedeng maging aggressive RNT.
Yes, so yun nga, nung nakuha nila yung information na pwede sila mag-go, hindi sila nagdalawang isip. Hindi sila yung moment. And at that point, it was easy for them na makakuha na lang ng sight. Kahit yung post-plan situation is in their favor. Yes, close yun. Pero KFZ, alam na niya may mga nakaabang na sa bawat angle. And rambutan ni Tatay. Nagawa pa rin nila maipagsabayan kanina. Ngunit, mukhang may ipit naman ulit si Mark L.
Stopper! That's not correct! Nakatalon pa doon si Mark L. 5v5, pero makapag-blood pa rin dito ngayon ang action PH. Elias, first blood, Kai, 40, will take on 1. They get fair, no he won't. Josh just denies him, and in comes, actually, nagamin yung Cosmic Divide. Pati na rin yung Seekers. Alam na alam ko na, dito yung mga members ng RNT. Magbaback muna ang dalawang members ng action PH, but in comes the reckoning. Kita sila dito. Sa ngayon, aggression, ang kanilang gagawin. Tatamaan ako kasi pero makakuha pa rin siya ng kill. Hey, Magician! Vision advantage na sa kanya. Hot Sauce take out KFC from long distance. Markel. Bombarded by the Nanostorm. Lord! Take out Joseph. May sigaret naman kay Markel. Isa na lang ang natitira. That's Hot Sauce. What can he do? Makumunod na isa. Gamit yung Cosmic Divide. Pero denied din. Explosion sa nakikirap. Open aming ultimate slot sa may P-side. Action push pa rin ang makakalamang dun sa ating round ngayon.
Grabe yung Cosmic Divide dyan. Parang naging isang malaking math problem yung nakita natin doon sa B site, divide after divide, and mas lalo pang na-divide yung site with a double cascade and high tide. Meron pang reckoning. Na tila ba, hindi natin alam kung sino yung siyang makakuha nun. Medyo na late lang yung ikalawang cosmic divide para ma-block yung pag-defuse nila doon, and mukhang na-hurt na nga sila ng tuluyan, pero RNT, kailangan nila dito maging tricky para mapakinabangan yung judgment ko. Traffic 12, pero magpapakawala siya makakuha ng headshot, pero si Derek, tila ba Durkay, ang kanyang magpapakawala ng mga kills dito. Pero Kelly S, nasa loob ng site. Pero si Ching hindi nila nakikita, walang nagko-corner check, pinalampas. Inisay na, panuluan, tatlo! Ang nakuha ni Ching, and more goal, make that 4! Dahil nakita nga ng RNT ang opening. Check your corners, mga kaibigan.
Oh my goodness! Ching with the play! Una sa lahat, meron isang dalawa sila eh. Meron isang hard corner which was si Ching yung mahawak. Pero may na-minus 1 agad sila. That was actually great start for the PH. Tapos huli pa niya through the smoke. Parang tinutok talaga.
Oo.
Cha-ching!
Money
Cashing
in the
in
bank.
a lot of money in the bank. Oh my God!
Grabe yun, no? As much as we want to use that money in the bank, nandoon naman na tayo sa ikalawang yugto ng bakbakan. No? 6-6. Sobrang close. Nakakala mo may sale dito dahil grabe. Grabe talaga yung palitan natin dito. You have technical pause as well. Pero sakto lamang. Dahil dito sa susunod na half year, sigurado ba ng Ghost para all of them are having the Ghost para dito sa Rambutan ni Yatat. Habang si Action naman is a share and no one goes.
Hindi ako, no? Hindi ako makita over sa Rambutan ni Yatats.
Oo nga eh, no? Parang
Grabe si Yatats.
sa sobrang atat ng Action PH, nadali sila ni Yatat. Grabe si Kuya Ching dun eh, no? Iba yung trigger discipline niya dun sa puntong yun na sobrang juicy eh. The moment na pumasok doon, sila Kelly S, dalawa pa sila sa loob ng smoke. Mag-fish ka na nun eh. Parang isipin mo lang, andun lang sila sa loob ng smoke, pero hindi. And siyempre libre pa. Lumagpas lang si Derek doon. Grabe.
Oh, Bird. Agad ang napasimulan. Nabawasan siya ng 30 HP. It's fine. Slow take ulit. Pero hindi pala ganun kabagal. Magician! Gagawa na naman ng trick for my magic trick! Babarilin ko si Blurred na nakatalikod dahil sa sobrang bilis kong pumasok doon sa may vein.
Uy, teka lang, Momster. Masyado siyang dire-diretso doon eh. Isang classic ang siyang tumapos sa kanya. 3 versus 4. Unti-unti na pumasok ang mga Rambutans. Si Derek mukhang may ipit siya dito sa dugout. Kailangan niya pumesto. Kailangan niya magpalit ng pwesto pero nasa loob pa siya ng smoke. Hindi pa siya makikita basta-basta. Makakuha pa siya ng isang Josh S. Pero dalawa na nga ang haharap sa kanya. At si Kelly S na lang ang siyang makikipaglaban dito habang si Micro susubukan samahan siya mag-swing. Pero mukhang late na nga siya sa party. Dahil hindi niya matitrade yun. Naglalaro na lang sila dito ng tagu-taguan. And still, Ching will get another round.
Pistol ay mapupunta ulit sa RNT. Back-to-back halves. Pakita natin at nagsimulan syempre. Le Magician. Getting in. Punch nila si Derek eventually. Mga close angles dito. Ang ganda ng mga trades na pinapakita ng RNT. At tag-iisa sila ng nag-iisa sila ng mga kill. This time, hindi na magkakaroon ng chance ang Action PH na mag-force buy. Round number 2. Ching ang hawak ngayon ng Marshall. Long range coverage para sa kanila. At syempre, naka-bulldog dito. Phantom kay Mark Eldo. If Action PH sees this, sila pwede nila ma-punish. Pero mukhang, as we saw dun sa first half, play safe is the key para sa RNT.
Ayan, so dahan-dahan sila ngayon dito. Pero it's time for execution. Nilinis kagad yung Bakali. You have the high tide to deny. Heaven control, si Le Magician. At mukhang wala talagang tao dito. Kailangan nila magsama-sama nga naman talaga dahil ang APH ngayon currently They are playing on a pistol. So alam na natin na yung advantage talaga nasa side ng Rambutan ni Tatay. Pero ito na naman si Ching. Nakakuha na naman siya ng isang kill. Mark L, magtatago rin muna. Magpapanggap bilang bakal. Bakal ako. Pero blurred. Sumobra and blurred light. Sila pa ng flatline. And we are on the edge dito. Dahil unti-unti na tumutumba ang mga miyembro ng APH. Nalinis na nila ang nandito sa main. Pero kanilang kagamitan eh hindi pa rin ganun kasapat at si Derek is looking bad sa kanyang health bar.
Okay. Alakad ng pakonti. Gagamitin na yung high tide. Gusto nila i-recover kasi yung Phantom. Pero mababa sila. KFC1. And I think for Action PH, okay na to. Hindi na nagmamatter kung ano mangyari. They will deny the Phantom. Hindi pala. Makakuha pa rin yung kill. Makapunta din sa isang corner. Nagilid. At wala na ring oras. Enough to save them, the Phantom, para sa RNT.
Yes, indeed. So meron pa rin naman sila mga baril dito pero APH with the good casualties and economy going down sa kamay ng RNT. So medyo magkakaroon yata tayo ng broken bias. Back dito sa ating kaganapan, no? Yung pag-i-stick together dito sa side ng APH. Nakagawa kaagad sila ng high pressure towards doon sa main at isang solid na flank dahil nga Marshall lamang yung nakabantay doon and Markel didn't really swing agad sa kanyang Phantom doon at nagawa siyang tulungan nung napaligiran.
Hindi rin nagparin dito si Le Magician pero syempre magbaback out na si Derek. The wiser thing to do. Ito nila. Okay, bakbakan ng konti. Balita ng bala through the wall. Wall banks. Still no commitment from both ends. Ano naman natin na hindi ka dapat mag-overcommit dito. But for RNT, they do have the license to do so.
Yes.
Nakapark yung lima nilang miyembro. Sky Flash. Walang tatamaan sa ngayon. Pero ito na yung high tide. Ito na yung contra. Ito na yung double initiator na nakikita natin. Entry to lace play. Le Magician na nakapantom sa ngayon. May kita rin ko nasa si KFC. At ma-run over to si Derek. Hot sauce will be taken out though. Pero 1-for-1 pa lang yan. Mukhang nakakalamang pa rin ng RNT. Bird. Le Magician, no. Will the trade-off. KFC low. Pero tatamaan ng paint test. At dahil naman ko pa yung kill. Yun na kayo nangyari doon. My goodness, Le Magician. Makakapag-plant pa sila ngayon. Elias, bumot on hand. Pero may reckoning. Dahil kanina pala part ng orbs. Joshes, may naputang ni Take of Elias. Trade-off. 1v1. Micro, maiiwasan. Yung isang pop ng reckoning.
Meron pa siyang
Pero
star.
alam ko na siya. Ching. Alam yung advantage dito for sure. Meron siyang haunt. At meron na rin gravity well na ginamit. Ayun na yung haunt. Alam na nandun si Micro. Patent, spooted, kaso! Micro wins the duel!
Grabe
This
naman
bonus,
talaga.
however, favors Action. Kaso isa lang. Yung natira. A point is a point, however.
Yes, exactly. No, kumbaga pressure is still on and they are still catching up. Pero yun nga, no, breaking down itong fight na to. Once again, napaka-chaotic. Pero yun, napakagandang execution. And ang pinakabansabi natin dun yung hunt. Nasa talagang yung overhead na bato doon. Nakagawa nga nila. Again, Ching, making wonders, gave a lot of information para sa mga rambutan ni Yatat na makapasok at humuha nung mga easy kills. Yes, medyo napaga ang paglisan doon ni Hot Sauce, pero knowing na natulak agad ang APH outside the site, nagkaroon agad sila ng breathing space and so close pa nga na may panalo yung round na yon. Pero this time mukhang mas patas. I mean, mas lamang naman. I mean, in terms of guns, ang Rambutan ni Tatay. And we're just getting a few Bulldogs and Spectre. So, kailangan nila mag-ingat dito. Itong APH, kailangan nila mag-stick together. Dahil hindi yun yung best equipment sa meron sila. Pero ang Rambutan ni Tatay naman, mag-i-split. Sisiguraduhin nila na malinis ang part. At itong main, tamang ingay lang. At nakita natin doon sa minimap, napalingon ka agad si Derek. Pero syempre, ire-respeto pa rin niya yung possibility na kanya. May mga naglalakad na sa link. Tatamanan na ang swarm. Makakuha si Derek na isa. May titrade naman siya dito ni Joseph. Pero sana ang backup. Sinusubukan nila tumakbo. Binato na nga ang hunt at hindi pa magkakasilipan. Kaya Wolf, ito na ang oras sa pagtatanim.
Ito na ang oras. Cove, gagamitin na rin. Of course, yung stickers, makakapatay sa pero hindi ganun din ang mga kuha ng information na Mark will take out KFC. Virgin Kelly nga lang makadalawa. Hot Sauce for the trade-off. That means 2v2 na natitira dito. Ching. Pati na rin si Hot Sauce. Hinahawakan yung arc. Micro. Handa naman din. May Masters pa Blurred. Starting with. Pero may trade-off kay Micro. 10 HP para kay Ching. Pati si Blurred. Tuguan sila parehas. 10 HP versus 10 HP! Classic! Kontra sa Bulldog. Alam naman natin, may Vandal pa dyan. Napapalit para sa gas para sa pero yung Template. Meron din siya sariling classic. Oh! The decisions from both players na ibalik doon sa handgun na mas mabilis ang fire rate. Yun ang nakita nila. Pero nanaig pa rin si Blurred.
Feeding the information nga mula sa teammates. They know that both of them are already damaged. Red line tayo doon and making sure na last moment, Cloud burst and then taps the diffuser para ma-focus yung Crosshair ni King sa possible na spray down doon sa loob ng spike. Eh, nangyari? Nag-right side at overswing doon. Nag-wide swing rather. Si Blurred para ma-caught off guard si Ching. And of course, yung kanilang great minds think alike with the classic play. Talagang napaka-classical ng music na pinatugtog nila doon sa last moment. RNT timeout tayo ngayon. 8-8 onto the scoreboard. Kung kanina 6-6, naghahabulan lang. We're too close sa isa't isa para dito sa Rambutan ni Tatay at APH.
Whew. Ang ganda ng laban na nakikita natin. RNT talagang pumapalag dito sa ating bakbakan. Daming nagpapabor sa action page for this one. It seems like Eco ang ating makikita fully dito sa RNT. Meron lang Stinger tsaka Spectre. Kasi napag-plant pa rin naman sila. Execute was there. Talagang nangyari lang sa duelo eh. Doon natira. Yun ang naging problema kumbaga. Eco para sa RNT on the attackers.
And,
this time, aga ni Kelly S. Ang mag-bot sa may kondo doon. Okay, ang ganda naman ng Seas. Kaso hindi siya natuduhan. Pero syempre, 24 HP remaining on kay Kelly S.
Yes, napakadami nilang binatong utility doon sa, I believe, pati yung Gravity Well, kaya medyo nasungkit ng bahagi yung HP niya. And then pagbalik niya, mayroon pang seize, pero kulang sa time to seize the moment kasi ayaw nila mag-overcommit. Baka kasi mayroon pang backup doon. So playing it safely pa rin para sa side ng Rambutan ni Tatay.
Yeah. 5 miyembro pa rin yung nakapark dito sa may A. Isa lang yung mga potentially alert all through Art and Link. Nandiyan si Mark L. Kung sakaling yun ang kanya magiging desisyon. Ang nakaabang nga lang is going to be Derek. May mga alarm bots din, chatter. Completely taking over dun sa may mid section ng ating mapa. Kumbaga dun sa may mid mismo na yung toro niya. Alarm bot naman dun sa may Art. So napakahirap to. But, of course, Cosmic Divide. And high tide na rin. Grabe, wala ka talagang makikita for now.
Buong set inangkin.
Sila. Even the Prowler, yes. Indeed, inangkin na nga dito ng RNT. Post-plant, let's see how they want to approach this. Papunta sa secret ang kanilang diskarte. Dugout and secret. Ang kanilang control dito. As soon as mawala tong Cosmic Divide, this could really give a lot of explosions. Ginamit na rin yung Reckoning agad. Blurred nga naman mo ng kay Hatsos. Pero may Defender Killjoy pa rin. Na lockdown. Ang gagamitin na ngayon. Matagatan muna siya. Mapapatupad nila yung lockdown. Seems so. Pero di sila pwede mag-overcommit. Micro to take them out. Gunning them down. Blurred and Micro. Hinahanap si Marken. Nandito para sa Art. Spectre was used. That was more than enough. Action PH will survive 2 ultimates committed by RNT.
Grabe yun. Nasin ginamit na nila karamihan. Nung mga ultimates na yun. You have the Reckoning, you have the site control, Cosmic Divide. And then the setup. Kaso, somehow failed na tapusin yung kanilang trabaho dun. Overall, still good movements naman for both teams. It's just that, kahit nagawa nilang i-plant yung bomb na mita, flawless execution, yung post-plant situation nila, talang ipinaglaban ng APH kagad. Yung kanilang pwestuhan. Ito na, Cascade. So, may dinarangan dito.
Oh, showstopper could be good. Tapos yung option. Siya papapatuloy na. And of course, the Nightfall committed as well. Entry na para sa RNT dito sa kanilang buy round. What a usage of the showstopper pati nung Nightfall. At syempre yung satchels coming out from Le Magician. Isang tunay na mahikera makapag-plant ngayon. Sa ng RNT. Let's see the post-plant, Osiris.
Ito na. Gagamitin na kaagad ang Cosmic Divide pero meron nga lockdown. Napakarami na naman na nangyayari. Si Kelly S nakatanim na nga doon sa likod sa back alley pero si Josh S ang susunod na magiging casualty and dalawa mapapatumba pa rin nila. Showstopper and not gonna stop enough and once again with the trigger discipline ka solo this time. Pag lumingon ka na, hakin ka Derek with the kill. And the defuse, APH will be successful once again in this round to take it on a 10 points.
Ang ganda ng Cosmic Divide dito, syempre timing. May kita natin na -1 agad doon yung Action PH. But of course, itong si Kelly, dahil sa kanyang pwestuhan na doon sa Cosmic Divide, na-control agad nila yung hold. Unti-unti nilang unti-unti sila nakaabante at na-punish na nanalo doon sa mga crossfires. Ang hirap din kasi na decision yun from RLT. Imagine nakapag-plant na sila, yung setup nila planted for main, kaso handa yung Cosmic Divide and wala silang magagawa doon kundi pumasok doon sa Cosmic Divide. And that meant na yung RNT nalugi na doon sa strategy na ipinagod na Action PH. Great
Exactly.
sa Cosmic Divide. Blurred operator, shutdown ulit. Atsos takes him out. May Prowler para makaungos dito ang RNT pero hindi nila susugurin for now. They're gonna be content with a -1.
Yes, -1 and that's a drop Vandal. Kaya pinaglalaban nila to dahil pwede nga silang makakuha ng isa pang upgraded na weapon. Kaso yung nakikita mo yung importance at muling ka to, Kuya Wolf, hindi nila isinusuko. At mukhang susuka na dito si Kuya Derek dahil napatuba na siya ni Hot Sauce. Yes, nakakuha man siya ng dalawa. This is a 2 versus 3. May ipit kaya sila dito. Anytime, micro swing. Pero siya nga ang tutumba dito si Hot Sauce at Mark L para i-under muli ang points into 11 ng APH. Medyo na-stuck sila doon sa doors, Kuya Kaisama. Parang nag-stop sila masyado. And give a lot of importance and used almost ng utilities nila para lang mai-push out.
Yeah, iba at pulutin si Atsos kaso nadaanan niya muna yung Bulldog. Kasi namatay din doon si Josh S at siya yung humawak ng Bulldog niya. But nevertheless, eco yan. Action PH, umaandar na nga ba talaga sila? As RNT, mukhang hindi nila masolve yung defense ng Action PH kahit pa maganda yung kanilang mga execute. Ano nga naman dun sa mga duels na ipapanalo dito ng Action PH. Heading in to round number 20. Lamang ng 30 puntos sa Action PH. And all they have to do right now is to win this to get up to match point. At doon sa match point round na yon, mas lalamang sila sa ekonomiya panigurado. At I'm trying to say here is RNT, super duper must win round.
Yes, exactly. Yes, ito na yung pinakamahalagang round para sa kanila as looking a bit dire in terms of golden at the same time. Papuntang match point eh. Kumbaga, momentum carrier. Ay malalayo pa din sila sa kanilang mga, si Hot Sauce, yes, meron pa siyang a possible ultimate and just 2 orbs and you have the Reckoning. Pero syempre yung mga pang shutdown nila, especially Le Magician Showstopper is still far off. Kailangan pa nila ilaban yan. So kung gaano naman ka explosive yung bakbakan ngayon, hindi mo lang nakakagala. Well, medyo mahihirapan sila anyway. Si Kelly subukan niya maglinis, pero si Ching makakapasok, pero si Kevzi hindi nakaagad pa siya palalampasin. Hot Sauce, kailangan niyang magtago ng bahagya, kailangan niya manghuli. Pumitas isa-isa, pero syempre disiplina lamang ang dala ng APH dito. Alam nilang lamang sila at ang Spike binabantayan ng 4 na miyembro, not taking their eyes off. Save na lamang dito.
Oh my. That means disaster na naman to sa RNT. Surely meron silang isang Vandal. O yung ibang mga miyembro nila dito, mapapa-broken by for sure. Nakita na naman natin natagusan yung Reckoning at nakakuha pa doon si Kelly S, FC to go for the trade. At nagsimula yan dahil sa Gravity Well na talagang na-shutdown yung double shot shell sana from Le Magician.
Yeah, and returning the favor yun na kung kanina si Kuya Ching yung pumwesto sa side na yun. This time Kelly S, 3K.
Correct.
Sigawa niyang ibalik.
Is this the last round? Le Magician, na-shutdown agad ni Kelly S, nakatalawa agad. With a headshot, FC, makakuha na yung katlo. Kelly S trade, pero meron na FC. Pinipitik. Mula sa Art, hindi makakuha na kill. Doon si Mark L. At kaya mapapunish mo siya, hindi. Makakuha mo na siya ng isa kay Derek. Quickly, tumingin doon sa may site. KFC handa with 46 HP.
Trailblazer?
Trailblazer, makikita yung isa. Contrast nga, kumonekta doon. She's almost
So
hitting.
close.
So close. Rinig kung nasa si KFC. Kahit na si Markel. Duelo. 46 HP will be taken out. Markel will take him down. Matala si Micro. Mapaba low na rin. 11 HP. Markel just holding his ground. Grabe. Kung may magician, merong artist. Markel just holding art for quite a long time now. Si Blurred.
Planting.
Nagawa. Hindi.
Naku,
Tagos sa
sa
may cafe.
likod.
Si Ching, kailangan nyo mag-ingat. Kailangan nyo mag-ingat ng sobra. Hindi magbibigay ng kahit anong impormasyon. Sa ngayon,
Ay,
not giving anything. Blurred. Oh! Nakita na kahit Blurred will take him out! With the operator!
Ba't mo
Markel,
namang ginawa yun?
nasa kanya ang bola. Hindi na. Blurred to take him out to finish the round. And Action PH will take
my
the first map.
goodness.
Sobrang close para sa RNT, pero yung Action PH pa rin ang makakuha ng mapa na yun.
Kung tutusin, Kuya, talagang kailangan sumilip ni Kuya Ching doon sa parting yun dahil wala silang information and the plant bomb behind the cafe. 4 angles yung pwede nilang ipag-isipan doon. You have flowers, you have secret, and then the main as well. And 2 members being left out, pili lang yung pwede nilang kontrolin, and it's just that Blurred handing or having the op itself. Laking problema na talaga yon, and being confident enough na pwede na niyang i-take yung gun duel, switches on a Vandal, and took the headshot and complete defeat para muna dito sa Rambutan ni Tatay. Pero I must say, this is not what we are expecting, as alam naman natin na action ang mas in favor mostly yung mga tao, pero Rambutan ni Yatot talagang pinapakita, no, na kaya nilang may pagsabayan sa mga teams na to.
Kung sabayan lang ang usapan, nandun na sa kanila yun. Unfortunately, hindi nila natapos. Ang ganda ng first half. For sure, nakita na natin may signature playstyle na sila doon sa Pearl. Sobrang patient. However, nung second half doon sa kanila attacker side, naubusan sila ng mga plays. Tingin ko dito ang isang magandang i-take note, si Micro. Lalong-lalo na doon sa huli niyang ginawa, utilizing the Cosmic Divide in a very crucial round. Buy round kasi yun para sa RNT and Action PH. Tapos naka-minus 1 na agad si RNT gamit si Le Magician. Pero yung no? Cosmic Divide just helped them a lot, and simula na nung round na yun.
Yeah.
Nakita na nila yung momentum.
Napakadaming saving round ng Cosmic Divide and yung pag-utilize nga, no? Kumbaga, itong sinabi natin, napag-usapan natin sa Agent Select na Harbor will thrive back dito sa Pearl, and we saw, and not even a Viper pick ngayon dito na pwede maghati ng side. Mas in favor ang mga, mas naging in favor towards Harbor. And nakita natin yung kanyang mga shining moments, especially sa reckoning. And kita mo naman si Kuya Ching with the money in the bank play para ubusin yung mga members na sobrang highlight worthy. Pero yun nga, no? Overall, ang ganda ng mga nakita nating pag-utilize ng both of the teams. It feels like they are well prepared. Kung kahit kanino mang map pick to, it feels like ganito pa rin yung kalalabasan na close yung bakbakan dahil nga the execution is flawless for each other, for each team actually.
Shutdown talaga dito yung race gamit yung gravity well. Really hard to enter site. Siguro mapaisip ka kung nag-jet sana tayo dito, magiging, or kung nag-double duelist tayo versus the Astra could be good, but fortunately it wasn't the case. At makikita nga natin ulit yung mga highlights. One of my favorite rounds talaga yung ginawa ng Action PH defense. I mean, surely, ito si Magician, sa tignan yung ace niya. But yung sa Cosmic Divide and delivering the win is Blurred. Gamit yung operator dun sa last round. You saw, taking out Ching, sabay transfer to the Vandal to win the duel afterwards. Ang ganda ng performance ni Blurred overall. Na may mga times na nasa-shutdown siya for sure, pero ang dali niya, ang bilis niya mag-recover dito sa ating laban. And dahil doon, dala sa atin ng Grab Unlimited, Blurred will be the one to deliver the win. At siya na nga nagbigay ng map number 1. Deserving for map number 1 sa Action PH.
Yes, napakabilis ng kanyang delivery, no? After na nung game na yon with a 2 versus 1. Really flawless. I'm really excited for Rambutan ni Tatay on how well yung kanilang execution ngayon dito sa Pearl, since sila ngayon sa map pick nila tayo pupunta.
Yep. We are gonna be heading into Icebox in this best of 3 series. Wag po kayong aalis. Magbabalik ang VCT Challengers PH Split 2. Back in action para sa serye ng Action PH going up against Rambutan ni Tatay para sa VCTPH Split 2 Day number 3. Ako nga pala si Wolf, kasama ko si Osiris para naman ngayon sa ating susunod na mapa. It's going to be Icebox. Balikan natin ng mabilis yung nakita natin sa game number 1 kung saan ang Rambutan ni Tatay, nakita na natin they have the momentum. Mainit yung first half natin and even in the second half they are looking for that wonderful executes. Unfortunately, nanaig pa rin ang depensa ng Action PH. Osiris, what do you think happened? Yung very quick summary ng ating map number 1.
Well, sa sobrang close ng laban, no? Talagang iba yung klaseng execution. It was ultimates after ultimates. Ibang klaseng counterplay yung mga na-witness natin. And at the very last moment, kahit sabihin natin na walang big guns sa dala, yung Rambutan ni Tatay, nagawa nilang alugin ng bahagya itong APH. It's just that, of course, the MVP Blurred really showed a lot doon sa ating place sa mismong Pearl map. So kung gaano close yun, every round naghahabulan sila. I'm expecting din na ganun din ang matutunghayan natin dito sa susunod na mapa, which is Icebox na pinili ng Rambutan ni Tatay. And I believe that they really did perform mostly dito sa Icebox. And I believe yesterday they played din ang Icebox sa Game Lab.
Yep. So I think the overall ito yung mas pinapaboran talaga. Like we said, doon sa Pearl hindi pa natin nakikita yung RMT. In fact, doon sa regular season, like they played one series, hindi na nilaro yun. Sa qualifiers, hindi rin. So mababa talaga yung expectations natin as a team for RMT. Sabihin na natin individually yung mga players nila na ang paglaro na sa Pearl, pero as a team hindi pa sila ganun ka-experiencado dito sa Pearl, and that's why we expected na one-sided affair talaga sa Action PH, but it didn't look like that. So gano'n nga ba ka-importante ito magiging Icebox for them? Back in the regular season, unfortunately, natalo sila dun sa Icebox when they played Game Lab kahapon. Yeah. But during the open qualifier, alam natin na hindi sila natalo even once dun sa Icebox, winning against Kadiliman and Limitless in a very stunning fashion din. One-sided affair din yun. At sila na din yung team, Osiris, na gumagamit din ng Harbor dito sa Icebox. So, they did use it sa Pearl. Nakita naman natin. So, I think no surprises kung sakaling gagamitin nila to sa Icebox din.
Yeah, I mean, iba yung confidence nila dito towards sa Icebox. And dun nga sa nasabi mong mga experiences nila, they know, they already understand the map and having the Harbor, which is one of the integral pick. Pero, di ba, nakita na natin, sige, Harbor ulit. Iba na ngayon, medyo ang ganda ng attention na binibigay kay Harbor this time compared doon sa nung kanyang release. Na parang everyone was clueless kung ano nga ba ang possibilities. Pero this time, with the consistent Harbor show up, parang part na rin siya ng Icebox. Ang maganda naman dito, yung isa pang agent na yon, yung Sage. Are we going to see Sage with off-angle walls? How they're going to take those diffuses once again kasi may mga wall na talagang sobrang sabihin natin iniligtas yung mga certain round doon nga sa natunghayan natin bakbakan. I believe the Oasis, I mean Naos, that's Naos, we casted together, and the David Goliath matchup nga na nabanggit natin is naging okay yung Sage na yon, although took us 3 map and all 3 maps also na lumabas din ang Sage. Let's see kung lalabas nga ba sila dito sa Agent Select natin.
Tingin ko, we're hopping into the Agent Select for Icebox. And if you're asking me about Sage, sure ako makikita natin
sure na yan,
sa Action. Sure na to sa Action PH. So far, nakita natin in their previous map dito sa Split 2 na nanalo sila. And ito yung magandang, magandang information dito about Action PH. Remember, ang context, map pick ito ng RNT. But Action PH played this 7 times nung sa Split 1 at nanalo sila sa 5 out of 7.
Ayun.
Yung isang talo nila, nag-overtime pa yun. So sobrang close yun. Very, very close. At yung isa naman nilang talo against the eventual champions na alam natin na mas master naman din talaga yung Icebox. So yung Naos. So meaning to say, malakas sila mag-Icebox. Yun yung conclusion doon. Ang tanging tumalo lang sa kanila was the team na minaster yung Icebox with the Harbor, yung Naos. And of course, yung I think it was SR Nakage na nakatalo. Game Lab, it was Game Lab actually, pero overtime yun. At patig na lang yung nag-play out. So, let's head into Agent Select. Sa ngayon, I'm not seeing any Sage yet, pero hindi ako magulat kung yun na magiging choice.
Viper? No Harbor din, Pero we're seeing a lot of Sova.
Hover pa lang.
Ayan na.
Nakita na natin.
May Reyna. Been a while.
Been a while indeed. Alam natin sa Icebox pwedeng gamitin si Reyna kasi natitake advantage niya yung verticality. At surprisingly, Action PH, hindi sila magsisage ngayon.
Wala.
Double initiator sila with this Sova and the KO. Wanted ko ano yung gusto nila ma-achieve this time kasi hindi sila gumamit ng Sage while on the other side nandiyan yung Sage user natin which is Mark L. And there's really not much that can stop this Reyna, in fact.
Yeah. Actually, parang ano lang siya, like, the double duelist, parang gusto lang nila rumagasa.
Wow.
Medyo wala yung mga in-expect natin, Kuya Wolf. Wala yung Sage saka Harbor. Pero, syempre, isa sa mga staple name na hindi mawawala, of course, is the Viper. So, mas they're going to settle for the toxic screens. And you have also the KO who might entirely deny yung mga pagpupush nila dito. And kita naman natin with the Reyna and another duelist pick is sobrang agresibo na pwede nating matunghayan para sa side ng Rambutan ni Tatay. And kinda fits their identity, their execution plays na napakainit kaagad nila entering the battle. And yun nga, yun yung Jet. Ayun yung pala, Sage, may Sage pala talaga tayo. And yun nga, Jet and then Reyna. And then might be shut down by KO dito. Pero napakaganda dito with a double duelist. Once na makuha mo yung revive, pwede mong ibalik ang umentrada mong kakampi.
Yup. Okay. Interesting. Nakita na natin na maganda naman yung performance ng Action PH with the Jet, particularly yan si Blurred. Okay. So, baliktad. Yep, RT with the ring na hot sauce starting this time. The veterans, Le Magician nagsimula agad with a kill to Micro. Sabi niya kanina dun sa Pearl, sana talaga. Jet yung hawak ko kaysa Raze. Nako po! KFC will take him out, KFC will take 2, KFC will take 3. Sa dalawa, tatlo, make that 4 Blur, make that 4 indeed. My God, KFC!
Grabe naman yun. Nag-countdown si Kuya Wolf sa sobrang daming bodies down dito sa side ng RNT. And yes, you can see clearly yung idea ng kanilang lineup mo wants to overwhelm the side with a duelist. Kaso with the toxic screen na nakakapaggawa ng space dito kay Kuya KFC. Bagging down 4K and almost ace. Pero what a good pistol round for APH. Tulad nga na sinabi mo, Wolf, no? The comfortable place. Nagawa nga nilang i-maximize kaagad yung unang round.
Sobrang lupit. Good expectations, of course. We'll see. LES, umabante agad. Recon Bolt. Daming pang info no? As we can see from Action PH on the defense. No, understanding full well na defense yung kanilang start dito. They wanna get as much points as possible at ginagamit agad nila yung recon tsaka itong knife.
Uy,
it's full advantage. Tamang kalapit lang. Hindi naman din tatama sa ngayon. Pero syempre, alam natin na ang RNT, sila yung maglalaro sa kanilang eco.
Yes, so sama-sama muli. RNT, Rambutan together strong. Ang kanilang idea dito. Have the one-way smoke. Sapat nga ba yun? Para ma-delay ang mga members at wala pa silang idea. You still have the toxic screen. Naka-ready na ang wall para sa protektodong pagtatanim. Dahil alam naman natin na pagtatanim ay di biro.
May di biro. Micro.
Seryosohan na!
Yun na agad. Seryoso na. Legend Magician makakuha ng isa. Pero si Kelly makakuha ng dalawa. Spray down gamit yung Spectre. Holding out yung angle mula doon. Snowball, Kelly S. Tusugod siya naman. Ang makakatatlo. Sa ngayon, dalawa ang natitira. That's Markel and Ching. Ibibigay ba nila? Ibibigay ba nila kay Kelly S ngayon na mayroon na lang 5 HP? Mukhang hindi. Markel. Nag-heal pa para sa kanya. Bird, ang ganda ng entrata. Nakakuha na isa. Kelly S down for the count. Nakakuha niya from the second. Bird nga lang. Nakapatumba. Ang dalawa. Nag-transfer sa Ghost. It was more than enough. Action PH wins.
The sidestep para kay Blurred. Hindi siya nag-strafe entirely left and right. Pakanan lang siya pakaliwa lang siya na pakaliwa na nawala na yung tutok doon. Kind of missed yung chance doon. Okay tamo, di ba? Parang pinipredict ni Kuya Ching na baka sumaid-step pakaliwa. Kaso, always on the right. Dito si Blurred. Making sure na makakuha ngayon kila with a ghost headshot. And once again, APH. With a 2-0 para dito sa ice box. We're seeing RNT with the buy, 2 light armors, pero well-equipped tayo sa guns ngayon.
Bot coming back.
Siyempre, the bonus is gonna be there. Pero meron pa rin sa KFC dahil dun sa kanyang napakaraming kills sa mga Bulldog. Kelly is just holding on to the Sheriff. Entrada agad. Lear, may dash, close angle, mananalo dun si Hot Sauce, pero si Micro, makakuha muna ng isang kill sa trade-off. KFC will take his kill. Lugi pa rin dito ang RNT for some reason. 4 para natitira mo na sa Action PH as they settle for this post-plant or this retake. Yellow ang hawak ng dalawang miyembro ng RNT, kabilang side. Samantala, dun sa may bandang B main, dun mag-stay si Micro. Sorry, si Josh S. Wala na siyang snake bite though. Ginamit na dito. Ayun ang mga counter snake bites. Time is dwindling. Nauubusan ng oras dito. Kelly S na magsisimula. Markel na taga. 63 HP remaining. Josh S 32. Samantala dito may yellow. Pero pa isa. That's King to take out KFC. Kelly S to take out Ching for the trade-off. Pero wala nang oras. Josh is going down.
Na-half na nila!
Abot na half! Na-half pala nila!
Na-half na Kuya Wolf sa gitna ng kaguluhan. Yung one-way smoke na yun nag-create ng space para magawa ni Micro mag-swing, ipitin yung yellow. Yung nag-iisang member doon ng RNT at nakuha man sila ng trade na yun. Yung 2 members ng APH. At the moment na nawala yung Cloudburst doon sa Spike, nilingon ka agad nila. Of course, APH. Kita na natin kung gaano kalakas yung kanilang retake dito. It feels like medyo nalugi na sila sa ganong sitwasyon. Pero yung patience nila, yung paghihintay nila kay Blurred para makapagtanim ng one-way smoke created. Nakagawa doon ng space para makakuha ng easy kills. And even Kelly's going aggressive, pumitas ng isa and hot sauce. Naku, pose. Kailangan mo na nilang...
Pose!
Goodness!
Blurred nagpasimula. Magiging safe bit na kayo. Hindi handa si Josh S para to trade. Makikita is Nako mo, Micro will gun it down through the wall. Josh S, Rose Angle, Kelly S will deny him. Ako, mas malupit na S sa ngayon. Josh, Kelly taken out though. Ching, hindi papayag na libre, hindi papayag na flawless. Sa ngayon, binawasan. Nakakadalawa pa. Mga kapos, grabe mga flick na yun. Pati yung recon, na-flick ng malupit. Now it's down to King. Blurred to take him out. Money in the bank. 4-0 para sa Action PH. Reminder sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon. Split 1. 5 out of 7 na icebox ng Action PH na ipanalo nila.
At yung dalawang talo nila, galing, yung isa pa dun is galing sa Naos. Which is fairly understandable. And the other one is yun nga, no, yung overtime na sobrang close. It means yung caliber talaga ng APA towards Icebox. Talagang alam natin kung gaano sila ka-efficient o maalam, knowledgeable dito sa mapang ito. At kitang-kita natin, no, the way they retake, the way they push everyone, the way they catch anyone off guard. Para sa mga sorpresa na yon. Tingnan mo si Micro ngayon. Sobrang pushed in. Pero mukhang makakapush na nga ang RNT. Rafters, alam na ni Kuya Derek dito na nakapwesto si Le Magician sa Rafters. Pero nag-iba siya ng pwesto. Nasa taas ng box. Napakawala na ng pana dito. Pinakawala ng Longa Dog. Pero of course, si APH still was able to catch a few doon. Dalawa na agad na tumutumba dito. Magkakapalitan pa rin. Josh S versus Kelly S. Sino nga ba ang S Supremacy na makikita natin dito? Markel with the heal. Dalawa ang nakabantay sa Rafters. At mukhang mabubulag nga. Nagkami pa Markel. Dalawa. At makakakuha na rin si Josh S. 2 versus 2. Mukhang makakalamang pa yata ang RNT dito.
Yup, 2v2. Kailangan mag-Blade Storm kayo ni Blurred. Tapos patan na rin nga lang dito si Markel. May kita, susunod si Blurred. Timing will not be off. Josh will take out Kempsey. Samantala si Blurred naman makakuha ng trade. Oras pa rin. Ang kailangan niyang paglaruan dito. Slow orbs, make it so difficult. Yung swing, tumalikod siya. Nako po, kailangan makingat. Likod mo! Likod mo! Oh my goodness! Yung L sa Markel means likod!
Mark likod. Naku, yun na nga ba yung sinasabi natin? Nilikuran ni Kuya Mark. Hindi ito, napakagat sila dito, no? Dito sa and the points na meron sila. The unang point ng Rambutan ni Tatay. Nagkanda pa ikot-ikot sila and Markel making sure na napakalalim na niya sa A site para mahuli yung mga magpo-push in and at the very last second. Hindi lang Blade Storm yung nawala doon kay Blurred. I believe operator din eh.
Nakikita natin Action PH, hindi pa rin talaga magpapalamang basta-basta. Kita natin no? Parang it's really something. Kumaganda yung kanilang mga duels. Eventually, picking up something. Araw natin. Still, lamang na lamang Action PH. This is 4-1. Hyper split committed. Sa attackers yan, that's RNT. But Derek, makakuha ng isang kill. Siyempre, gamit ang wallbang, pati na rin yung kumonect ang snake bite doon mula doon. Kay Micro, Josh S staying dito sa kanilang Viper split pero makapag-plat ngayon si Ching. 5 laban sa 4. Tinatapatin si Josh S dito. Wallbangs, T-Spogy lang. T-Spogy lang. May kita sila dito. Naspatan.
Kaya pa ba?
Sugod. Ibinar eyes kay Josh S.
Talagang kumakapit.
Naliligo ngayon na Jenny Ace. Le Magician to take out one pero matitry na pala ni Kenny S. Samantala naspatan to Josh S. Umag-aggressive. Nagre position pero makamatama pa rin ni Micro. Better Viper in this position. Ching! Swing! Unfortunately, Blurred will take him out. And that means Action PH na survive nila. Yung Viper split, 5-1 ngayon sa pabor ng Action PH.
5-1 and napaka-convincing nung round na yun kung gaano man tiniis ni Josh. Ang maganda naman doon, despite having low HP, nakapitas pa siya ng isang member ng APH and other members who consistently pushed even further. Once na makita nga nila na it was a free sight to take and yung swing ni Ching isn't enough para magbago yung takbo ng sitwasyon since strength in numbers yung pinakita doon ng APH 3 versus 1. And napakabilis sa mga pangyayari. Le Magician! Sa Magic ngayon, sinilid sa sombrero yung kuneho.
Hindi na gumagana ngayon ng hocus-pocus ni Le Magician. Samantala si Kemsi nakaspot ng isa. Makakuha pa ng through the smoke. Joshes goes down. Pero makakuha mo na ng isa. Trade-off ang mangyayari. Lucky pa rin dito ang RNT though. At least makaka-recover sila ng isang Vandal doon sa gitna after the aggression na nakita mo na natin sa Action PH. Ching, nakita, with yung kanyang sheriff shot, Kelly S will win. Of course, run and gun, halos, strafing gamit yung Phantom, winning the duel. 2 versus 4 scenario.
Yun na
Denied
nga.
agad. Derek with a quick shot gamit yung Phantom. Headshot para kay Markel. And KFC to finish it off through the wall. Hatsos down. 6-1 ang score ng Action PH.
It was a good read para dito sa Action PH, no, nabantayan yung mid. Since na alam nga natin, no, yung situation is not in favor pagdating sa RNT. They want to stick together. Hindi sila pwede mag-main basta-basta with how defenses are. And yung kanilang weapons with the Sheriff lamang, hindi nila pwede ilaban yung mga ganong klaseng pwestuhan. So mid is the way they can play onto the kitchen. Kaso, once na makuha si Le Magician, it was already a dead end para doon sa kanilang pagpupush sa part na yun.
Okay. Natin. Tingnan panimula. Hot Sauce does have the ultimate. Ngayon, tatlong shot mula kay Blurred. Gamit yung operator, walang kukonekta. Josh S mula sa malayo. Taking out yung
libreng
snowman.
pwesto to.
Actually, yung kitchen player. Josh S, nakalalim na ngayon sa mapa. Mga mapipisa na sila dito. Para si Gelias, makakakuha ng dalawa. Josh S to take out one as well. Marker naman yung ikatlo.
Ito nga, napitas na.
Kepsi,
Si Kuya
and the
Blurred.
gang. Josh S pumapwesto. Markel, hawakan nila dito yung orange. Pero si Kepsi, siya pa rin naman nanayeg to take out Markel. Nang nag-try na naman manglikod sa ngayon. Si Josh S naman, gagamitin nga lang. Yung ultimate killjoy, tas na-lockdown committed. Oh my goodness, Kepsi, nakikipagduelo. Well, actually, with that si Derek, nandun sa dulo. The crossfire was there!
Last member, Ching.
Kailangan na naman yung oras. Last member si Ching, may shotgun na gagamitin, dalawa. Well, isa recon sa ngayon. Nasmatan, yung boosted na si Kepsi. Takay mo, wala yung wall. We'll win that! Kasama yung Topo. Kailangan mag-reload sa ngayon. Mag-get-defuse. Pero makasad ako po!
Naku po, bumalik!
Naku po!
Ayaw!
Kuya
Ching! The swing, Ching. Grabe yung pinakita niya doon, Kuya Wolf. After niya makuha yung information with the switching, the swing ni Ching agad-agad para i-deny si Derek. And at that point, no, talagang gusto muna nilang itumba si Ching before fully committing onto the spike. I thought na gagamitin na nila yung pagka-scan kay KFZ para magbayad ng time na maipaglaban itong si Ching at pindutin ni Derek yung spike. Pero kahit gayon pa man na lamang ang APH with the 6-2, gagamit na kagad sila ng timeout. Ayaw nila ng momentum mula sa mga rambutan.
Diba, no? Ang napapansin ko dito ang trend para sa Rambutan ni Tatay. Nakita natin nung map number 1, it's all about the patience play na nagagawa nila. They're winning the duels afterwards. And this time, parang ganun din clutch ang dahilan kung bakit sila na past 2 round. And I think yun yung kanilang bread and butter dito. Sa fruit basket ng RNT, yan ang kanilang inaasahan. Winning those clutches.
Saving grace, no? Baga yung skills, yung marksmanship nila sa gun duels, talagang pinapakita nila. And despite of them having low on numbers and even behind on guns, na nagagawa nilang mag-adapt doon sa situation and giving APH a hard time on making sure to snowball from here. So APH, kung unti-unting pupush sa mid.
Yep.
Pero wala silang idea kung saan manggagaling ang mga members. So focus lang sila dito. Ang 5-man stack talaga ang RNT. On-site.
The Magician.
Uy, ayan na.
Nabasag nila yung dalawang utilities doon. Meron pang isang molly sa ngayon na swarm malapit. Kailan Magician gagamitin na ngayon? Positioning. Kanilang deny. Pero may wall na rin. Yung Sage na nakamate pati na rin yung pag-plant ng spike. Sobrang crucial para sa RNT na makapag-plant na manalo sila so far. The Magician to take out Derek. Sumantala si King naman kay KLS. Taking up for left. Up gets the second. Napakaganda. Nung pagpatay niya doon kay Blurred. Saktong-sakto dun sa kanyang momentum from the previous round. And now it's now to Micro and KMC. Sa ngayon na inuubos na. Pati yung oras hindi na papabor dito sa Action PH. Kaya naman magbaback na lang sila RNT. Napakalinis na execution doon sa B-site muli. Taking out yung mga utilities ng Killjoy. Sabay pwesto with the wall. Timing din doon sa kanilang toxic screen na sinetap nila. The default mula doon sa RNT. Proving to be good dahil doon sa pagkontra ni Ching. Doon sa double flank mula sa Action PH.
Yes, it was a pincer. Bound to be a pincer movement na talaga. Pero kaso, Ching, dalawa kaagad yung nakuha niya. Double headshot. And yung slowly but surely control na ginawa ng Rambutan ni Tatay na 5 stack. Waiting lang sila, dinahandahan nila. And even kahit na-scan na sila ng 0 point, eh nagawa pa rin nilang mag-push through na ilaban yung site na ito with no casualty, with no lost members. So this time, mas magiging mabilis na sila. We have RNT pushing sa mid kaagad at si Derek ang unang magiging biktima ng karahasan.
Ginamit yung wall dito para alas smoke para makapasok sila. Pero si Micro, matindi na yung dalawa. Spiazza and Lay, Magician down, 2 duelists. Ng RNT na patumbak. KLS naman para kay Josh. Samantala si Ching nakikipagduela doon sa snow pile. Sa ngayon, Mark L already nakalalim dito. Pero ubusin na sila ng side ng Action PH. All of a sudden, biglang napitas-pitas ang mga Rambutan dito.
Good na yun, good read. And once na makita nila yung wall, sinira kagad. Less reaction, no reaction time for Rambutan ni Tatay to entirely go for those duels. And yes, dumiretso man. Yung dalawang members na nakaumabot nga sa kusina, hindi nila nagawang makapagluto dahil nakaabang kaagad si Micro. And yes, run low siya doon, pero dahil natamaan na rin niya kagad yung 2 members na yun. And napakadali na lang sa APH na linisin, na itumba yung mga yun. At ito na nga, nagkasilipan!
Napaganda, dalawang duelist nagbukas agad para sa RNT Tigisa, pero si KLS mamamatay si Magician. Hotstoss trying to wallbang through this. Gamit ang kanyang Vandal, 4 bullets remaining. Kailangan mag-reload at magbabak kayo. Dahil naman sa build ni KO na fragment. Pero mag-detonate siya ni Josh S. Ngayon, nandun sa may gitna. Pati yung boiler player na si Derek mamamatay pa niya. And this one is Micro! Josh S! Gamit yung kanyang lurk. Lurking Viper. Nakakuha ng 3. And ang 4 point para sa RNT.
At yun ang napakagandang simula para sa Rambutan ni Tatay. Nakapitas kaagad sila KFZ after tamaan ng Hunter's Fury. And wala na siyang tatakasan dun eh. Kinuha yung side ng elbow mula sa maze. Kailangan na niyan tumalon. Siyempre nakaready na dun si Hot Sauce sa possible escape route dahil nga na-scan siya before the Hunter's Fury. So sure na tayo na may tao doon eliminating one of the threats and it was easy for them to finish the kill. Pero fast-paced tayo dito kasing bilis ng momentum nila kanina as Le Magician was able to take out Blurred. Wala na tayong jet mula sa Action PH.
Good.
Informasyon bago umaksyon pero tuloy-tuloy sila dito Kuya Wolf.
Oh, wala na play safe. Josh S, napakalalim na. Matitira dito ni KMC. Down yung null command. Papakain na nga dito, pero ito yung Hunter's Fury na ginamit, of course, ni Ching. Kumonekta. Uy, hindi si Ching yun. That was actually KMC na mababarge dito ni Hot Sauce na umikot sa may silikuran. Sa amin na ang mga panato at makakapag-raise pa 5 versus 2 situation time. It's not under tight as well. Derek denied. Viper split na rin. Pag nagawa ni Micro, hindi ko na alam. Le Magician will deny that.
Hindi na kinayang Micro Hinpa with the 5 members being present and 3 ultimates has been dropped. Siguradong makukuha na nila yun at nagawa ka agad bumangon ng Rambutan ni Tatay. 7-5 tayo moving in to the next half. And going back nga doon sa bakbakan na yun, no, yung Hunter's Fury, masyadong madaling mahuli. Since nasa loob na sila, they have the freedom to entirely push anyone doon sa loob ng A and up until the spawn. So yun nga, nahuli with the Hunter's Fury. Pero at the same time, yung pag-ikot doon ni Micro took a lot of time para makapwesto sila. Overall, good decision from RNT. APH naman ang lulusob.
PH leading by 2. Sila naman ang didiskarte ngayon sa icebox. Second half natin on the attackers. Umpisa ni Kelly S. Walang mas mata na close. Dala doon si Josh S. Could be really good. Trying to go through the smoke. Nakita nila may Vipers, may snake point na ginamit. Mabubugaw si Josh S. Tagged to 65 HP at this point. Hindi nga lang makapalag pa rin. They're waiting for the utilities. Ginamit na nga dito yung flash. Pati na rin yung shock dart. And all of a sudden, ang control ulit ay nandun sa side ng RNT. Napaback dito yung mga members ng Action PH. Lalong-lalo na si Blurred na 48 HP ngayon. Kailangang hintayin nila magkaroon. Wala sila kahit anong heal or whatsoever.
Yes.
This could really be bad. Para sa Action PH, overstaying sila dito ngayon sa B. Pero nandun sa A site, lurking Sentinel. Nandyan si Derek.
Yes. And
wala siyang abutan doon. Pero makaka-cut off yung rotation nila kung sakali.
Oo, and
Delix.
once na makuha yung information na walang tao sa A, pwede pa sila tumakbo as 30 seconds game in. And mukhang hindi na nga yun isa sa mga posibilidad. And upon clearing itong whole A site, they know now na kompleto ang miyembro at teka lang,
Magician.
Si Derek.
Sheriff. Glass Cannon. Mag-pay off na agad. KFC take out Markel, however. Yan ang kanilang trade-off. Makapag-plant rin sila dito. Kelly S, ang ganda ng pwesto. Makikita si Ching kung sakali. At dalawang itak. Makikita niya. Ako na isa. Makakuha na ikalawa. And now si KFC naman para kay Josh S. Nag-dinner na lang dito si Le Magician. Gamit yung kanya Sheriff. Magiging Magicero na naman ba siya mula? Hindi! Kelly S, pwestuhan to the max. At nag-celebrate na nga si Kelly S dahil dun sa magandang pagbasa niya sa mga pwesto ng RNT.
Nag-stay siya sa ilalim. Napaka-patient ng pwesto niya doon. Inaantayin niya munang malaman kung ilan ba ang kalaban na nakapwesto. Upang pag nag-swing siya, alam niyang hindi siya basta-bastang magwa-wide. At nakuha niya kagad yung double kill na yun. And even the last one, Le Magician, napakaganda ng lurk ni Derek doon na. I mean, kahit wala siyang nakuhang kill, knowing na andun yung information na nakastack, hindi naging complacent itong APH. Chinek nila every corners, pero mukhang Josh S. Nakakuha na kaagad siya. Wala na kaagad tayong jet for Action PH, pero Kelly S nakakuha pa ng isang kill mula sa toxic screens. Wala mo siya nakikita, kita-kita naman ang headshot na yon. Hot Sauce returning the favor. Dahil si KFC na ang tumumba at si Derek naman na may kipagpalitan. Rambutan ni Tatay. Stacking in. May pitas pa kayang maidudulot o makukuha dito sa mga prutas natin at hindi na dahil action na ang tutumba.
Oh my goodness! Lumalawang pa dito ang RNT. Makakuha ng Phantom si Micro. 8 bullets lang yan. Kailangan mag-ingat. Kailangan mag-reload. Le Magician dun sa may rafters. Completing the cross dito. Ang side ng RNT. Mark L decides na mag-back for now. Makapag-plant. Ito na. Confirmed. Le Magician knows. Default ang diskarte. Nakita niya. Rafters ang diskarte. 8 bullets yan. Magiging patient dito ang RNT as they did. Look at Mark L. This could be good. Micro, magiging
isolated to.
Nata si Micro, nakatingin. Magkaroon ng duelo. Makuha ng kill. Hindi. Mag-transfer dito. Wala na siyang pala. Kailangan niya. Pero siya pa rin yung mananalo doon sa push. The Magician. Makapulot ng Bulldog dito. Oras.
Go for...
Ang kailangan niya paglaruan. Narinig niya si Micro na umakyat doon sa may nest. Hindi kita ni Micro. Hindi planted for nest for now. Half yun. Naku po, Micro. Aabot ka ba? Aabot mo si Micro. Yes, he will. The nice! Le Magician!
The last second!
Wow!
Hindi sapat ang magic.
Ooh.
Grabing laban to. Kahit sabihin mong lamang na lamang dito ang APH. Rambutan ni Tatay still delivering blows per blows. At yung good read niya doon sa situation na yun, no? Nung nalaman niya na ipupush hard na siya ni Le Magician, kailangan niyang ilaban. Kailangan na niyang pwestuhan ng matindi. At ginulat nga.
Enemy kill.
Kaya nga, iba pa.
Ginulat.
Gulatan na muli.
Le Magician. Aggressive push pero si Derek makakuha ng kontra. -1. And that is sobrang critical. Imagine, this is supposedly the bonus. Pero nag-commit dito sa buys. Actually, 3 rifle yung kanilang binili afterwards. Meron silang napulot kanina na Phantom. Tapos yun meron silang double Vandal setup and then a Bulldog. So this is still a commitment mula sa Action PH. Ayaw na nila. Gusto na nilang ituldokan na tong game na to. As soon as possible, committing for this. Lamang sila ng 4, so they have the luxury to actually make this play.
Exactly.
Understanding na parang yun yung pwede nilang gawin bilang attackers, lalo na back-to-back na nakapag-plant sila. And then, ang dami nilang creds na nakuha afterwards. Ching defending sa may second floor will have to back down for now.
Ako si Markel naluluto.
Nako po, naluluto na nga dito. Pero maganda sana yung timing niya kung sakaling susunod siya dito. Especially utilize now. Pero na-flash siya dito. Nakita ni Kelly S. Kelly S takes him out. Sige, hindi makakontrate for now. Pero eventually he will. Makakuha ba siya? Hindi pa. Derek will take him out as well. Only one remains. Josh S.
Oh, nasilip siya ni KFC.
Alam na nandun siya. Pero makuha na sa kill. KFC taken out. Clean. Headshot mula kay Josh S. Ito yung kanyang Vandal. Makakita pa ng dalawa sa ngayon. Alam niya kung nasa yung dalawang miyembro. They will be able to plant. Double snake bite. Hindi ko connecta yung isa. As well as the second. Makakapag-back out. Playing for screens ngayon. Josh S. Hindi titigil. Naglalakad man siya sa ngayon. Pero hindi siya titigil. Toxic screen out. Checking every corner. Nagparinig na meron sa screen. Crossfire is gonna be there. And Derek will take him out before he sees it. Yung commitment, pare ko, ng Action PH na bumili dun sa kanilang bonus, nag-pay off.
Yes, exactly. No? Kumbaga, yung confidence boost nga nila dito, yung moral nila, na alam nilang kaya nila may pagsabayan this time around. As an attacker, they put a lot of pressure kaagad. At laki na space na kinuha nila up until sa maze. And then from there, with a toxic screenplay, nag-patience game lang sila doon. The perfect blind from Kelly is identifying the threats around the map and even the corners. Sa si Mark L, after niya maluto, damaged kaagad. Namatay kaagad siya once na masilip siya. Overall, the execution of APH for Icebox is flawless and still continuously putting a lot of pressure para dito sa Rambutan ni Tatay.
Looking really good para sa Action PH na in-expect naman natin na sila talaga yung makakalamang dito. Pero ang lahat ng rounds na nakikita natin nagiging close except that last round na parang na-master na Action PH yung kanilang attacking. Especially ginulat nila yung RNT. Knowing yung RNT, the way that they played it, alam nila na potentially pwede sila mag-aggressive push katulad ng ginawa nga doon ni Le Magician papunta doon sa my nest. Unfortunately, dahil doon sa commitment ng Action PH na bumili ng kanilang mga baril noon, talaga na caught off guard yung RNT.
Yes, exactly. No? And at that point, talaga nakita natin yung kayang gawin ngayon ng APH despite of RNT's mga plays na ginagawa, yung mga initial na pitas nila ay nagagawa ng APH ng ibang klaseng approach na napapanish yung RNT. With a technical pause in hand, mapapaisip na lang tayo kung ito na ba ang oras for RNT to come back. Although looking bad yung kanilang economy, hindi naman sila stranger in terms of using the sheriff. Kung gaano katulis ang kanilang aim once na mapitikan nila ang ibang members ng APH. Thing is, kahit sabihin mong makakuha man sila ng guns, meron naka-reading lockdown at null command. Super disable ang kalalabasan dito.
Yeah. May discard dito ng RNT. Eco round sa round number 16. Napakalayo na kailangang habulin ng Action PH. Kung malinis sa kanilang pag-execute, they're gonna take round of point number 11. Ever so closer sa match point. Ching nagpakita na kanyang ulo. Hindi mo ma-punish for now. Reyna din makita. Oh, Kelly's nakaungos na pala doon. Quietly, nakapasok na nga. Sneaky ang meaning ng S sa Kelly S. Sa ngayon, nakakuha na ikalawa. Flashing through screens para makakuha na ikatlo. Samantala, Le Magician might meet the bullets of Blurred. Josh S. Nako po, denied. Mas malapit ang S ko sa'yo.
Kelly Sneaky versus Josh S. Hindi sumapat. And the space nga talaga na kinuha nila, no? Dire-diretso. Rumagasa ang HPA na tila ba, na bagyo. Na ginulantang ang rambutan ni Tatay. Oo, naging HBA, high pressure area, high pressure air. Ika nga ng APH. And overall, no, talagang nakikita na natin yung hindi lang yung confidence ngayon, Kuya Wolf, no, yung talagang momentum na alam nilang sa kanila na itong mga sunod-sunod na rounds na ito.
Naked operator para kay Le Magician sa ngayon. Nagparinig na. And if you're looking at the creds, alam mo na walang armors yan. Walang light shield. Zero at all. Pero syempre may operator naman siya. Aggressive angle. Hinawakan dito ni Hot Sauce. Pati na rin ni Ching. Might meet si Kelly. Gumamit ng owl drone. Hot Sauce siya naman. Siya naman yung magpapaka-sneaky. Pero matedeny. Napakandang footwork mula kay Blurred. Wide, super duper wide swing para makontra yung ginawa doon ni Hot Sauce, winning the duel. Samantala si Ching naman denied ni Kelly S. Pati na rin yung Killjoy lockdown gagamitin. Lemon take out Blurred, -1. After backdown, inabutan pa rin ng detain. Pero okay lang yan, safe na safe naman siya. Unless si Kelly S magmamadali dito. Yun na nga, Raptors yung hawakan niya.
Once makakuha siya ng isang skill,
Toxic screen will be there! May kita magkakita! Mananalo si Kelly S! With the spray, movement, Mark na take at 1, Kelly S for the trade, na naman, si Kelly S, just like in the previous round, multi-kills, gets it forth to take out Josh S once again, 12 points para sa Action PH.
Kelly S, napalitan na yung S niya ng Sneaky to Savior dahil so close na mawala yung round na yun sa kanila with the Magicians operator. Nakuha niya kaagad si Blurred and a few flawless kills na makuha natin sa rambutan ni Tatay. And I was expecting, no, the moment na makuha nga ni Josh S yung flank na yun, took down Kev Z, activated na yung kanyang Viper Spit. Pwede pa siya makagawa ng big play doon. Pero mukhang mas binulsa na lamang niya for other rounds. Since time, this is the match point. At indeed, pinakawalan na nga kaagad.
Blurred pwesto, napakalapit naman doon.
Ako po,
ginamit yung Harry Potter's Harry Potter na pwesto. Well, umover siya doon sa tube. Actually, utilizing the uptrap. NES susugurin. Walang pakialam doon sa fragment. Was taken out afterwards. Pero naka-1 muna siya. 2v2 scenario. The Magician plays will win the duel kay Blurred.
Galit na galit.
Kapag-after foul hindi tatapos si Michael for the trade. Jet on jet. Tapos ngayon, Viper on Viper action. Pero nakapag-plant ang Action PH. Alam nila, parehas. Na ganito yung mangyayari. Snakebite gagamitin for the counter. Buying the time. Kontrahan. Batuhan dito ng Snakebite. Lasunan. Sino mas malupit na lason? Joshes, nagparinig. Hindi ito matama yung spray.
Naku po!
Paupleto mo niya! Mapupuho niya! He will! That's the defuse!
Ay, no, no! Oh my God! Josh Savior!
My goodness!
Nagkalasunan pero hindi sumapat at ang init ng RNT ang Deagle nagawang iligtas ang isa pang round sa kanila. 12-6 tayo dito ngayon sa scoreboard. Although ang Action PH, 3 ultimates present. All buys. Light armors and bulldog naman sa rambutan ni Tatay pero triple ultimate din. Have the res for extra manpower once na tumumba. So Mark L is a threat para dito sa APH.
Operator whatsoever. Vandal, Spectre para Jing.
Nako,
Magician, nagsimula agad. Nakita yung huli ni Hatsas pero mas nakita niya yung huli ni Elias. Momentum na para sa RNT. KFC take on Josh for the trade. KFC yung ikalawa. Makakon break it low. Hindi. Denied by Le Magician. Lamang dito ng isang miyembro ang RNT. And like you said, Mark L, meron pa siyang res. Nandun siya sa B. Kailangan niyang umikot all the way through A. Pero maganda yung spot na pwede niyang paggamitan ng kanyang res kung sakali. Tinatry dito ni Micro na maging handa.
Kailangan.
He's taking his time for now. 50 seconds. Le Magician, sobrang ganda ng pwesto at ng angulo.
Kailangan niya isuko, ah.
Matataga ng Rigged Bolt at tingnan nga yung rest. Sakto din yung pinili. That's the controller.
Teka lang,
They know.
parang...
Ching. Knowing na siya pwede
Susubukan.
intermate dito. Scooby Good, Mark N. Nasabayan nila! Naglinya! Nakapulang ng dalawa! Pero nandun yung spike. At pwede nang protektahan ng dalawang miyembro ng RNT. Derek. He's taking his time. Chumek muna. Knowing na may dalawa na doon. 14 seconds. Hindi yata enough yung time, Osiris. Hindi na nga. Boost kanya sarili. The Magician, -1. 5 seconds. Josh S, tumakbo ka na. Tumakbo ka na, boss! Tumakbo ka na! Iyon na nga. Hindi naka-guns out. And no matter what the result is, 7 points will belong to RNT.
Kung naka-gun up siya doon sa pagtalon-talon niya sa mga box, pwede pa niya mapitikan that last second na pwede niya ma-one tap. Kaso, syempre, you gotta respect pa rin ang rambutan ni Tatay. The resilience para kumapit dito sa ice box and that good opening. 2 kills ka agad ng pwesto nila. And I also commend dito si Micro. Double kill. What more kung nakuha niya yung pangatlo? That will be an easy plan. Especially, meron na siyang Viper Spit.
Looking really good. Whew.
Triple
Di
ulti
talaga,
pa rin,
di
ha?
talaga, di talaga magbibigay ng kahit ano ang RNT.
Hindi
Papalag
susuko.
at papalag. Hindi susuko. Never say die attitude para sa RNT, sa rambutan ni Tatay. Lugi sila dito. 5 ang kailangan nilang kabulin. At isimulan yan ng flash. Micro take him out. But the Magician for the trade. Gets the 2. 2 for 1. Natagadin si Micro with 8 HP. Nagamit ni Razor's Fury. Pati na rin naman yung snake bite. Josh has to finish him off. Now Derek. Down low. After the decay. Mabawi ng HP. Makikita si Le Magician na nag-dash out. Josh is halos mate. Makapag-plant. 2 versus 4. Oh, Josh is with the flick. And Le Magician. Siya naman ang tatapos. Gigil ang RNT. At
Rambutan ni
unti-unti
Tatay.
nakaabot na nila yung Action PH.
Ginagapang, nilalaban hanggang sa pinakahuling pagkakataon. Munti na lang, Kuya Wolf. Maglalapit na naman ang kanilang score. Pero grabe ang efforts ngayon. You still have the gold for Action PH. You still have the money to spend out. At ito na nga, kailangan na natin ng timeout dahil umiinit na ang vapor ng rambutan ni Tatay. Namumula na sila sa galit.
Gigigil na, boss.
Oo.
Nakakaramdam na sila. Alam nila, pwede. Doables.
Mapa namin to sabi nila. And it's time para mabawi ang amin. Sobrang doables. Kita mo yung mga scoring natin. Still, rambutan ni Tatay, triple ulti.
Looking really good. Sa RNT. Consider ngayon ang Action PH. May pera kasi sila Sobrang taas ng streak nila
Oo, talaga nag-snowball
Kasi
yung economy nila Pero
All
parang
things considered,
parang yung efforts, yung errors rather ng APH is minimal. It's just that the RNT, kayang-kaya nila i-punish yung mga simpleng opening na ganun And at this point of the game, itong RNT, hindi na sila nagugulat dun sa mga panonorpresa ng APH. Parang ini-expect na nila lagi. So every time na may mga mapusok na push ang APH, pinaparusahan sila ng rambutan ni Tatay.
Hot sauce tinanggal agad. Yung knife. No idea dito kung sino yung malalim. Hunter's Fury from the defenders. Knowing na may B-side take. Ngayon, nakakuha na isa. Blurred! Duelist out for the count. Napakaganda ng Hunter's Fury naman noon mula kay Ching. Yung pagiging veterano ni Ching dito, nakikita na nga natin. Pero si KFC makakuha na isa. That's Le Magician down for the count. Hot sauce, ang ganda ng angulo.
No jet for both sides,
Kailangan niya talagang, kailangan niya muna mag-back for now.
Nagkakalasunan.
Binabaga dito.
Pero grabe, buhos Buhos sa utility.
Jake! Second kill!
Naku.
Takes out Derek na nag-try na mag-lurk doon sa may gitna. And all of a sudden, nawala ng control dito yung Action PH. RNT. Yun lang pala yung kinailangan nila doon.
Pitas,
Oh,
pitas
back to
lamang
base.
at mukhang si
Pitas
Josh
lang.
is ang susunod na makakuha ng pitas. Yung playground ngayon nasa kanila na and
Kelly.
identifying yung mga possible openings.
30
Kelly
seconds
is
left.
returning the favor pero Ching already did his job. Spending yung kanyang Longa Dog in 2 kills. This time, a 2 versus 3.
Player
Oh!
standing.
Josh! Nakadalawa pa! And Kelly with 70 HP na naspatan pa ni Markel dito. Nasa kanya yung spike. Nakita siya ng isang hip. Rinciasos, siya naman. Merong clear na grabe. Hindi na kailangan Markel to take it out. Abot kamay talaga.
Ang
pangarap.
tagumpay.
RNT, 9 points to 12. Ang dami pa rin pera talaga ng Action PH pero tingin ko hindi sila pwede mag-commit dito sa round na to. They have to give it. Really have to give it.
Kailangan
Nagsimula yung
magpaubaya.
na nakuha ng dalawa. Pero si Micro, buwok. Naipanalo nila.
Book indeed. Slowly but surely. Baby steps ika nga nila noong gaano ngayon nag-iingat ang RNT. Hindi sila yung pupush ngayon, no? Kahit sabihin natin sila yung aggressive ever since nung nakita rin natin sa Pearl kung paano sila mag-defend na dire-diretso lang. Pero this time blurred, Blade Storm, mga one ways, may mga lason, nagkakalaglagan na ng mga utilities. Tamang scan lang, alam na ang impormasyon, stack to parehas ang dalawang kupunan natin. Although si Mark L, pwede siyang mang-mark likod anytime. Pero wala pang death mark para dito sa mga tropa natin sa RNT dahil wala pa rin information na nakukuha at ayun, nasilip yung ulo ni Kelly S. Kaya po Josh S.
May aggressive. Timing could be good! Napakagandang timing naman. No, Mabo nag-outthrow. Kemsi down for the count. Opening na agad. Blur na lang. Ako ng opening kay Hot Sauce. Paspatan dito. Of course, Derek take out Ching with the wall bang. Josh na naman. Pero si Derek, Zugas Wolf, will take him out. Napakagandang read. Makakapag-gamit ko sila dito ng lockdown. 38 Blur. Lockdown. Pati na rin yung Viper's Bit ginamit. Derek, napatumba. Pati na rin si Kelly S. Leveragation. Almost gets the third. Pero
30
si
seconds
Blur,
left.
nagmintis na rin. Micro and Blurred. Si Markel, malaki pa sa race. Le Magician, low HP din sa ngayon. Pumasok sa Viper's Pit.
One
No
enemy
spike
remaining.
nakita! Running it down! Napakahusay mula kay Michael. Mapagpwet pa ngayon.
Markel! The
Kaya
last
ba niyang
member.
patagalin? Kaya ba niyang patagalin ang laban para sa RNT? Is the hope. He takes out one. 1v1 with the great one. Yung Viper's Plate ang niyang mga katapat sa ngayon. Meron siyang dalawang slow orb, pero hindi niya perfect na gamitin. Tumalon dito, Micro, nakaramdam, alam, tama, tumutok, nagkakakitaan. Sa ngayon,
Ayun!
pero si Marco,
na nga.
he finishes it! Action PH, halos mawala na sa kanila yung control, but in the end, they will still take it 2-0 kontra sa RNT.
Close fight, one after another. Double map ang na-witness natin na halos maigapang ng Rambutan ni Tatay. Pero nagawa nilang tapusin. Grabing init nun hanggang pinakahuling moment. Kay Same, yung dalawang jet, nagpakitaan sila ng kanilang kutsilyo, nagbatuhan sila ng mga kutsilyo at pareha silang nawalan ng kutsilyo at the very last moment. Hanggat buhay talaga si Blurred at saka itong si... sino nga ba yung jet nila? Talagang nakakabaliw no? Nakakawala sa hulog yung mga pangyayaring yun. Dahil deserving maipanalo nung dalawang teams na yon kung sino man ang makakuha ng Icebox. Even Pearl, di ba? Kahit hindi natin ma-identify kung sino nga ba ang siyang makakapagpanalo. And Le Magician did really well sa kanya mga appear-disappear. Dahil pagkakuha niya ng isang kill, diretso out kaagad, accompanied by a Viper Orb para maprotektahan siya sa any trade. At yung panimulang bati mula doon sa drone ni KFC at siya ang naging casualty and naging momentum booster sa APH. I mean sa RNT, pero syempre APH studied well, binasa nila yung sitwasyon ng maayos at kumuha lang sila ng mga much needed kill, invested the lockdown in Viper's Pit. at the perfect timing para itulak palayo ang ibang members ng Rambutan ni Tatay.
Napakaganda ng nakita nating laban dito. Na-feel na natin yung Action PH. Sila din talaga yung naunang lumamang up to 7 points sa first half natin. Pero nakabawi yung RNT, and that almost happened din dito sa round. 4 straight rounds going in their favor dun sa last half natin nung pagka-match point doon na Action PH. Kahit mga duelo, nakita tayo ng tig-isang clutch between two teams, pero parang hindi yun eh. Hindi yun feel natin. Parang mas madami pang clutches na nakita natin eventually, di ba? Ganun ka-close nung laban na to. Stats will not tell you the real story of what happened. Napakaganda nung labanan ng dalawang teams na to. Everybody just start to play each other. So wala kita may pagigigil from both ends. Like KDS, pati yung pagsagot ng mga members ng RNT whenever they take out KDS. Nanggigil, nagkaagigilan, talaga nagkaalabasan ng gigil dito. But unfortunately for the side of RNT, tinapos sila ni Micro, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. Napaka-husay na paggamit ng kanyang Viper Spit at yung pag-fake ng kanyang plant, eventually punishing doon si Mark L. Afterwards.
Huwag natin kalimutan, Kuya Wolf, yung last second diffuse na kung saan. Wala doon sa maze. Nakagawa niyang hulihin. Nakakala natin hindi aabot. Pero talagang sobrang commended yung dalawang teams natin na
that's true.
They played really well. Sobrang close, one after another. They really deserve the spot here at VCT.
Beautiful gameplay from both teams na grabe, talagang given it all. Never say die attitude mula sa RNT and Action PH, of course, troubleshooting, winning those duels at nakita nila kung paano kontrahin yung RNT eventually. It wasn't really one-sided affair. Hindi kahit 2-0 siya, parang hindi siya naging one-sided affair. Grabe. But that's it for us. From the Casters Desk, kasama ko si Osiris. Ibabato na natin ngayon kay Mika on the panel.
Yes. Thank you very much, casters. At ayun nga, 2-0 in favor of Action PH. At yung tanong natin kung how long can the main team survive, mukhang naki-question na talaga kung how much they really need to come together as a more serious team than they entered this split with as Arrive.
Grabe talaga. And I think it's not just that. Kasi there were still some really good rounds dito from Rambutan ni Tatay. You saw Ching with the full control play or triple discipline play sa dito sa Peril, and even this one from Eugene S. So there is pieces, there are plays that is giving RNT some really nasty as well as very clean rounds. But the problem I think now for more than anything else is APH have very much been rounded out beautifully by the pickup ng kay Kellyes.
Tingin ko nga yung pwesto ng RNT ngayon is where APH was last split, where this team has incredible potential with the pieces they have and the experience as a collective. But there's just some things that they have to round out, and ayoko maniwala na meme team lang sila. Despite the super lighthearted approach and everything that they bring to the table, because like I said, like our caster said, even though it was a 2-0, it just really did not feel like it was that clean of a 2-0. And Asrai was really highlighting how immediate the impact of Kelly S was to this roster for APH at least.
Oh yes, Kelly S talaga, the past few days he's been really showing just how much value he can bring to this team, diba? He's been top frag consistently kahit anong map. Tsaka kahit na initiator siya or duelist, it doesn't matter. You give this man any role and he can deliver.
I also wanted to point out then it really felt that aside from that, say natin yung praises ng Action PH dito, but I also have to point out somewhat then that they did, a lot of the struggles I think also revolves around Blur. Not to take anything away from how he's been playing, pero I feel like teams have been so used to just how Blur approaches these kind of fights, and it has affected him in the way that there are some of these, positions, peaks that he has na dapat matatamaan niya. But unfortunately, he whiffs, and because of that, they have to take that extra step to even clutch the round. So, at least moving forward, just wanted to this is going to be a difficult time for Action PH if they're going to go up against the other top teams dito sa ating split 2.
I feel like as we mentioned earlier, right, the gravity between Blurred and Kelly S are different now. And kahit hindi sobrang, I guess, pop-off ni Blurred kanina, he still delivered. He still did his job. He gave Kelly S the space they needed. And obviously, Action PH revolved around the team as a unit, right? And of course, there you go, the MVP, Kelly S. Really, I guess, Astray, just add on to your point earlier, and I guess in the light that you did shed, kind of picking up the slack for Blurred, but I digress. Blurred still contributed in bunches, just not the same volume we're used to.
I do have to also point out as well, the Reyna pick really did not work on the side of RNT, no? Pero I do have to commend the second win of RNT kasi APH was at 12 for a while, di ba? Ilang rounds ba yan? They were able to hold that win off for...
That was, what, 12,
siguro mga...
5 ata? 4 or 5 rounds, I think?
Yeah,
Solid.
yeah. Mga ganun nga. And the pressure to be able to perform when alam mo na isang mistake lang and you lose the series, that's commendable. And that speaks to, the veteranship that all of the players on RNT have experienced before. Yung parang nagsasap na yung parang, okay, kailangan ko talaga mag-deliver, kailangan ko talaga i-clutch tong round na to. And I really did feel that for RNT. So parang, okay, it's there. Yung parang the seriousness is somewhere there. And ayun, I hope to see more syempre from RNT kasi alam mo low-key we're cheering for this team just because we want to be able to say their name over and over again. Pero congratulations to Action PH. Superb teamwork here.
Oh, sige. I also wanted to add one thing lang din. Honestly, I feel like Split 2, the narrative here is a lot of our players then that have switched up on their teams, I felt like have found their desired roles or roles that I feel like they will be most effective at, right? Kasi again, we go back to the ito lang ako dyan. Kasi last time, again, we talked about how Kelly S and Eugene S, I think, weren't at the roles that they were kind of wanting sa Sky Empire, especially sa Eugene S. Now that he's on that duelist role, happy to see him back there. Kelly S naman and the others just looking a lot more cohesive. Whether that's gonna turn out into good or bad results still have yet to be truly seen. Separate kasi we still have like a bunch of weeks pa dito sa ating split number 2. But at least it feels like that way, at least for me.
Wow, Asterai, it's not like we pointed out time and time again in our first split that it was gonna be a feeling out to see where the discomforts were, but it's fine. Don't worry about
It's
it.
to continue the narration, man. It's to continue the narrative. You know what I mean? Sure.
Pero ayun nga, despite what these guys are saying about each other, about the teams, about the players, we saw Action PH definitely triumph with a 2-0. The first win of the day dito sa VCTPH Split 2. Day number 3. Mamaya naman, makikita man natin ang Looking for Sponsor versus Zol right after this quick break. Huwag kayong aalis, pabalik ang VCTPH.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the both halves. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Now still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps. Not yet confirmed on the third. But oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered. They're just bound. And they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Now, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Now it's delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Papi Chulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Mojer happen. But Poppy, the evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy and Kato with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy and K on the retreat. Hands up! Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papi Chulo trying to just go through the nano swarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Witz though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And now are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center. Here for Ja. Center resection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Witz again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Witz walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, Wild Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, it's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Now still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps. Not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Witz, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Witz. A 3K in the end. Now, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Now it's delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Witz still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Papi Chulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Mojer happen, but Papi evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy and Kato with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy and K on the retreat. Hands up! Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papi Chulo trying to just go through the nano swarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Witz though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And now are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center. Here for Ja. Center retection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, it's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards that Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps. Not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Papichulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papichulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja in...
Nagbabalik kayo dito sa Day 3 ng VCTPH Split 2, and this time you are here with Fluffy and Riku, as well as me, Tita Mika. Fabs, Fluffy, Riku, welcome po sa panel.
Maraming salamat sa welcome. Alam mo na ba, Mika, yung tandem name namin?
Yeah, brought to you
Akala
by
ko yung sinabi mo
Likeable.
kanina eh.
No.
Ano yung tandem name nyo?
Ikaw nga, Fluffy, magsabi.
Sabi ni Laika, Koofy. Damn.
Koofy.
Yeah.
Okay. Akala ko parang
Reflu.
Okay na yung Koofy. Okay na yan. Baka mamaya kung anong mga combinations yung pag-iisipan ko dito. Pero before anything else, before we proceed, of course, we want to thank all of our sponsors. Thank you very much to VCTPH and, of course, the mothership, Riot Games, because this event is made possible by both Riot Games and VCTPH Philippines.
And if you need to take a coffee break, you can always get some hot coffee, especially when you use Grab Unlimited. Enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't forget that you don't miss out on this free trial for your first month.
Ewan ko ba, sobrang benta nun. Pero of course, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board at Thank you po very, very much.
Very good ka dyan, Fluffy. Baka ililibre kita ng Kofi dahil
Kofi.
dyan.
Yung ba, kailangan ko din kasi 6 p.m. na.
Is this your Kofi time pala?
6
p.m.
Kofi.
Magsisimula na din ang ating second series for the day. This is Looking for Sponsor versus Zol. And both of these teams, they do really need to be able to get this series, to be able to just get on the board dahil wala pa silang point dito. And of course, they really need that leg up because syempre week 1 pa lang pero things can go by very, very, very quickly dito sa VCT. Alam naman natin yan. So let's go straight into it. This is Looking for Sponsor and Zol. And we're gonna talk about this team over here, which actually put up a very, very good showing up against Naos Esports, the so-called Kings of PH. This is Zol Esports.
They might be under a different name, but they're still playing the same game. Zol Esports returns with Naru, Josh F, Batman, Senior, Carl, and Zin. This team has really taken up and stacked well against the best teams of the previous split. Mika mentioned earlier how Naos Esports was the kings, but they were able to dethrone them there on Icebox, the map that Naos was surely statistically supposed to win. So a lot of unexpected things from the low-key usurpers. That is going to be Zol Esports.
Yeah, yung nakita natin na performance ng Zol against Naos Esports, akala natin malaking-malaki yung gap between the top teams versus the rest. Pero I feel like Zol's opening series against, again, the champions nung isang araw, I feel like mataas talaga yung potential nitong Zol Esports. Especially, isa lang yung kanilang kailangan i-adjust when it comes to team dynamics. At yun, I see Josh F that was retained from the previous Zol Esports roster.
Josh F, ang pinsan ni Josh S, tsaka ni ang pamilyang S na si Kelly S, tsaka si Eugene.
O nga, no?
S is the key.
Joke lang. Tsaka may isa pa silang pinsan, si Mark L, di ba?
So true!
Pero yun nga, they will be up against Looking for Sponsor, another team that has stayed together even though they are flying under a different name or maybe even untitled currently. This is a Looking for Sponsor.
Kung ang Zol Esports naman halos retained ang kanilang roster, parehas din ang masasabi natin dito sa Looking for Sponsor. This is practically the same people under Abaddon Abyss sa Split 1, pero they had to re-qualify from the open qualifiers. Same story ang nakita natin before. Sila yung team, again, from Split 1 na if mas mataas yung pressure, mas lumalabas din ang totoong lakas nila. So ngayon, ang feeling ko, ang hinahanap ko sa team na ito ay paano nila mailalabas ang lakas na to sa kahit anong oras. Hindi kailangan laging high pressure all the time.
LFS, they started out Split 2 after a bit of adaptations. With a low score, they're not able to get any map when they play it against APH, but hopefully they do convert it because we know from Split 1 that they're able to climb out of the abyss and they're walking into this really refired.
Wow, I saw what you did there, Fluffy.
Ooh.
On point today with the word play. Very good, very good. Pero yes, it was a frustrating loss kasi the rounds were pretty tight yesterday. And it was a very good match actually between LFS and 8PH yesterday. But ayun nga, they ended up with a loss. And this is actually a very exciting matchup, no? Kasi it's a very interesting matchup too kasi you mentioned, diba, these teams have actually stayed together for quite a while. Imbes na yung mga ibang teams na they've been switching around the roster, it's nice to see the progress, diba, from Split 1 and even way before carry on to this match. So I do wonder what form we're going to see these rosters here today as we get into this series, Fluffy. And I know that you've known them for quite a while, but I feel like, you know, despite the roster having having the advantage of being longer together, both of them, they don't exactly have like maps that pop off. Correct me if I'm wrong here.
I mean, they have a lot of map differences here and there. Generally, Zola's always leaned toward a bit more bigger maps. Like they like to play close quarters too sometimes to that split. But I think that when we look at both teams, especially with our head-to-head, we can see how both of these players stack up because there are individuals that really stand out for me.
Actually, alam mo, nagulat ako kay Zen kasi di ba nag-killjoy siya. And I remember towards the later part of last year, maganda naman yung performance niya on the duelist role. So akala ko he was really, you know, on a roll with the role. Sa Zol. Pero
Okay,
it seems to...
the wordplay.
Everyone with the wordplay, love it.
Pero, I mean, it really seems to be working kasi they gave a really good fight to Naos at napakaganda din ng performance ni Zen.
Oo nga, I feel like again we're looking at a lot of these two players who are extremely flexible and they have all their shining moments and consistency. Pero pagdating yesterday, like both teams struggled against their matchups recently. Si Slalom naman yung nakikita kong sobrang consistent, and twice in a row I believe with their match against Action PH, he was the top fragger. He was a high impact player in his team. So sobrang excited ako to see this matchup on how the team is actually going to play through that kind of impact.
Yeah, impact. That's one word to describe how Slatham plays because he always finds value. If it's that initiator role that he plays, he's not a duelist even, but he always manages to top the scoreboards like Riku mentioned because he's able to use his util well. He's able to support the team, but in his own right, similar to, I guess, how Kilias is with his initiator role, still able to frag out.
Alam mo, like, as I were mentioning earlier about how Exotic is, like, you know, an amazing duelist. And I agree, Exotic is kasi is a kind of different duelist, diba? He's not a very flashy duelist where he knows the right time to strike, diba? Parang like a cobra or something. Pero para sa akin kasi, si Slatham is the one to watch out for. Siya yung parang, yung nagbibigay ng mga flashy plays na usually hinahanap mo sa mga duelists, diba? And as we go into our map vetoes, I'm very curious here because on the side of LFS, like, I feel like they can also switch out and di ba, Fluffy, you say Hydra for Rababs, and depending on who plays, they can switch up the roles a bit.
They can always swap up roles because they have very flexible players. I mean, they also have flexible maps. There's a lot of options. We take a look of how Zol played, and here on Split 2, they have that favor for Split. They're a bit 50-50 on Ascent, and if you include the open qualifiers, also that Icebox is very favorable for them as they took that game off of Naos.
Yeah, I feel like that's the thing, right? A lot of these teams, again, I think Split was the least played map nung nagbago na yung rotation dun sa Split 1. Pero a lot of these teams are finally bringing it out. And gaya ng sinabi ni Fluffy, Zol Esports ay isa sa mga teams na magaling dito sa map na ito. So, curious ako kung LFS will decide to ban Split dahil I believe wala silang record last time sa as Abaddon Abyss. Pero hindi, Iceboxing binan nila instead.
Surprise.
Interesting. Wow!
Yeah,
Shocked!
wow.
Astonished! Lahat na ng
Same.
words lalabas dito. Pero yes, Fluffy, I mean, this is really interesting kasi diba, we were talking about how like usually Icebox and Haven standard picks, standard comfort maps for most of these PH teams. Pero LFS, they're banning it out.
I mean, at least they get rid of Icebox because they saw how Zol played against Naos. And for Zol, I think they really just don't want to play this Fracture map. It seems like their team has always been working out whenever they play a lot of maps and they can just focus up and use their aim to their advantage, which is the strength in a way for Icebox. So moving to a more default map like Ascent, it's kind of just 50-50 for both teams. We know that this map is fairly basic. It has a lot of fundamentals in it. It has a lot of options. It's a great starting ground, which is why it's the first map that Valorant came out with. But also that means a lot of veterancy from these two teams that even though they're under different names, are played against each other. They know and are familiar with how each other play. And Split for LFS. Very interesting because they normally avoid this.
Yeah, gaya ng sinabi natin kanina. Again, there's not a lot of record, at least sa Split 1 nung Abaddon Abyss. They weren't exactly playing a Split back then kahit na open siyang i-pick. So, curious to see dito na ito yung pinili nilang mapa, especially that again they're going up against Zol, who again is, I feel like, one of the really good teams on pagdating dito sa mapang ito. Kaya I'm so curious.
Removing Lotus for Zol also sticks with that same theme of not wanting to play those big maps where you have to watch multiple angles, just like Fracture. But the split for me is a bit interesting because also, if you're the one who chooses to split, you give the side pick to your opponent. So Zol opts to go for the defense, which generally speaking is the more heavily favored side on the map of split. You could have banned this map and kept it as the decider, and I guess in a way you would give that map also the side pick, so you might as well just get it out early. That way you have more options, as Haven is banned out.
Wow. Again, the favored maps dito, the Icebox and Haven, are banned out, pero it looks like they really want to push Zol out of their comfort zone, hindi ba? And our decider map will of course be Pearl dito. Rico, I mean, what do you think, especially since we're going to be seeing Ascent and Split, and I feel like, I have a feeling this can go this either be very, very short or very, very long series.
Yeah, I feel like, diba, sa nakikita natin sa VCT Philippines, there are 3 maps that have very, very strong identities. If Ascent is one of the tried and tested because it's an old map, if Icebox is one of those maps that is a bit inconsistent when it comes to team's performance, yung akala nila magaling pala sila sa map na to, tapos hindi pala. I feel like Pearl is a very big 50-50 because I feel like a lot of the teams are still trying to figure out how to maneuver around Pearl. I feel like it's one of the most difficult maps na nakikita natin sa Split 1, and I feel like it's very, very fitting for it to be the decider map.
I mean, so far, including the OC, the games for LFS at least have been very good on Pearl, so I'm not surprised that they directed that map bans to fall on Pearl where they have the advantage, regardless if they don't pick the side.
And this is going to be very heavy on the defense side. Maraming pressure sa side ng Zol to be very, very defensive because they are starting out on defense on both sides, diba? They need to be able to get that momentum. And I feel like, on the side of LFS, they tend to be very, like, at least from what we saw yesterday against Action PH, no? Pero medyo mabagal kasi sila. They really do want to take their time to kind of throw off their opponent dito. So I'm wondering what the dynamic will be as we step into the series. Pero I'm wondering din kung ano ba yung mga predictions nyo, panel, Fluffy and Riku, which way is the series going to go?
I think for me, I'm going to lean towards Zol. This team is tried and tested from that former NCG roster. One thing they've had above all other teams is really that consistency in this tournament, other events. They've always found a way to be greater than the sum of its parts. And now they have a new cog in the gearbox. They have Josh F to work with. And I think that has slowly improved them. It showed on their Icebox and should show today.
And para naman sa akin, have to agree 100% with Fluffy. I think it's Zol Esports winning this series dahil, again, based on their experience as Split 1, they're very consistent, they're very strong together. And it feels like the addition of these 4 players together with Josh F, parang hindi nasaktan yung team dynamic. Actually, it even added even more. I feel like Josh F has a lot of like low-key highlight plays. So feeling ko Zol talaga sa series na to.
I also think actually it will go the way of Zol just because like of how strong of a showing they were able to show against Now's Esports, and to be able to take a team like that into a very, very close series, or a closer series than we would have expected, I think says a lot about this team. As I mentioned earlier, these teams are constantly evolving. You never really see the same form of the team twice, especially like with how VCTPH is. So I'm eager to see what improvement. Kung yun na yung parang debut ng Zol dito sa Split 2, ano pa kaya yung ipapakita nila dito against LFS. Pero again, these two teams, they have so much to work with, especially since these are rosters again that have been together for a long while. My foundation na sila. All of those are already there and they just have to keep on evolving and improving. We're gonna see how much as we step into this series. So casters, over to you guys.
Good evening!
ladies and gents! Nandito na kayo sa second series sa ating VCT Stage 2. Ako nga pala si Ray. Kasama ko ngayon si partner ko na si Honey Glaze with a double E. At may kita na nga natin ang labanan ngayon na kaabang-abang din at the same time, di ba? Because kanina nakita na natin yung APH versus RNT. Ang lakas ng APH ngayon. Sobrang ibang-iba. They are much better. Hindi na sila shaky compared nung first split natin. Pero ngayon, susubukan muli ang kapangyarihan ng LFS talaga. Kasi kahapon, medyo shaky for them. At ngayon kaya, will it be the same or makakabawi nga sila ngayon?
Ang laking pressure to, Ray, dahil nakita natin sa predictions ng ating mga panelists, ang dami pumabor sa Sor Lagnar. At alam mo kung bakit nanalo na sila dito before nung split 1. Na-mention ito ni Rico, they went up against each other nung split 1 and the regular season as well, kung saan SR Nakage was able to dominate it fully. So, let's see kung ano ba yung mangyayari dahil, ayun nga, nagkaiba-iba na sila dito ng roster. But then again, as you mentioned, nakapag-adjust na rin dito ang LFS.
Sana nga makapag-adjust sila. Pero Zol Ragnar, ang close nga ng match nila against Naos, diba? So, sa tingin ko, marami talaga silang advantage kesa sa LFS. At kung tinignan lang naman natin, Throwback Thursday, yung roster ng LFS roster ng Zol Esports as of now, is yun yung SR Nakage na nananatalo nila parati yung LFS. So, will it be the same? Pero I think yung Zol Esports ngayon, nahirapan lang sila sa Naos, but more so sa ibang mga teams, at tingin ko sobrang powerful pa rin nila. At tingin ko nga malakas yung chance na pwede nila tong ma-sweep kasi yung kanilang experience din naman sa split is better than what I can see against LFS. But then, LFS, they still have a lot to prove sa atin ngayon sa mga games na lalaroin nila. Kasi so far, nakakaisang series na silang natalo sila.
Oo nga it just goes around the topic na kakayanin na nga ba dito ng LFS na matumba itong klaseng lineup na meron na nga tayo dito right now for Sol. Sol has been really consistent pagdating sa kanilang maps and I really look forward dito sa map pool natin, sa map vetoes natin mula sa mga nangyari kanina, yung mga napag-desisyonan nila na papasok sila in split on the second map. At pinili ito ng LFS. But then again, makakaharap muna nila dito yung laking tinik na maibibigay sa kanila dito ng Sol dahil Ascent pa tayo tutungo ngayon. Alam naman na natin kung gaano ka-experience na dito yung mga players from Sol.
Ayo. Pinanganak na tong mga to sa Ascent At tandaan nyo, yung dating nasa SR pa sila. Ito yung map na marami silang maipapanalo. Sobrang close nung matchup nila. Nakakahabol pa nga sila Sobrang surprise factor itong katulad ng Zol Esports, and that's how LFS needs to try and come up with something. Pero looking at that, Exotic right now on that Jet, pero mas malaking question mark sa akin si Hydra together with Slathom ngayon on that double initiator. Pero the same nga sila halos Ang pinagkaiba lang si Senior Carl ngayon ay naka-omen, pero may mga values kasi yan. Mas maraming pagdating ngayon sa side ng Zol Esports, mas maraming flashes kasi may kasamang paranoia. Pero kasi sobrang heavy utility base naman sa side ng LFS. And I think if they'll be able to extract more out of those utilities, pwede nilang ma-stop ang domination ng Zol Esports.
Ganun pa naman yung yung LFS they have the utilities to play around the map para may pigilan nila dito yung pag-entry ng Sol. But Sol kasi, as you mentioned, meron tayong Omen. So it gives a lot of mobility for these players ng Sol. At dagdagan mo pa yung ma-adjust at maibibigay niya ditong suporta kay Zin. We have that blind, we have that paranoia. It gives a lot of satisfaction to see na kapag nag-connect yung paranoia nito, makakakuha sila ng mga multi-kills. At yun yung nangyayari way back then nung nakita natin yung Sol Esports bago pumasok in the regular season. So let's hope for the best for both of our teams dahil malaki-laking habulan ang mangyayari dito ngayon for this series.
Ay, gusto ko yan, yung nagpapahabol.
May habol.
May habol. Pero alam mo kung anong sinabi ni Madam Auring dati? Alam mo yung may kanta siya, ang title, may asim pa. Diba? Dito sa Valorant, mahilig ang mga players natin mag-asim.
Sino bang gusto mo itukoy dito na may asim pa?
Yung mga ano nila, tutok ko, diba?
Akala ko players yung may asim pa eh. Magbuti na malinaw.
Balita ko yung game lab, hindi daw naliligo. Hindi ko sure kung yung LFS, hindi din sila naliligo bago sila laro.
Yun ang panibagong buff.
Yes, panibagong buff. Here it is. Different orgs na nga sila as of now. Actually, LFS looking for sponsor nga sila. And let's see if that's gonna happen. Pero mukhang ang bilis pa ng take ng Zol. Please puntang A-side. Si Zin walang katakot-takot. 44 HP. Sige, press W lang tayo ngayon. Pero that's a good opener with this cloud burst. Talagang tiniis na yung utility ng LFS.
Grabe, sabi niya, iwan pati pamilya para makapasok ng side. Pero at least, makakapag-plant nga ba sila ng spike? We have the reigning shock third na magmumula dito sa LFS. And this is good enough for LFS dahil sa retake na lang dito sila babawi. Pero yung retake na ito, mapupunta pa sa kanila dahil nakapwesto na rin na ang Sol Esports.
Uy. Hala. 8G. Trade-offs lang. Pero lakas naman ng LFS.
Wala! Sinaksahin! Grado!
Tinanda first match pala. First round. Ang aga naman ng pasabog ng LFS na naksakang mga taga Cebu.
That's the Cebu bomb. Sa Cebu gaming sila dun Sandali lang naman nangyari dito na naisahan kaagad sila, natagiliran na kaagad sila dito ng LFS. And understandable din kasi meron tayo nakitang recon. That gave an open opportunity for LFS para makapasok at makakuha ng retake. Alam nila kung paano sila magde-decide right off the bat dahil alam na nila yung positioning dito ng Sol Esports. So unfortunately, even though na ang bilis silang nakapasok ng site, mabilis din silang na retake dito ng LFS.
At ang LFS, grabe naman yung paghantay. Akala ko si Zin palong-palo na Pero, what's the use of that if talagang dadelay yung iba mong makakasama? Diba? So talaga na-read na kagad ng LFS. But hindi din na kasi nakuha nila yung control na maayos. But then, perfect, gets the top, 4v4. Meron pa kasama ngayon si Hyden. Dito po, talagang abot na ng iba. Ibibigay niya pagdating sa kanyang Ares. Pero 3 members left na lang. Coming in from Zol, there's Tatam already na magagalit sa kanya. Pero nga lang, all of it, clean take lang sa LFS. Ang ingay nun.
Ang daming nangyayari. Hindi mo alam kung ano yung mga sprays na binibigay dito from the other side of the map, from the other side of the site. Tapos kung saan naman dito nakapwesto yung Sol Esports. Dahil kita mo, nakakuha ng NT pero na-pre-fire lang din naman kaagad dito ng LFS at ang daming mga bullets na umuulan kaagad sa A-site. So, unfortunately for Sol, ayun na nga ang nangyari. So, back to the drawing board dahil buy round naman na ito ng Sol Esports.
Good for Zol nga naman ngayon na full buy na nga. Pero ako looking forward ako sa LFS under defending kasi this is one of the maps where they really lack a lot here sa may nila, defending nila. At ngayon nga mukhang nag-i-improve. And if they actually shut down tong Zol Esports, which is this is their map pick, I can definitely say na pwede nga ma-clean win to ng LFS. Pero sa Zol, crucial yun kasi kung matatalo man sila sa LFS, dalawa na silang talo ngayon. So parehas silang may pinangahawakan. If they lose this series, they will be having two losses so far in our stage 2. Pero sa mga nagtatanong dyan, ano po ba mangyayari sa mananalo dito, magcha-champion sa LAN tournament? See you guys sa
Secret muna!
Secret muna, magkakaroon sila ng franchise for next year. Ayan.
Yes.
Wala nang ibang stage. Hindi na yung Masters, hindi na din yung Champions. Hindi din sila mag-LCQ. Slot lang papunta next year on the franchise itself. So talagang malaki yan. Pero syempre kakalaban din ng ibang mga taga-impact na Taro. Spots out si V-Black at si Senior ka may winolbang lang, napitas na kagad si Asta.
Tatlo na lang kaagad na natitira dito for LFS. Pero si Slato, medyo tinatry pang mabuhay all the way from backside. Pero ang problema, this is the buy round kasi ng Sol medyo matindi yung mga balang natatamo dito ng LFS. And LFS, they have exotic with that operator. Makakakuha ba siya ng kill? Dahil yun na lang din ang mga magiging tanging tanong natin dito. Dahil I think, looking back into the minimap, magsisave na lang muna siya. So Hydra is just really hoping for any exit frags mula sa Sol. Pero Sol, medyo medyo magastos itong round na ito dahil tatlo yung tumamba from them and Naro is already down to a very low HP.
A lot of questions is what we have. But then, Patman, talagang nilakaran na lang niya ngayon.
Pares lang kasi
Kinaldagan pa nga eh. And that's just it. Exotic will be saving that operator itself. And Zol will be successful in this round. Baka sabi lang nila, okay lang to. Pinalamang lang namin ng onte. But all in all, I'm still proud na itong Zol nga. One of their strengths itong Ascent. So, kailangan talaga nila makuha to against LFS at pa HG. Hindi naman din mahina ang Zol sa split.
Matindi-tindi ito dahil syempre alam mo na yung kung ano yung mga in and outs dito ng LFS. Sol naman ay pabor din pagdating sa kanilang mga nagiging defending sides dahil alam natin kung gaano sila kawais pagdating sa kanilang mga retakes, but then on their attack mukhang naunahan man sila dito ng LFS pero hindi pa rin talaga nagbabadyang magkaroon sila ng comeback. We have them giving a lot agad dito sa round na ito. They are already inside of garage, inside of the site. Yung mga blind dito ni Hydra will make sure that he can get a kill. Nandito naman si B-Black para makapitas ng isa, but then ang question remaining na lang dito is paano pa kaya dito makakapasok ng site ang Soul Ragnar?
Uy, talagang hindi na nakuha si Slatom. And Slatom will be able to take down Patman. And yan yung problema kapag hindi mo tinatanggal talaga o matatanggal yung nasa mismong boathouse. But then, Senior Carl, will this be a clutch? Nope. Sinilip na siya kagad ni Exotic. Surprise! LFS takes this round. At yung nga, ito yung meron pagdating sa parehas na site sa Ascent. If you won't be able to take down those people na kalaban mo na nasa backside, hindi mo talaga makuha yung mismong site. At ito na nga ganda nga rin ng cut-off ni V-Black. Yun talaga yung nag-help. Pero si Slatom talaga, kinuha niya si Josh F, kinuha pa niya kagad si Patman. At ang Zol ngayon, unti-unti silang nawawalan sa momentum. Dahil kita mo, sheriff round na lang sila ngayon, HG.
Wala silang nakuhang round Pero but by all means, pwede naman sila dito makakuha ng mga objectives by getting in those skills. Mabawasan nila yung eco advantage dito ng Soul Ragnar or rather ng LFS. But then the question remains is kakayanin ba nila? Maibibigay ba ng LFS itong mga picks na iniintay ng Sol para naman makaisa, dalawa, tatlo sila dito from their team. But then, look at this. The minimap is just really so clean. They're just really going in cool pagdating dito sa kanilang magiging entries at yung mga picks.
Uy. Si Zind, sana all may riot gun buddy. Paingin naman kami niyan. Kaso, entry lang. Ganda ng disiplina ni V-Black ngayon. Sana di siya makita. Oo nga, hindi siya nakita. So, pwede niya ito makuha. Makuha niya yung pull and he'll be able to cut off one. Pero may follow-up. Not ni Zid, pero still overall. Nandiyan na kagad si V-Black. Pero nga lang Zid, good utility. Nakanyang
Grabe ka naman.
And mukhang maka-counter-eco pa nga nila kagad. Kahit yung pull, maganda mula sa side ni V-Black. The rest is not gonna work. But looks like si Exotic pwede niyang ilabas ngayon ang kanyang watch this or ang kanyang Blade Storm. Pero mukhang kailangan nila malamdaman na merong nasa generator na nakaboost or else this might be impossible for them. Speaking of, nakuha nga kagad ni Senior Carl.
Wow.
At thrifty nga nila ang Zol. Pinaka nag-break doon is yung kay V-Black. Maganda na kagad yung Saki-Saki. Kaso nga lang, medyo na-excite siya pagdating sa kill.
Sayang yon, especially the fact na meron na nga yung opportunity for the side of LFS na magpatuloy yung momentum. Pero ang nangyari lang din is mabagal yung naging sagot nila dito para deny nila yung entry dito from Sol. What I mean by this is nandun nga yung gravity well, but then yung after that kind of push na ginawa dito ng Soul Ragnar, nagpatuloy naman ito for Sol dahil nagko-connect yung mga shots nila. That was a really clean shot mula kay Naro na bigyan niya ng opportunity dito si Zen na makakuha din naman ng kanyang space. Pero this time, sila na ngayon ang nag-aabang. We have Naro going in for that kill. That was a clean bait and switch. Papasok naman dito si Senior Carl, narinig na ng LFS kung saan siya magagaling. Nakatingala na sila para makipag-atrasa na. So now, in that kill or in that engagement, meron na sila pagkakataon kaagad na makapasok ng side pero disiplinado talaga ang Sol.
Ganda ng takes ng Zol, very clean. Sabi ko nga, yung dalawang maps natin ngayon, it's gonna be exemplifying where they are actually good at, if they are better in executing. Almost a mirror matchup nga kung tutusin. Pero V-Black, he still got that pistol against Joshef. Na-trade off lang ni Naru ngayon, pero through the smoke, nakakuha na nga kagad si Zin. Only leaving Exotic together with Slatom enough, but I think that won't be for Slatom already. Trinay ni Exotic i-pull off yung kanyang Blade Storm, pero not gonna connect everything. At yung slow and dedicated plays ngayon ng Zol, sobrang nagmamanifest na din. Ang ganda ng mga entries ni Zind. Nakakuha siya ng first frag, mabubutas niya yung site. Good refrags mula kay Naru together with Senior Carl. And this is how Zol wants to maximize this map pick that they have. Slow plays, but very coordinated. Isipin mo, tong 3 maps natin ay parehas na maps kung saan magaling ang Zol Esports together with LFS. Talagang ang ganda ng map veto natin for the second matchup.
What I also like is, komportable din yung Sol eh. Nabibigyan nila dito ng opening si Zin. Yes, natalo sila for the first couple of rounds, pero alam nila kung paano nila ma-anticipate dito ang LFS. But LFS, will they be able to anticipate what is happening right now sa minimap? Dahil ang pwesto ngayon nila Zin, parang patungo na naman ng 3. Mukhang aabusuhin na naman nila dito si V-Black, pero sila ba ay magwawagi? Maganda rin yung pwesto dito ni Batman pagdating sa mga flanks, but this time, Zin nakakuha na kaagad ng kill. The opener, that entry, might really happen now smoothly para sa Sol Ragnar. Pero nakaisa na din dito si Exotic. Dos na lang ang natira sa buhay niya, pero makakados rin naman siya. Slatom makakahinga pa rin naman na. 2 na lang din ang natitira. Pero ngayon, it's all up to 1. Patman na lang ang natitira. Wala pa sa kanya yung spike. Ano pa ba yung pwede niyang gawin na? Dahil ang dami pang utilities dito na kabila. All over the place, waiting inside of the site. LFS, they pinned down Sol Ragnar. Sila na muli ang may lead.
Grabe. Parang atang hike ito. Yung kalaban nila yung ayoko mang spoil, iba hindi pa nakakanood yung karamihan. Yung kalaban nila yung Nekoma. Ang dikit na laban, Bessie. 4-3. parang lahat ng coordination nila nandyan. Sobrang nakakatuwa na whenever Zol tries to come up with something, there's just a banter from LFS. Then the pacing will change, and now LFS will be able to adjust naman din. And this is good. Considering na itong dalawang teams na to, sobrang they've lost a lot nung nakaraang season nga or nakaraang split. Dito naman sa stage 2, this is really different. So yung LFS, alam mo kapag natitrifty sila, ka-crush down sila, di ba? Pero ngayon, para na-back up pa nila. And that is good to see that they're also facing this very healthily in a way na yung mga mistakes sila, hindi na sila nagpapasok masyado sa mga tilt rounds whenever like you feel ko matitilt na sila, pero hindi pa rin. Ang ganda ng approach na nila nowadays.
Yeah, and speaking of approach, we're approaching this in a way na equal na kaagad dito yung kanilang firepower. And talking about those kinds of pick, inuunahan na kaagad nila dito yung entry ng Sol. Kaya naman ng Sol Ragnar, nag-iinit. Patman with the trade, nakipaghiganti lang naman dito laban sa LFS. But LFS, nagbabakawi na kaagad. Pero naman dito ang Hunter's Fury coming in from Slatom, trying to disrupt everyone na magpaplanta nga dito mula sa kabila. Pero ngayon, with that blind, hindi nila nakita kung nasaan dito si Senior Carl. Ito na yung magiging ultimate lasa na may ibibigay ng Sol Ragnar dahil mapipitas niya si Hydra, and that is a good opener para sa side na nga ng Sol Ragnar to have more chances of winning out this round. Senior Carl is still here all the way from market, pero ngayon nakikipagpersahan pa rin naman na dito si Asta. Jampiran nga lang si Senior Carl though, dahil na-pick up niya pa rin ito. We have Zen together with Naru para dito sa last remaining player na ito from LFS. Pero kakayanin niya ba dito mag-survive? Hindi na yata kasi si Zen nakauna sa kanya.
We can see that the boys from LFS, maganda na sana yung mga trade-offs nila. But then after that null command, mukhang hindi pa naging pabor sa side ngayon ng LFS. Masyado sila nagmadali. Sabi nila, okay, naka-surpress naman yung mga Zol eh. Pero sa Zol naman kasi, tignan mo, ready sila sa mga refrags, tapos nakapasok na din naman sila sa site. At ngayon, si Exotic, palong-palo siya. Actually, mas madami nga siyang frags at hindi siya namamatay compared to Zind. But then Zind, he has the, mas magandang impact na place nga. Pagpasok ng site, makakapita siya ng isa or dalawa, magiging open na yun up to just get the kills against LFS. Pero kahit sobrang palong-palo na exotic, medyo malamig lang si Asta ngayon. Pero let's wait and see pa kung ano pang pwedeng mangyari kasi 4-4. And yet, HG, sobrang bilis ng mga pangyayari.
With Exotic kasi, ang mga nakukuha niyang frags is yung mga initial entries, yung isa sa mga naging engagements or yung isa sa mga pinaminimulan kaagad ng Sol. So, by the time na makita niya dito yung mga entries from Sol, doon talaga siya makakakuha ng pick. Ang trabaho kasi dito ni Zin, make an entry happen, create the space for the team para makuha kaagad nila yung comfortability na nandun na yung duelist nila. So, might as well na sumunod kaagad as backup. At yun na yung nangyayari. Nabe-bait out nila yung LFS and LFS na equalize na naman dito yung kanilang scoreline na natamo, nakuha nila for a lead on this half. Pero hindi pala pa rin ito magiging enough. Still waiting in from any egoistic pick from LFS. Pero Sol Ragnar dito nag-iintay pa rin. Wala pa rin magiging desisyon dahil LFS dito, they're just really taking their time para naman maipit na lang mismo sa loob ng site at pagdating sa kanilang retake, sila pa rin naman ang mananalo.
LFS waiting for this chance. Kaso, tignan mo naman gaano ka-close. Pagdating kay V-Black ngayon, he's trying to make that something. If he'll be able to pull that, that's really good. Or kaya lalagyan niya na smoke yan bago umentry ang Zola. Pero nga lang, hindi pa nila nakuha yung surprise na information. Pero maganda yung pull niya kagad. Sisilip siya ng isa. Hindi niya makakuha kasi low 1 HP. Magbe-bail out siya. Hindi niya in-expect. Hindi nila kasi nakuha yung kanilang control sa may doors papunta galing sa copy. And all of it is just gonna go down. Hydra is trying to seek something. And no, it's not gonna work. At ito pa, kanina bang problem to ng LFS? Sobrang butas parate yung 3 side nila, yung copy nila. Hindi nila dinededicate yon to have one man over that. Kasi tignan mo si Zin, nakakapuslit lang siya parate. Galing sa may mid, papunta sa copy, tapos makakapitas na siya kagad, papunta sa doors.
What also happened there is na smoke off yung 3. And then, nagkaroon na nga sila kaagad ng follow-up. Yung attention kasi namuo all the way from A main. Akala natin lahat na naka-dedicate tayong lahat dito sa gagawin ni V-Black kung tatama ba yung shots niya. And then, the surprise came into play. Nung nandito na kaagad, binigyan niya na follow-up dito yung Sol Ragnar para problema ang LFS kung ano yung uunahin. Pero ngayon, sila ay inunahan na nga kaagad with a pick, with a kill. Patman ang tumumba, walang magiging anti-flanker dito for LFS or for Sol Ragnar. But then again, makikita mo naman na maingat pa rin dito ang Sol from trying to decide kung anong site ang kukuhanin nila ngayon.
That's something that Zol has in place for us every time. Sobrang laki na surprise factor. Pero the fact na wala na si Patman, wala na kagad turret, wala na kagad nano swarms to help them habang mag-retake itong mga tropa natin mula sa Zol. And right now, sa Zol, yung approach sana nila, biglang nag-miss out. And that's a good play din mula kay V-Black. Kahit kalahatian siya ngayon, at least alam na niya saan magagaling itong mga kalaban niya. Pero while that is happening, konting reheat lang naman kagad. Nilabas na din kagad yung blade from Hitags 1. Won't be able to get it. And Kislaton pa nga napunta yung kill. Trade with Senior Carl. Pero undermad na sila. Pero may good call na para mag-rotate with the help of his ultimate. Pero ngayon, Josh has him down. And it's up to Senior Carl to play this.
Senior Carl with the TP out. Nandito siya ngayon sa Speedway. Makikita niya nga ba yung dalawa? Nakaabang na si Exotic sa kanya. Pero too late! He reacted on time pero hindi naging enough. Yung mga shots niya to take down Exotic. Hindi niya nauluan. You should have gone on with the head. Pero hindi pa rin pala ito magiging sapat. Exotic! Equalizing this once more. LFS, nakakahabol, makakakuha na nga ba ng lead ngayon. They have a lot of buys, they still have a lot of eco, pero ngayon, Sol Esports, patuloy pa rin naman ang ekonomiya nila. But then again, on that round, sayang kasi. They have what it takes to clutch out that round para sa side na nga dito ni Senior Carl. But then again, yun nga the luck is really on favor of Exotic.
Ganda. Saving grace na naman. Si Slathom muli. Ito si Slathom. Sa mga moments mo siya may kitang mag-pop off ng sobra kapag kailangan na kailangan mo nga siya. Bigla na lang siyang, boop! I can already make the skills workable and that's really good to see naman. Coming from him mismo. Pero Exotic waiting sa kill ngayon. He punishes out one, bails out. Kahit nakuha siya ngayon ng life, he will try to get that second. Tries to push in through that cloud burst. Pero while that is happening, some of them is getting that heavy push upon mid. Pero inaabangan niya pa rin yung next na magpapakita sa kanya. But there's just the smoke. Hindi talaga siya ngayon titignan ng mga taga-Zol because most likely they are aware that they are gonna be the ones being punished by LFS. Oy, inasin!
May timing! Partner, nakapaklaso na ka-rin agad dito sa gitna, kaya naman sila yung namumblema na. 3 laban sa 4 na natitira. Exotic, may operator naman na hawak pero hindi na-flick pataas. It's all up to Hydra. Mukhang mahihirapan na rin naman na siya dahil sa 4 pa to na makakalaban niya at aram na kung saan siya manggagaling. We have a head popping off all the way from that side. Pero then again, Patman, the ultimate lason from Sol Esports, was able to take him down from the back. Hindi nalalayong makahabol dito or makakuha din naman ng comeback ang LFS na makakuha sila ng 6-6 style. Yun yung lagi nangyayari and I love how Exotic played out this round. Dahil nakita mo na iniiba niya talaga dito yung tempo. But then again, ito yung naging sagot kaagad ng Sol Esports. There was just enough frags for them to get in para sa round na yon at sila na ngayon na may lead.
At ito pa, yung nakakatuwa sa dalawang teams na to. Sobrang dikit ng Ascent map nila. Dati this has been like really cold for them kapag may iba silang kalaban na teams. Pero ngayon, sobrang showcase talaga ng what they improved along the time before they entered stage 2 mismo. Pero Josh F also, he took down 2 miyembro kagad from LFS. And now it's up to the 3 members na lang to finally manage something. Pero looking at their guns right now, sobrang disheartening to kasi kita mo naman, disadvantage na nga. Tapos, tinatry lang na lang magpilit ngayon ng mas close na range against Zol just in case pwede silang makapitas pero hindi inayaan ng Zol iyon.
Hindi nga sila kaagad umentry, ano? Dahil alam nila yung ganitong klaseng mga pakana ng LFS that one will be baiting out ng info, ng contact para naman yung isa yung sumunggab sa kanila. And hindi ito nangyari, hindi ito pinagbigyan. Kaya there is a lot of time, there is a lot of chance pa para sa side ng Sol na mag-rotate, makuha nila yung A-site, maipanalo yung kanilang postman. Now, we have that Hunter's Fury clearing out the side, making ang entry. Patman makakakuha pa ng isa. V-Black ay tumamba. 2 na lang natitira, pero out of nowhere, Asta! Gamit lang din ang stinger niya, ay nakakuha siya ng kill dito laban kay Sen. Pero worry not, para sa Zol Esports, 4 pa rin naman sila. Umuulan pa dito ng mga shock darts. Sender Call will be going in with the TP. Patman with the lockdown. Huli na ang lahat para sa dalawang ito dahil Sender Call nakakuha na rin naman ng ulo. Asta na lang ang natitira dito. 97 HP. But then, the lockdown pushes him back. Mukhang munti ka pa siya matitain dito. Pero ano pa ba yung magagawa niya? Lalo na't ngayon, the time is already ticking. 3 or 4 players pa ang natitira. Nag-aabang. Alam na kung saan siya manggagaling na. Kaya naman si Patman ang nakatingin, ang nakakuha sa kanya. So, 7-5, hindi na naging masamang round na ito or half na ito para sa LFS.
Oo, well and improved. Pero, let's not forget, this Zol team, kapag dating sa Ascent, sobrang ganda ng defending side nila. At yan yung kailangang abangan ngayon ng LFS. Gising na gising nga si Zinde. 16-9, diba? Yung mga jet natin ngayon. This is really workable for both of them. But what I am scared of is that what will happen right now sa LFS on their attacking. Kasi kanina, sobrang utility base nga pagdating sa defending, diba? Pero pagdating naman ngayon sa setup ng bawat side, to just take down Zol. Will it be the same or not? Kasi si Zin ngayon, sobrang powerful. He can just play it out with his jet. But if LFS won't be able to get that good read tsaka step up, mukhang pwede silang ma-GG ngayon against Zol.
Hirap nga Kasi sa Sol Esports dito, alam nila kung paano kaagad mag-adjust. Lalo na kapag na-anticipate na nila dito yung plays ng LFS and then the LFS, parang nag-shutter agad yung kanilang strategies. But will that be happening? Dahil si Slatom, nakakuha kaagad ng kill. Zin is down, but there was no follow-up. 3-9 naman dito ni Senior Call, pero huli na kaagad ang lahat. Huli na yung pag-pick niya. So, kompleto pa rin dito ang mga players from from LFS and they're trying to make something happen dito sa garage going to be. Pero ang problema, Ray, ang daming utilities. So now, they have the stars already in place. That's the turret. Tinawag pa sila ng alarm bot. Nandito pa kaagad yung pagpasok na nga ng knife. We have the shock darts already raining all the way from the vantage point. Maulo pa dito si Josh F. Patman naman, tinatry niya makasurvive. Pero hindi pa rin pala ito maging sapat. Dalawa na lang ang natitira dito mula sa kabila. Pero kakayanin po kanila dahil hinahanap na sila dito ni Asta. Asta! Nauluan si Senior Carl. Naru na lang ang natitira.
Naru. Alam mo yung name ni Naru, parang sa anime yan eh. Nakalimutan ko lang saan eh. Diba? And Slathon takes him out. The LFS. It's not over. Baby, it's alright nga. Sabi nila, I will be by your side. December Avenue yung kumanta nun, diba? Tama ba ako, guys? Hindi ko alam. Sa mga nanonood, pakiconfirm na lang eh. Hindi ko tanda eh, sorry. Ang alam ko lang talaga yun yung All Too Well 10-minute version ni Taylor Swift.
10-minute version. Paulit-ulit lang. Pero paulit-ulit na rin itong nangyayari, Ray. 7-6. Parang nangyari na rin eh. First half, nakaka-lead Sol Esports, then bawi ang LF magiging equal. Tapos ngayon, makaate sila ng Sol Esports dahil na-detect sila eh. So tingnan natin kung yun ba yung mangyayari dahil byround naman na ito ng LFS. Pero sus ko naman, naunahan na kaagad. Uy, bakit maharap yung dash niya? Maling click ang nangyari sa Tol. Exotic was able to deny him. So now, it's equal 4v4.
Opo, HG. Ganun kasi ako mag-jet. Kitang-kita talaga yun. Abot talaga hanggang langit. Pero for Zol, this can be a chance nawala si Exotic, nawala si Asta. Wala nga lang, di nga lang nila makuha yung guns because of what they did here in mid. But this is promising for Zol kung sakasakali they can still back it up. Pero medyo nawawalan lang sila ng strength at times. But all of it, I think this is a huge advantage that they can get along the way against LFS. Pero LFS, tatlo pa naman sila. They need to maximize it. They have the stars. They have the night suppress. They have the shock dart. Meron pang recon bolt. At yan yung kailangan nilang pakita ngayon against Zol or else it might be too late.
Really is too late dahil nandito na ngayon, LFS inside of the side. Nandito din yung gravity well pero hindi pa rin ito enough para naman din makakuha ng isa. There is the right click from Patman. Dalawa na lang natitira pero Patman dos na lang ang natitira din naman sa kanya. Ang gastos ng round na yun, LFS lost 3 players on their team on their buy round. And Sol Ragnar or Sol Esports, they have a bigger chance para ma-dominate na nga itong susunod na round na magkaroon na naman ng lead. Sayang itong round na ito na pwede na sana pumabor sa Sol Esports. Lalo na nang sinimulan dito ni Zen yung pag-kill mula sa LFS. Nagatihan lang siya with a trade mula doon sa mali niyang naging push or mali niyang naging dash. And then there was also the fallout na nagmumula sa mid. So it came layering down para sa Sol Esports para manalo, para makakuha ng magandang objectives. And then it was really such an unfortunate event dahil LFS medyo kulang sila sa buys ngayon. Look at this, 3 players lang yung mga naka-classic.
Talagang sakit nito sa LFS kasi sila pa yung nalugi, di ba? And Zol finally gets at the good round. Kaso all in all, hinintay lang naman nila tong round na to eh. It's still big for them kasi nga, kanina, 2-round lead, pressure pa nga yung pistol for them, and now they were able to handle it. And sabi ko nga, itong dalawang to, heavily relying sila pagdating sa kanilang defending. Pero sa LFS ngayon, good step up to mula sa kanila. All of it, if it's gonna be coordinating well sa kanila, looks like Zol might be having a hard time. Pero here it goes. The next naman ngayon is full ba yung Zol? So dapat talaga malaki yung advantage nila kaysa sa LFS for this round.
Ang nangyari nga lang din kasi, no, LFS taking their time, they're just really trying to find out the utilities na paninimulan dito ng Sol Esports para mahanap na nga ba kung nasaan dito ang LFS. But then LFS, kung sila pa dito yung nagbigay ng impormasyon laban sa Sol Esports, nakuha ng molly na makapagbigay ng kill or makapagbigay ng damage dito laban kay Patman. That is so unfortunate para kay Naru dahil napatay lang siya dito gamit lang ng ghost and then Asa went in with the sheriff. Then forward laban kina Hydra. It's all up to one. Still dito ang natitira pero hindi niya makikita kung saan ba dito nanggaling na si Exotic pero naramdaman niya na kung nasaan dito si Exotic. Pero then again, V-Black was there to follow up. That is a good lead para sa side ng LFS dahil kahit na wala sila sa full buys, Seoul Esports pa rin ang hindi nakakuha ng round na yon, ang nakuhaan pa ng free upgrades.
Time out. Hoy! What a turnaround sa LFS ngayon. Kita mo naman na sa Zol experience ngayon, sobrang shaky na nangyayari sa kanila. Every time they pick off itong KO. Alam mo, usually kung nagkaroon lang sila dito ng initiator kung saan si Patman ay naka-fade, siguro it could have been different. Because I've always loved Patman. Pagdating kapag gumagamit siya ng kanyang fade, he's one of the best fade users. And sana nagamit nila yun sa Ascent. Pero hindi nga nangyari yun. Exotic right now, fires it up. Patman is gonna go down. And seems like LFS is just denying Zol as of now. Kahit akala natin Zol ang may pag-asang manalo kasi nga ang dami ng experience with this roster together. But there's nothing you can beat with a team who's craving right now for that win, diba? At ngayon, retake na naman ang gagawin ng Zol kung saan kulang-kulang sila pagdating sa mga baril na yan.
Nakakuha pa rin naman daw si Zend ng kill. Alam na nila kung saan manggagaling dito yung manggagaling or yung manggagaling dito from garage, pero Senior Carl was able to still pop up ahead. Slatom, winner walk back, gets it one, pero ito na lang din ang natitira sa kanila. Dalawa mula sa kabila. Josh F with another with just the sheriff. He takes down another, pero Senior Carl, it's all up to Hydra, pero Hydra, what can you do now? Can you play? 17 na HP na lang natitira. So there's a lot of advantage for Senior Carl. It's like 8-8 agad ang scoreline and stripped it out and went clean for Seoul Esports na magpatuloy mamayagpag sa round na ito, sa half na ito, kung saan nauudlot yung kanilang mga types na makukuha ito, may papanalo laban sa LFS. Sayang lang. Dahil LFS, they had their guns, they have the bigger chance.
Ay, sana nag-buy time siya. Diba? Tapos nag-through the smoke, pwede ganun. Pero grabe, sana na lang lumabas siya ng boathouse. Tapos doon niya kinuha since naka-plant naman sa kanya at the same time. But then, may pagka-shaky lang doon. Yung LFS sa 1v1 situation, medyo bigla sila nagpapahinga. At ngayon ang Zol, sila naman ang magpapaihip ng hangin. Whoever loses this will need to force on that thrifty. Hindi talaga sila mahilig, hindi na sila makakabil later on if yan ang nangyari. But Zol, I am happy to see them as instant as this. They lose one round, medyo heartbreaking. Pero the next round, magiging worth it pa rin naman pala.
They still have the buys, they still have guns, they can still play in for time, pero it's all up to LFS kung ano yung magiging pasok nila dito. We have that utilities already setting up here in 3. Naro nagparamdam na detect agad ng Aldrom, pero nagdadalo ang isip na naman umentry dito ang LFS. Umuulan ng mga mollies ng shock cards, pero kasi ready na rin naman na yung crossfires dito ng Sol. Inside of the site, Senior Carl makes on one. Make on that first move. Naro dito maho-hold off, but then wala na dito yung smoke. Makakapasok na nga sila, pero mapapawasan pa rin naman ng isa. Pero makakasagot na din naman na sila ng tatlo. Pero tatlo na lang din matitira sa kanila. LFS still doing their groove to get inside of the side. Post-plant. Magiging pabor nga ba ito dahil si Joseph ay papasok na, nakakuha pa ng ulo laban na nga dito sa Seoul Esports or rather sa LFS, and now they're taking their time para laruin na nga lang ito for the retake ng Seoul Esports.
This is so sad to see. Okay na sana si Exotic, kaso sinurprise siya. Pero maganda to kung na ma-figure out ng LFS na pareha sa ibang babagsak mula sa even side. They might get it. What's gonna be 1v1? Wala na si Astang! Diyos ko po, wala na siyang bala, guys. And right now, Joseph, sometimes he loses, but most of the time, he wins those 1v1s. And there he is. He carries the team once again. Pero yun ang mahirap planted kasi nasa hell sila parehas. Yun talaga yung problema. Siguro kung may isang nag-aabang sa Jenny, that could have been different. But yet, Zol, 3 consecutive rounds na sila ngayong nananalo. Or rather, 2 consecutive rounds. 2 consecutive rounds.
Hirap. Yun nga ang sinabi mo, pagdating nga sa repositions nila or sa post-man positionings nila, naunahan sila ng Sol for that retake, for those crossfires. Naunahan din ang pick-off nila dito against one player na nakasama nila throughout those pauses or throughout those kind of mishaps na kaya na sana nila dito manalo. They have their numbers, they had a lead, but then again, Seoul Esports, they know what to do. Kahit na may lead dito or kahit na may numbers advantage yung LFS. And LFS, I think shatter na unti-unti yung kanilang mga gigiging strategies, nag-move and forward dito sa first and second half. Lagi sila yung may lead, but then Seoul Esports, the moment na mabasa na nila ito from LFS, nawawalan bigla ng apoy na naglalayab na nga dito, nagliliyab na nga dito for LFS. So now LFS, together with Seoul Esports, matutungo lang muna tayo pare-pareho sa technical pause.
Technical pause, HG. Ang
What's
haba
new?
pa talaga ng what's new. Ang haba nga naman talaga ng gabing to. Ayaw magpabigay, guys. Unforgiving in short. Ay, big shoutouts nga pala sa mga nanonood sa amin ngayon. Friday na, guys. So, bukas wala na naman pasok. Alam niyo, after ng VCT, alam meron?
Naalala ko tuloy yung yung pinost ni Likeable. Sabi niya sa post niya, salamat, Honey Glaze, at Biyernes na ulit.
Ay, yan yung other term for hot pot. Diba? Hindi ko na sasabihin kasi bad tayo mapag-ano dyan eh.
Pareho ng trabaho
Oo, maano
okay
tayo.
na.
Si Pidea nandyan. Okay? Ma-GG bells tayo. Pero ang next na na-appreciate ko ngayon din ay leading na nga ang... ay, ngayon guys, ito yung last day natin. Next week tayo magkikita-kita. Panoorin nyo VPL. Yan. Support din natin yung mga APAC teams natin. Good luck nga pala sa Paper Rex. Sorry, Mind Freak, pero bayan muna bago ang sarili. Zin takes down the shot. Asta is gonna shot down. There's the thing from Exotic. Masyado na-excite si Josh. Pero Zin, once again, palong-palo with that operator na Diaz. Slapper gets the top with his Guardian. At ngayon na kasi Senior Carl, may kasama na nga kagad ngayon na kanyang ultimate.
Ayun.
Pero nga lang, the tap work. It's gonna be 2v2.
2v2, nakapasok na rin naman na ng site dito ang LFS pero wala silang idea kung nasa ba dito si Senior Carl pero Senior Carl ang unahan pa rin naman siya. Naru, kailangan natitira with that pop test. Malalaman niya yung ulo dito ni Bimla pero hindi pa rin magpapabor. Yun dito yung mga bala niya para makuha din yung ulo ng pangalawa. It's still a 99 scoreline. Kaya nga lang din dahil it turned out so good sa mga umpisang round or sa umpisang segundo dito ng round na ito for Seoul Esports. Ang nagkatalo lang tayo is nauuluhan na thrifty round sila ng LFS. And LFS, I loved what they did. They just made it out Seoul Esports kung saan sila nakatago. Kahit napitas sila dito na Zen, hindi pa rin natatalo or hindi pa rin nawawala yung firepower nila to get inside of the site that they needed that round para magpatuloy, para magkaroon ng momentum. One thrifty round makes a lot of statement, makes a lot of changes laban sa Seoul Esports dahil sila na ngayon ang mapapunish to an eco.
This is really good from LFS. Alam mo yung mga rounds, even if medyo malamig si Asta to get rid Hydra, si V-Black na naman, HG. Ilang rounds na ba yung napapanalo niya parate whenever LFS is struggling? And right now, it's a 9-9, a very long games indeed pagdating sa dalawang to. May mga talo sila at ayaw na lang matalo ngayon sa series na to, syempre. Pero looking at it, kay Nairo nga together with Josh F, they really need to step up more kasi si Senior Carl lang talaga together with Zin. Yung nakikita din natin nagtatrabaho sa side ng Zol. Ang dami talagang missing parts sa parehas na teams kaya sobrang dikit din nung laban mismo.
Yeah, kasi hindi mo rin masabi pagdating sa mga eco eh. Seoul Esports, they have been proving to us na kaya nilang pumitas ng ulo, kaya nilang ma-mind game dito ang LFS to the point na LFS nawawalan sila ng tutok kapag nakakatapat sila nila Zin. Tingnan mo naman, Zin na naman with initial frag. Kailangan na lang nila dito ng pantundok at matapos at magkaroon na naman ng lead laban sa LFS. Lalo na they started off good. Ang magiging problem lang dito is kung magiging kumpiyansa sila pagdating sa retake. Now making an entry, LFS, they're going to try to take on to B. That's the recon. There's one already detected. Nag-cosmic divide pa sila para makapasok. Pero na yun, yung Aldron na po ay makakakuha ng info. Pray and pray lang ang ginagawa ginagawa dito ni B-Block, but unfortunately, si TA pa rin ito magaganap para sa kanyang mga pabor. And now, Zen going crazy. Natumba yung spike all the way from Speedway. Hindi ito madampot ni Asta dahil ang layo-layo niya pa. Mabubuhay pa na lang dito si Naro. So this is a good addition for Seoul Esports na magkaroon na sila ng numbers lead dahil 3 na silang natitira dito sa loob ng site. Wala na kaalaman lang si Asta kung sino ang naghahanap sa kanya.
Asta, where are
30 seconds
you?
left.
Diba? Yun talaga. Pero may flash na nanggaling mula kay Naru. Pero wala pa rin marireveal as to where Asta is. Pero may nakabang mga sa kanya kaagad. And Joseph takes him. And Zol again. On those crucial rounds, we are reminded that every time it's a thrifty, nakikita mo kung sino may mas better experience. At mukhang Zol na naman muli yun.
Kitang-kita mo na iniiba nila yung tempo. Pagdating nila on the eco, they will be popping heads. At hindi natin maikakaila that there has been a really good situational combat dito na dinadala or binibring up to the table ng Seoul Esports pagpasok ng LFS or pag nakuha na nila yung info from LFS of whatever site they will be taking. There's Naru for the kill. Nandito naman yung pillar bilang si Patman to get in that pick off or that kind of situation na maho-hold back nila ang LFS from trying to get inside of the sites. And then, LFS, nawawala talaga na todo kapag nakakatapat nila dito si Zen. So now, by the meantime, they are on an eco. Madedetect dito si Exotic. Alam na kaagad ni Senior Call kung saan siya magaganap, kung saan siya magpuput ng Asta. Dahil sa mga naging taratang moment sila, nakakuha pa rin naman ng isa. 4v4 na kaagad ang laban.
Hirap na hirap ngayon ng LFS. Zol is just built different. Patman forces already that lockdown para matrap inside sila. So kailangan siya puntahan ng mga miyembro nila ngayon. Mag-audition ata sila sa harapan. And now Naru gets the Hydra as right now, Zol leading by 2 already. Ang ganda ng call ni Patman pagdating sa lockdown na yan. Kahit na miss natin siya as an initiator. But on that killjoy itself, very effective nga. Kaso lugi nga rin kasi sa baril itong mga taga-LFS. At ngayon sa full buy nila, magiging 11-11 make-a-wish ba to? Or talagang magsastruggle ang LFS all throughout against Zol and this map pick by Zol Esports.
Alam na talaga nila itong mapang ito, no? Parang alam na nila yung bawat angulo na kailangan nilang i-push, kung paano nila dito i-retake yung mga site, kung paano nila madedenay at mauudlot yung momentum na nabubuo na for LFS. Yun yung nakukuha dito ng LFS. They have the great momentum starting off this half, pero napuputol na uudlot dahil sa Seoul Esports na nagpapapos dito si Batman. There's also Zen, and then yung mga strategy nila ay yung movement forward pa, dahil nakapick na naman sila Batman. Zen! That is 2 players! B-Block na nga natitira. Another operator pick na ginawa din na ni Zen. At kita mo naman yung pag-multitask after niya kumuha ng 3K. Nag-comment, nag-alt tab sa comment section kaagad dito sa live. Hello daw, kamusta?
Sabi niya, HG, hello, it's me.
Diba?
Pero alam mo, saan ako na-amaze dito sa Zol? That thrifty round really shifted a lot. That could have been a win coming in from LFS, and yet pinakawala nila. And Zol took that opportunity, took that chance to take them out, and look at that. Sila na ngayon yung match point. Pinakitaan tayo ngayon ng mga tropa natin mula sa Zol na kahit crucial yung rounds, they're still able to make it alive, and that's really good to see. Slatham right now, Josh F tries to get the kill. Dalawa na nakuha niya, and it's all up to Hydra together with Exotic as this is gonna be a 2v3.
2v3 nga kung saan hindi na nga talaga pumapabor dito ang lahat ng mga nagaganap dahil it's still a winnable round para sa Seoul. They already have implemented the pressure laban sa LFS dahil they are on a match point. And LFS, what are they going to do now? Nandito sila ngayon all the way from outside of the site to play for the postman. Natatakot sila dito sa mga warning shot na binibigay ni Zen pero hindi sila magpapabait out. They still have the molly. Meron pa silang flash dito for Hydra to use at makuha nila yung pick pero kalahati na yung defuse. They're just waiting out those pick na magmumula from LFS. Molly pinatunak, na sa Hydra. Makikipag-bardagulo na nga kay Zen. Yun ang magiging question natin dito dahil now down to 19 HP. But then with a double pick, nag-coordinate ng gusto dito ang LFS para maipanalo, para huminga pa, para makasurvive for another round pa dito sa half na ito at hindi maibigay itong mapa ng Ascent kay Seoul Esports.
Wala pa. Hindi pa tapos, HG. Ang best part. Natawa ako ng si Asuray guys ng picture niya dati. 6 years ago versus now. Tingnan niyo na lang sa Twitter niya at Asuray Gaming. Kaya na mag-judge. Ako ayoko mag-judge because only God can judge me. So yan. Pero ngayon, alam mo kung sino mas mahuhusgahan natin. Kumabol ba ng LFS ngayon din dahil hindi nga imposible gaya nga sinabi ko natin kanina. But then Zin, ang bilis naman nun, mas mabilis pa sa speed at mas mabilis pa sa fast. Ang Zol kanina, naging shaky lang, naging excited lang sila kasi dun sa pagkuha ng frags. Pero ngayon, the fact that Slatham is not around already. LFS, what's the next step?
Yeah, yun nga eh. Apat na lang kagad sila natitira. Wala silang other player na makakapag-detect ng info bukod kay Hydra. Dahil ngayon, wala silang katulad ng Recon makakapag-spot and ng positionings na i-commit na ngayon ng Seoul Esports. They don't have Slatom anymore. So now, medyo magiging shaky yung kanilang entry. Hindi ko sinasabing hindi ito magiging imposible ito for them to create an opening. But then, it's all up to them kung paano nila dito i-decide na mag-A or mag-B ba sila. Dahil mid-take is just really open for them to take. But the question remains is, kakayanin ba nila dito ma-cut off yung rotations ng Seoul Esports? Dahil ngayon, papasok na muna sila sa patibok. We have the smoke, we have the paranoia, there's the free fire. Pero alam ba nila kung saan dito? Pupunta si Naruto to get a messenger call! Finishing it off with that operator shot coming in from Zen. Altab na naman sa low Twitter. Sabi niya dito kaagad para may panalo na nga dito ang kanilang round, ang kanilang map from LFS. Seoul Esports takes the victory.
Zol, alam naman natin ng experience is key and they can do that. At nangyari nga kagad ito. At kita mo naman, sobrang lang sila. Sobrang relax lang, chillings lang. Pero ang malaki talaga na nakita natin ngayon mula sa roster na to mismo is that the experience. That one round, it lifted them up. Hirap na sila sa LFS sa second half at the same time. Talagang palong-palo na din si Exotic. Pero nung nakita natin na they were like, okay, this round, bigyan natin sila ng bagong twist here in Ascent on our defending. Tapos workable pa yung kay Zen with that operator. Lahat nag-connect. Tapos nung sa round na Thrifty na kailangan ipanalo ng LFS na wala na naman sila ngayon sa momentum and Zol took that into the hands of LFS and now we are in to the 13-10 score.
Sayang no, dahil meron nang nagiging momentum dito eh. Nagke-create na ito unti-unti for LFS na may pagpatuloy. Pero one thrifty round turned a lot of things. Changed a lot of possibilities for Seoul Esports na matuldukan itong mapa na ito. Sayang naging habol din dito ng LFS dahil we know for a fact that they are capable to do so. But then, magpapapaw si Zen. There's the operator shots coming in from him out of nowhere na napakabilis. Sig-bilis nga ng quick, sabi mo kanina. At alam mong hindi nakapag-react agad or hindi nakapag-decide agad dito ang LFS kung ano yung gagawin nila next. But then, it's just really crazy often answers na naging back and forth na dito within the scenarios of LFS and Seoul Esports. Masasabi mong great matchup talaga itong second series na ito.
I am just so happy that Zol, even on their match with Naos, nahihirapan sila pero close pa rin. At ngayon sa LFS, di ba? Medyo shaking nga to. Akala ko this is going to be a kind of one-sided against LFS but still they retain that. But for LFS talaga, nag-improve sila dito sa Ascent map nila and I'm happy to see how they want to perform more. But the next question is, will it be the same performance as what we've seen from this team sa mismong map nga against LFS on split? Kasi nung nakita nga natin, ang lakas nila dispenser nung nakalaban ng mga taga Zol ito and still they won against them. So it's not impossible for Zol to deliver later on, but we have some of their members there in delivering a lot of wins talaga. At for the fact nga na yung mga last frags, napaka-importante sa Zol. Buti na lang tayo na panindigan nila yung mga retakes nila together with their post plans along the way here in Ascent map. At ngayon nga, pupunta tayo sa gusto nating i-cast. Never pa natin kinasta muli HG. We're gonna go into split.
Yeah, malalaman natin kung ano yung mangyayari sa kanila later on. But then again, that map, that game itself, what a banger na binigay dito sa atin ng Seoul Esports. Dahil bukod sa mga factors na nakakahabol nga dito, yung LFS, there was just really a time na nasa-shutdown sila. But then again, sino ba ang nakapag-deliver the win with Grab Unlimited? None other than Zed, my idol. Look at the shots. Look at those precise positionings na kinocommit niya dito laban sa LFS to the point na hindi na nga matunton ng LFS kung saan siya dito nakapick, kung anong nakaabang na para sa kanila. Exotic nga lagi dito nauunahan pagdating sa mga pick-offs, diba?
Oo. I love how Zinda performed once again. Those entries are perfect. Very flawless talaga. Mas magaling na yung Zinda na nakikita ko ngayon sa stage 2 compared sa mga previous tournaments na kinast nga natin siya. And I'm looking forward with what will be their agent selection sa split talaga. Kasi nga, mapick to ng LFS. But we can't deny that these guys from Zol Esports are good. And when we go to Pearl nga, ganun ang mangyayari. But right now, guys, we're gonna go in a short break. When we come back, pupunta tayo sa split. Ako nga pala si Ray with 100 Degrees with a double E. See you.
to the ball game. May manigli si the double A, kasama ko ngayon si Rere. Mananatili nga bang mananaig dito ang players sa Seoul Esports or makakabawi na ang LFS? Yun ang magiging tanging tanong natin before tayo makapasok sa split dahil yun ang mapa natin ngayon na susunod. Finally, may split map na tayong maikakas, Rere. Sa tagal-tagal nating nakita yung split at yung players natin dito sa teams na ito na naglaro na nga here, paano kaya ang mangyayari?
Ay, sa wakas. Pero onting throwback lang tayo, guys. Basically, itong mga teams na to, mahilig na silang mag-pick ng split. Pero if we're like to consider nung laban ng Zol Esports versus nung KDM, Boss G KDM, nanalo nga sila. And dikit yung laban kasi nga bagong map pa rin yung split, 'di ba? Nagkaroon ng changes and yet ang tagal ngang hindi na laro to ng mga teams natin mismo. Pero as for Zol, I really do think they have the upper hand, but let's wait. What can LFS do pa? Dahil nga silang LFS, yung coach nila mismo, confident siya na ito yung map na papabor sa kanila. But then, are they actually prepared, 'di ba, to go up against Zol at the same time?
Yun nga na-shutdown sila eh. Lagi natin minamention na nakakakuha nga sila ng momentum, nagcreate sila ng magandang tempo that will be favoring their strategies, their entries, at yung kanilang mga retakes. Pero ang nangyayari lang din is biglang magpa-pop off sila Zen. There's also Senior Carl for another kill para makaging pillar dito or backbone para sa side ng Seoul Esports. So hindi natin matansya kung kanino papabor yung systematic approach nila against each other dahil lagi silang nakakapag-adjust. Ang nangyayari lang din dito is Seoul Esports ang lumamang. 12-10 or 13-10 yung naipanalo nila. So what more kung magpatuloy ito sa split? Yun nga ba ang mangyayari, di ba?
Sana, pwede din. Na ganun yung capabilities. Pero if I were Zol, syempre, gusto na naming tapusin ng 2-0 to, di ba? Pag pumunta tayo na Pearl, this might be harder for them kasi nga, meron silang mga bagong salta, di ba? Si Naru, talaga, alam natin yan on the previous stage. Pero syempre, iba na pag nasa main roster siya. Tapos si Zin, tsaka si Josh F. Balita ko nga, si Zin daw ay O-Calbs ngayon. Di ba? Ay, naging Japanese ako ng slight. Pero yan nga, si Zin ay O-Calbs. Pampaswerte talaga yan pag nasa Calves. Parang si ano yan, si Derka. Eriniman, si Derka, mga O-Calves, pero magagaling maglaro. Si Tito mo Jay, coach, 'di ba? Di ko na sabihin.
Yeah, hindi malalayong na malinaw para sa kanila na makuha yung panalo dahil O-Cubs nga yung buff nila earlier on. So magpapatuloy ba yung ganitong klaseng energy coming in from the side of Seoul Esports or maninindigan na dito yung LFS para makabawi dahil hindi naman nagiging imposible for them na ma-perform nila ito well enough to make that comeback happen. Umabot tayo to Game 3. Yun lang din yung mga nangyari before nung SR Nakage pa dito, sina Senior Call, sina Patman, tapos Abaddon Abyss pa sila. Umabot tayo ng Game 3 to the point ng second game ay laging nabubulsa ng LFS. Ang tangi na lang dito magiging katanungan natin is hanggang kailan nila kakayanin yung ganitong klaseng approach laban sa Seoul Esports. Dahil alam natin kung gaano katagal lagi naglalaro yung LFS, pero nawawalan sila ng firepower, nawawalan sila ng endurance.
Endurance is key. And mental state also. Pero, Patman with the fade right now. Okay, I am excited. Tapos si Naru, breach, double initiator sila. Compared ngayon sa LFS, double sentinel sila. We have Rababs right now playing with that Cypher. Interesting. And Slathom on that stage. Ang daming differences. At ito pa, di ba, syempre sa split, importante nga yung stage kasi wall sa mid, yun talaga, or wall boost. And right now, yun yung naging problem pala, by the way, ng isang katulad ng Zol kasi hindi na sila gumagamit ng sage. But then, it's promising naman din kasi sa LFS this time around. But they gotta maximize that Sky. If hindi talaga, they might lose this against Zol.
Ayan nga May blinds na naman tayo dito. Meron pang mga trip wars coming in for LFS. They have a lot of engagements na pwede nilang ibigay dito laban na nga sa Seoul Esports. Pero ano ba ang meron sa Seoul Esports? Meron silang aggressive approach. They also have that kind of aggressive or passive-aggressive kind of approach para ma-turn around nila dito yung momentum ng LFS and anticipate every single strategy na pwede nilang ilapag dito para sa kanilang mga giging entries or sa kanilang magiging retakes. But then, yeah, nandito naman din yung Astra kasi from Sol. So, ang dami dito ng pwedeng maging utilities that they can lay in forward kapag papasok at magkakaroon na nga ng decision dito ang LFS to make a move, to make something happen, to make their momentum. But now, titingnan pa natin kung yun nga ba ang mangyayari dahil LFS, they're on the attacking phase.
On the way of love. Ang corny ko.
Okay lang
Ginaslight
yan.
ko na yung sarili. Okay lang. Sino ba naman ako, guys? Pero alam niyo kung sino mas sino? Sino? Kanta ni Unique Salonga yan nung nag-solo na siya. Pero alam mo kung anong mas maganda. Dahil ang Zol sa defending nila. I am happy to see a Cypher but then exotic. I'm happy to see a Cypher sa side ng LFS pero buti na lang exotic will be able to get that. Nakikita nyo kung gaano ka-importante yung stage na yan. Ang daming delis na pwede nilang kunin. And Zol right now, hindi niya natamaan. Diyos ko, papatman nyo. That's one jump. Pero di man na nang-hurt-hurt. Inalagan niya pa. Ngayon si exotic may chance pa ngayon. Ang mga taga-Zol na makapag-retake ng maayos.
Oh, yung retake dito magaganap na for Stall Esports. Magaganap na nga ba in favor of them? Pero mukhang hindi na yata sila pagbibigyan pa ni Rababs. Makapasok man lang sa loob ng site. Dito for Stall. But the unfortunate events came into play nung nagkaroon na nga dito ng open opportunity for Rababs na makakuha ng mga picks mula doon sa Heaven. So now, we have a lead once again for LFS. Magpapatuloy na nga ba ito? Yun ang tanong.
Uy, tuloy-tuloy na nga ba ito? Pag umabot pa kasi tayo ng Pearl, 50-50 pa rin lahat kasi ng maps ngayon, guys, na nilalaro ng Zol and LFS. They're basically good in these maps, both of these teams. Kaya, it's just gonna be creaming down if on the small amount of time before we started, how much practice did they pour their hearts to, diba? And that's gonna be a big example ngayon sa LFS. At, Diyos ko po, round 2 pa lang. Tech pause agad.
What is new in the hood? Ang hirap din sabihin kung anong mangyayari dito for LFS, ano? Dahil yung mga ganong klaseng strats or yung ganong klaseng mga plays and performance ni Rababs, I think somewhat na merong magiging sugat din dito ang Sol eh. We see Rababs waiting all the way from Rams para makuha, malaman niya yung info kung ano ba yung kung sino at ilan ba yung manggagaling nga dito all the way from vents and then get in those kills, try to make a retake happen. But then, nasasagot ito eh. But we have that round na pwede nga dito ma-amplify ng LFS na magkaroon nga sila ng bigger momentum. Ang nangyayari kasi dito is that Sol Esports, they know how to shut them down.
Need a drop. Ang Zol kasi hindi naman nanalo ng pistol yan, HG. Alam mo yan. Talagang super different ng Zol as of now. But I'm happy that they're actually much better in a way for me. Parang bagong perspective tong nakikita ko sa kanila. And there's more na pwede na lang sabihin sa atin. Pero ang tagal ng technical po. So big shoutouts nga pala sa mga nanonood ngayon sa amin. Sa nandyan. Comment lang kayo kung sino yung favorite nyong Ocalbs. Ako favorite kong Ocalbs si hindi ko pwede sabihin dito sa live stream. Pero may nag-comment na kung sino favorite kong Ocalbs.
Tatay.
Si
Ibig
Mr.
sabihin, pinapanood mo pala siya.
Ay, wala akong alam dyan. Ang alam ko lang may collaboration sila ni Sasa Girl. Nakita mo ba yun?
Hindi pa.
Hindi ba? Hindi ko alam kung si Pipay or si Sasa Girl. Ayun yung mga idol ko sa TikTok, guys, by the way. Si HG nga pala nagtitiktok. Anong TikTok mo, HG? Ayun, nag-start up
Ay, ayokong i-expose yung TikTok ko. Makita niyo yung mga dance moves ko eh. Pag samplein niyo pa ako, mahirap na.
Ay, gusto ko yan.
Pero ito magiging mahirap na para sa side ng Sol Esports. Ang daming tension na naman na binubuo dito ng LFS all the way from mid. Pero uy, ang bilis ng nangyari doon sa A-main. Nagilitan ka agad ng leeg dito. Si Rababs, an opening para kasi Senior Carl na bigla si V-Black and si Slatom naman nakasagot din kaagad. Mararamdaman at makikita pa nila si Naro mukhang saglit lang naman at nakakuha din naman ng kill dito. Sina Slatom, it's all up to Fatman all the way from up top. Pero si Slatom pa rin naman na makakapitas. Dalawa na lang natitira dito. Free upgrade by the way para kay Zen. He has a bulldog at hand. But then, ang objective nila is just take down every bit of a member na matitira dito for LFS. Saan ba nila ito hahanapin? Nakikiramdam pa. Maglalapag muna ng turret para makakuha ng info at ng saklolo para down to a 3v3 pa rin tayo.
Oh no, walang nangyari. Slatom! It's just very different. Look at that, 4K. Pero na yung next question natin. Katulad ng ito yan, laki na ng lead kanina ng LFS. Pero medyo nagpahinga na naman sila sa Ascent. Pero ngayon sa mismong split, will it happen once again? Or there will just be a big dominance that we can finally see from them? Pero minsan, etong double initiator ng Zol, sobrang tagal bago nila ma-figure out or ma-attach it all together sa kalaban nila. But in this full buy, what can they stall? What do they have in store, diba? Kasi ako nga, personally, big fan ako ng Patman with that fade. Pero will it actually work or not? Kasi si Naro ngayon, alam na niya may pupunta sa kanya.
Ito na rin eh. Natataranta na si Naro, nilabas na yung mga blinds, nagkarinigan, nagkabigay na nga dito ng mga info. Tension ang kinecreate ng ora mismo ng LFS all the way from up top. Pero makakapasok ba sila ng site? Parang nagde-decide pa sila eh. Nagdadalawang isip pa kung itutuloy ba nila dito yung B, kung mambe-bait out lang ba dahil alam na natin kung ano yung nilabas na utility. We have Zen already taken down with just one tap onto the head. Slatom, nakapitas, and that is a good start definitely for LFS. Decisions na lang mag-make through dito kung may pagpipick pa ba sa kanila or eto na yung time nila para makapasok ng site dahil nagdadalawang isip pa rin umaatras after taking in a casualty laban sa Soul Esports.
Ibig sabihin lang nun, HG, play for picks itong LFS. Disiplina talaga, di ba? At yan pa yung although nga, sabi nga natin, maganda yung start nila. Pero nga lang kasi alam nilang lugi sila sa firepower at pinag-iingat nila kanilang mga sarili. Pero Patman, despite him being slowed, there's already ang paglulusaw ni Joseph. That's pretty good. Pero nga lang, naka-freeze pa rin si Slatom. Tapos may revive pa siya. May resurrection pa siya ngayon. So si Naro na lang together with Senior Carl lang natitira ngayon din. At tignan natin kung mariretake ba ng maayos to ng mga taga-Zol Esports.
Senior Carl, hindi pa ito nalalayo para mapunta na nga yung round na ito sa kanila. 2v2 na lang ang nangyayari. Nakakita ng balikat. Pero yung balikat na ito ang naging ultimatum niya. We have Slatom getting in another kill with just another sheriff onto the head, onto the players of Sol. Naro is the only man standing. Pero what is his decision going to be? Nakapin or nakacrouch dito si Slatom trying to make something happen. But then, si Rabaus pa rin dito ang nakakuha ng kill. 3 rounds in the making for Sol or for LFS na magpatuloy sa kanilang momentum and Sol Esports. Makakasagot na naman ba for another 50?
Ay, yun yung simula nila kanina eh, na-drift nila. Pero I think here in their performance here in Split, this is different talaga. Very compact map, pero very complicated. Parang relasyon lang na mga viewers natin. It's complicated. Situationship. Kaso, alam mo yung meron din pagdating sa okay, sa LFS ngayon. Exotic, got tag, pero may heal lang ngayon ni Slatom. Parehas pa lang dalawang teams sa to na may malaking sustainability HG. Kaya nakakatuwa na talagang may mga heals, may mga malalaking assist, pero ngayon na-pull ng maayos. Kung may baril lang to mga taga-Zol, siguro na-pick off na lahat ng LFS.
Maganda kasi dito is na-pin down na kaagad nila. Napitas sila kaagad si Josh F. So they safely got inside of the site. Planning in the spike gives a lot of opportunity and timing for them to play for the post plant. 4 laban sa 3. Meron namang free upgrade dito sa Zindo. Ang problema niya na nga lang din dito is sino ang uunahin niya. Anong info ang magagather niya? Dahil si V-Black nakaabang na ang paranoia. We have another blind going into them, getting in the info, getting in the head. Slatom na naman, popping up really cleanly. But V-Black dito ang magwawagi. He got the highlight of that round. So now, masasabi natin na maganda ang pakikitungo ng LFS dito sa pinili nilang map.
And syempre, si Coach Jamie nakaplano na yan. He's cooking. Diba? Let them cook, guys. It's actually LFS right now. Ang palong-palo. And itong Zol, if this continues, this might be hard for them. And looking at it, kung ako yan, 0-4 na, magpapa-time out nga naman pala talaga ako. And yeah, mag-uusap na sila. Ano nangyayari sa atin, guys? We have good utilities. We have an Astra. We have that Killjoy, and we also have the Concusses coming in from Naru, diba? And kay Patman din. Pero ang malaking problema talaga na kinakaharapan nila ngayon is yung mga information na nanggagaling kay Rababs together with Slathom's insane firepower. Yan din yung meron kapag may omen ka. Sobrang fast-paced nung inyong execution kasi you only have that paranoia compared sa Astra, very slow and sophisticated, diba? But anyway, it's still an advantage that Zol has to take. But despite that, LFS talaga sobrang ganda ng rotations nila so far in this map.
Ang maganda rin dito for LFS is that they know what to do once na makuha na nila yung info and once na may paninindigan na sila pumasok ng site. Yung crossfire sila dito just really pins down players from Seoul to the point na ano yung uunahin nila nga. We have Zen. He already created the momentum to get inside of the site, but then timing is everything for LFS. Nabubuo yung mga approach lang. Meron pa sila ditong mga blinds, naka-ready yung kanilang mga nagiging utilities dito to make a bait happen, and then magsiswitch sila into the favor of Rababs na manglalason ng likod dito ng Seoul Esports. So ang daming kailangang isipin ng Seoul Esports to the point na kailangan nila mapin down si Rababs, pero kailangan din nila pigilan yung mga papasok ng site. Trinay naman yon ni Josh F kanina. Nagwagi siya on one round, but then nung following na, natalo sila doon sa mga naging duel na yon. But then again, yeah, tech pause na naman.
Sinong di gumagalaw dyan? Ayan! Sino di gumagalaw?
Sinong may kasalanan?
Sino may kasalanan? Hanggang 10 PM ba kami ni HG? Sabihin nyo lang. By the way, baka hindi namin alam eh. Dito daw, TikTok reveal daw ng mga caster.
Ayaw.
Ay, nako guys, ako gusto ko ilaglag si Haniglis eh.
Nandun naman ako sa, nilalapag ko rin naman yung mga TikTok ko sa page ko. So, i-follow nyo na lang din yung page ko, di ba?
Yeah.
Di ba? Parkour. At Miss Hannah Grace yung page ko, guys. Follow nyo ako.
Ayan.
Gusto ko ng clout.
Follow nyo na din kami, guys. Sa Twitter. Ako nga pala sa akin, @Ray_. Sa'yo, HG.
Yun lang din. At Miss Hannah Grace sa lahat ng ng social ko.
O yan, alam nyo na. Saan nyo kami isustalk. Puro babait nga ng mga post namin ni Haniglis eh. Very wholesome.
Oh, may naaway
Very
na ako
dalagang Pilipina.
Ay.
Joke.
Dalagang Pilipina, yeah.
Yeah. Dalagang Pilipina, yeah. Ayan
Mga
na,
nagagawa
sa wakas!
ng tech post sa mga casters.
Midnight eh. Uy, may coffee. Gusto ko yan, kape. Baka naman guys, may maniliban ng kape dyan sa comment section.
Oo.
Sasend na namin yung Gcash namin.
O, diba? Ano lang.
Alam niyo, speaking of, alam niyo pa pwede niyo nang gamitin ng Gcash sa inyong Grab Unlimited na payment method.
Sobrang dali na nun para
Convenient.
diba? Convenient, yon. Nahanap ko yung word eh, nakakainis eh. Nawala ako doon sa pag-iisip. Dahil nawawala na rin ang mga players from Seoul Esports. Slaton talaga kanina pa nang-aabuso, no? He gets in a kill, backs away, and then, mabubuo nga yung tension dito for Seoul Esports. Magdadalawang isip kung ano yung gagawin nila to make a hold happen, pero wala ang nangyayari. Walang alam, walang idea. Seoul Esports sa loob na pala ang kalaban nila. V-Black for one, almost going in the second kill na magmumula na nga up top. But then again, hindi pa rin pala ito magwawagi. It's still a good round or it's still a good start para sa side ng LFS dahil 3 laban sa 4 ang natitira.
Spike planted.
Uy, ngayon, meron ng pang retake ang mga upwards natin. Pinuntahan lang, Diyos ko po. Slathom is just different. And we only have Jen all by himself. Hello?
Grabe naman to si Slathom.
Press W lang si Slathom. Walang kinakatakutan. Walang pinoprotektahan. Servisyo totoo lamang.
I know
My goodness, Slathom. Kung ako
Ganda ng
ganyan,
ginagawa ni Slot.
Raytom ng pangalan ko.
Ibang klase yung mga nagiging approach niya dito on this round, on this half alone. Na bukod sa mga nag-e-entry, bukod sa mga nagbibigay sa kanya ng space, parang siya na kumukuha ng mga kills eh. Initial frags also onto him. Tapos yung mga multi-frags, siya din. So, ang nahihirapan dito or parang ang nagiging problematic dito for Seoul Esports is yung nagiging diversion ng attention dito for LFS. May nabubuong tension all the way from mid and then there's someone creating a lot of pressure din mula sa site. Tapos si Slaton lang din pala yung ultimate na kalaban nila dito, yung ultimate boss ng Seoul Esports para makakuha na finally ng momentum. Pero wala eh. Nabigay na naman sa kanila yung site. They have a good potential to plant in the spike and post na naman tayo makikitungo. Batman, alam na kung saan siya manggagaling. We have the blind. Habulin sila ngayon ng 3 pero ngayon hindi nila tine-check yung mga corners. Batman gets in the kill with just the share of the bit of the Slatom na naman. And si Slatom ay tumamba na finally. It's all of the 2 players pero si Zin nagwawala. He is popping off pero he doesn't know where exactly si Exotic is. Another round will be going into the favors of LFS.
HG, LFS 06. Ang Zol hindi man lang gumalaw ng isa ang scoreline nila. Especially they are on defending at yan nga nangyayari, di ba? Mas ganda talaga when you're starting on defense. You have like at least dalawang magalaking anchor. At mukhang hindi nila napapanindigan yun. Ito din yung nangyari sa kanila eh, against Boss GKDM. Sobrang shaky talaga ng defense nila. Magaling sila sa attacking. Pero pagdating sa defense nila here in Split, it's really lacking.
Yung retakes nila hindi rin nagiging maganda eh. Dahil every time bawas na kaagad sila. Katulad nito, Exotic, hindi pa nga sila nagpa-plant pero dalawa na kaagad yung napitas nilang ulo. Exotic, maingat na maingat. He gets in an info so now he will just wait it off. 3 na lang din kasi ang meron dito for Seoul Esports. They still have a lot of ultimates so pwede na nila itong gamitin. We have Batman getting in the initial frag. We have another 4 trades. Senior Core lang ang natitira. The Cosmic Divide cannot do as much lalo na't ngayon na maiisahan na din siya ni Asta. 7-0. What is happening? LFS is just really bombarding players from Seoul Esports. Hindi na nila alam ang gagawin.
Tara, map 3.
Tara na agad.
Tara na!
Pwede naman mag-map 3 agad.
True! Map 3 na agad. Nahiya pa kayo. Okay lang! Tara na! Kita kayo magkahiyaan, guys. Okay lang. Kami lang to. Ni HG.
Tanggap na namin.
Tanggap na namin. May tech pause.
Sobra ng 1 taon tayo magkakasama dito, guys. Itatlong map nyo na.
Sanay na sa akin si HG. Di nga umiyak yun kapag ilang oras kami nagkakastara na. Map 3 na!
Parang doon na rin tayo patungo eh. Patungo na rin kasi dito si Exotic sa kanyang kahinatnan. Pero ngayon, siya pa rin pala yung mabubuhay. Siya pa rin yung magtitira matibay dito all the way from B-side. He's still alive. Batman gets a kill. 4 na matitira dito for LFS. Pero naiipit sila dito sa mid. Rolling Thunder magkoconnect sa kanila. Pero hindi pala. Kaya hindi muna dito pumweso si Zen to get those spec-offs. Rabat goes in for 1. Nakaabang. Nakaagad sila with that time. Nakakuha naman din sila ng isa. Sige! Pag-push kayo kay Naru para makuha rin nila yung panalo. Naru dito ay tumamba. Batman all together. Si Josh F dito walang ka-idea kung sino na nga ba yung nakapasok na sa site dahil nag-connect na yung mga seekers sa kanya before siya matumba at mamatay doon sa half na yon or doon sa round na yon. At least nakuha niya pa rin si V-Black.
Si Fanta Black talaga palong palo. But LFS, really strong on their split. I am so happy to see them like this. Kasi sabi ko nga, ito yung team na nasayangan ako. Sabi nga natin, di ba, nung nag-start yung first split na parang sila yung Dark Horse. Pero wala yung parang image nila ng Dark Horse kasi bigla sila talaga nabugbog ng mga unexpected teams like Game Lab Alpha, like nung isang time pa ng mga taga-Poggers, diba? Sobrang dami tsaka Sky Empire. But right now, here in Split, it looks like this is their dominating map. At ngayon, Senior Carl, yes, nakuha si Rebab. Finally, nakuha na nila si Rebab. Baka ito na yung chance na manalo na nga sila sa round na to.
Pero kasi hindi rin si Rababs yung kailangan nilang isipin eh. Si Slato, buhay na naman ang ultimate boss. But then, Patman, they're just making the numbers so well enough for them to get in the kill. And Sato naman full! Bago siya mamatay, he was able to take down on the Pantan. Buti na lang, nandito pa rin si Naro to get in the kill laban kay Aska down to 8 HP na lang ang natitira dito for Bleedlock. Wala siyang pang ulti para masundo niya yung Spike. At 4 pa natitira dito for Seoul Esports. Ito na ba yung start of something new ng Seoul?
This could be. Speaking of, si Vanessa Hudgens daw. Nandito sa Pilipinas, 'di ba? This could be the start of something new. It feels so right to be here with you. Pero to kung 8-4 to not bad for the first half ng Zol Esports. Pwede pa rin nilang mapagalaw ang baso against LFS. And finally, after a lot of tries, si Senior Carl na-figure out kung sino yung problem, which is yung lurks ni Rababs. Kasi nakakuha siya ng info kung sino-sino yung pwede niyang ma-meet up. And look at that. Akala natin 13-0 na eh. Yung pala nalaban pa syempre ang Zol Esports.
Grabe, sayang. Magpapamigay na sana ng bundle si Ate Morere. Kung 13-0 yun, at next pop na kaagad dito. Pero nakapiglas pa kasi ang players ng Sol. And they're just really trying to make something happen from those holds. From the positioning na ina-anchor nila all the way from mid. Dahil ito yung madalas sa pinupush ng LFS kapag nakuha na nila dito yung adjustments or kapag nagwagi na sila from pushing just one side. There's a lot of utilities na naman na inahahandog or nilalagyan nila ng pressure in mid. Kaya naman, players from Seoul Esports, medyo magiging delicates na naman kung ano ba yung iisipin nila. Una, it's the aiming or even have their ideas or their thoughts just sticking all the way from mid. But then, naunahan na kaagad ni Zen dito si Exotic. So this is good. Dahil si Zen kapag nag-pop off, hindi na talaga siya napipigilan.
Walang makakapigil. Diba? Pero finally, there's just the rest. Pero ang confident ni Slatom. Kasi hindi na sila mabibigyan. There's just Zin.
Double kill si Exotic.
Kawawa naman si Exotic. There was an attempt, literal, pero walang nangyari. Patman, nakatingin. Nilabas kagad ngayon si Tony Fowler, magbaback up. Pero si Zin, kahit na ilawan yan, aware ba sila na merong isang katulad ni Patman? Pero slowly but surely, LFS still makes this despite wala si Exotic, but Senior Carl masyadong naging excited dahil lang dyan, makita sila ng information nasaan na yung mga miyembro ngayon ng Zone Esports, and looks like 1 by 1 they are going down, but still it's gonna be 3v3. Pero ngayon na-shutdown na si Patman at nakuha pa ni Batablock yung kill. Somebody watch this guy! 3 kills sa kagad siya, ikot lang siya sa A-site.
Grabe naman to si Patman. Biglang reposition na kaagad after getting in that ulti. Lockdown naman dito ang magiging sagot nga ni Naro. Mapapalabas na ba nila ang mga players from LFS or habulin sila isa-isa at timingan si Josh M. Another unfortunate event ang mapupunta na naman sa LFS. But then, Seoul Esports, they are down. They're just really being stomped by LFS with all of the favors na napupunta sa kanila. Lahat na lang ng mga timings ay nakukuha nila dito against Sin. There's just one more mistake na ginawa nga dito din sina Sol or sina Senior Carl, to the point na parang ang bagal ng mga pakikitungo nila. To the point na nabibigla sila dito nila V-Black and then LFS, rumaarangkada, nakukuha nila yung lamang 9-1 for this just one half of this game, of this map. Ano pa yung gagawin dito ng Seoul Esports? 9-3 na lang yung best scoreline na makuha nila dito.
9-3 curse. HG, yun na lang yung kaya nilang i-promise. Pero ito pa, sa sobrang palong-palo na LFS, pa ngayon na pa time out. Nahiya na din sila. Pero this is good for them. Ibig sabihin, kapag hindi na talaga nakabawi ang Zol, we are gonna go in to the last map, which is going to be in a Pearl. And that's really good to see. Kasi nga, nakita natin na ang Zol, kahit ba sabihin mong outstanding yung kanilang Ascent map, dikit pa rin eh. So alam mo na baka mag-alangan sila on towards split. At totoo nga ang nakita nating hinala, HG.
Hirap eh. Soul Esports, itatry nga nila ditong maunahan si Navi Black, Rababs, Exotic. But then, kapag nakita mong nahuhuli or nandito pa rin yung backbone nilang si Slatom, he can still make the clutches happen for LFS. And LFS, magpapatuloy lang yung momentum. Comfortable pa rin kahit nandun na nga nakukuha na nga yung mga pekos dito laban kina Exotic. Dahil yun naman din ang trabaho ng duelist, diba? Get in the info, get in the space before pa makakuha ng kill dito ang Soul Esports. At yun ang nangyayari. Ito na naman, Zen with an early kill laban kay Exotic. Nabigyan nga ng space dito with that Trailblazer but it didn't give much of an impact. This started off with a smooth kill mula sa Soul Esports pero yung entry gagawin na nga ba kaagad ng LFS dahil dito na si V Black ang tagal daw ng mga tropa niya.
Nauna na siya, Bes. Iwan, pati tropa, pati teammate.
Duelist
Na, oh. Ayun, oh. Duelist na yun, oh. Oh, diba? Sabi sa inyo, Asta was killed. Pero, looks like there's just Zin taking them out. 90 curse ata to. Yes! Zol, finally! They are just really scattered around. Pero ngayon, mukhang nakita na natin yung light and hope mula sa team na to.
Oof. They needed that one. Pero alam mo yung mga surprise factors kasi ni V Black, no? Parang ang dami niya nagiging impact to the point na nagugulat yung Sol na nandito na pala sa loob ng site. Si V Black, every time na magamit yung ulti, yung shrouded step, and then get in the opening then dito for LFS. But still, around is around para sa Soul Esports. May eco pa sila para dito sa second or the last round for this half at pwede na nga itong magpatuloy para Babs. Ang hinahunting na ngayon nila Zen, makukuha nga lang ng tripper pero at least Pacman gets it. 4v5, a good start ulit para sa side ng Soul Esports. Pero sila ba ang makakapagbigay ng pantuldok dito sa kanilang istorya?
Oy, malaking, ito na ba? Yung period? Or hindi pa naman, di ba? Pero, always remember guys, LFS right now, they are pretty dominant in this first half natin. And if this continues lang talaga, yung Zol, mapapaisip talaga sila, saan tayo nagkamali, di ba? Parang yan din yung tanong ni John Lloyd Cruz sa kanyang sarili sa one more chance. Pero mas marami talagang pagkakamali ngayon so far sa nakikita natin sa Zol. Hindi talaga nag-work tong double initiator nila. Nagsistruggle talaga sila on taking those kills and taking those shots necessary. Pero after this, Rolling Thunder, mukhang hindi nakita ni Exotic yun, hindi nag-connect. Pero all of it, it's gonna be 2v2. Ang ganda talaga ng answer pa natin ni Statham together with Bata Black. Pero nahuli ni Pacman together with Zin. At ang totoong curse ba ay magpapakita ngayon din.
Switching sides.
I love this. Creating so much opportunity for Soul Esports na makahabol na nga dito sa second half. But that round was just so clean for them to take. We have the Rolling Thunder na nakapagbigay ng pressure for LFS na makapag-plant ng spike safely inside of the site. At nakita mo din na nag-fail yung entry ditong gagawin na sana ni Exotic mula mid. And then, came into play is just the hold-offs from Senior Carl, Josh F for another. At yung finisher ay naging sa kanila na nga. 9-3! Will this be the curse or will this be the blessing for LFS? Magkaroon ng game number 3. Abangan natin yan dahil sa round na ito ngayon na magiging defeaters and Soul Esports. Namin na lang kailangan isipin kung saan ba dito si Rabals dahil yung mga trip wars na yan, delikado eh.
Ayoko ng mga trip wars na yan.
Ganyan, men.
Natotrauma ako dyan. Trauma lang binigay sa akin yan. Pero alam mo, sino talaga totoo nagbigay ng trauma? Yung ex ko. Pero ito na nga, looking forward na tayo ngayon sa performance ng Zol on their attacking side. Pero ang bilis, diba? Kasi nga, madami kang flash. May Tony Prowler ka pa. Ang dami mong pwedeng mailaro para makakuha ng dedicated na information as to where LFS is.
And LFS, hindi nila binibigay yung info. Binigay nila yung site para kumpleto sila magre-retake ng site. We have now them already surrounding every bit of an entry. Nasa loob lang ng site dito ang Soul Esports. Wala pang nakita all the way from garage. But then, here comes the goal signal. The blind is there, an opening for Exotic to get in at 2K. We have the right kick from Naru, but then siya na lang kaagad ang natitira. Laban na nga dito ang LFS para makakuha na naman ng isa. Double digit na nga para sa kanila. Seoul Esports, trinay naman nila mag-buy for time. But unfortunately, it did not work all too well. Nung nakuha na nga nila yung blind, nandun na yung space, nandun na yung smoke na binigay ni Vanta Black. So now, it's down to a 3-10 na scoreline. No curse daw na masasabi sa atin ngayon ng LFS.
Gusto na mag-pearl map agad. HG, nitong mga taga LFS Crystal, sobrang palong-palo ng retake nila, and I'm happy to see that it's like this, maximized yung flashes talaga ni Asta, tapos si Slathom tsaka si Vanta Black talaga, yung mga paboritong players mismo ng mga tao sa scene mula sa LFS, sila din ngayon yung palong-palo. B-Black right now goes for this play, pero looks like nothing is gonna happen, pero there's just a setup coming in from Zol. Medyo hirap talaga sila ngayon dahil nga yung sophisticated plays nila, hindi nila nako-connect all together. But good luck mula kay Zin. Nag-force na din kasi sila ngayon through the smoke. He was able to capture Vanta Black together with Asta. Rabab, Slathom together with Exotic na lang kagad ang natitira. Pero yung timing, kailangan mapaglaruan to ni Zin. Pero Rababs, nag-audition lang sila sa harapan ni Rababs. Slathom gets the kill right now. He's gonna go up against the two members. Gets with the heal. Pero kailangan nila mag-ingat dahil dalawang magagaling sa may Eben mismo. Pero na-meet up nila. And it's up to Mr. Josh F to get it. Narinig na yung alarm bot niya. Kailangan niya makuha. Low on HP yung dalawang member. And still a Bobs! Got it with a total of 4K. At may oras pa sila para ma-defuse yung spike. 3-11 it is. Ay. Sulit na sulit. Mga tropa. Welcome to VALORANT. Literal. Ilang mga araw pa lang tayo pero may tech pause, may maxi din. At hindi tunay ang mind takers.
Wala umabot rin tayo dito sa pagkakataon na meron talagang rounds na maiipit dito ang Seoul Esports, LFS, ganadong-ganado para makabawi. Map pick nila to. So, ito talaga yung gumagamit nila. Ito yung gusto nila mangyari. Ito yung performance that they wanted to do. Earlier from Ascent, they tried na makahabol for an overtime pero hindi pinabigyan ng Seoul Esports. Now, Seoul, they're just down to an eco. Sheriffs lang ang kaya nilang panindigan dito para makapasok ng mga sites. Pero ito ba ay papabor na nga sa kanila dahil si B-Black makakakuha ng isa. Mukhang nakikipaghabulan pa para sa second kill niya. Kahit mag-blind ka pa, tol! Tutok lang ang kailangan ko para makakuha ng kill din. It's all up to one. Fatman ang natitira. Fatman nakakuha ng dalawa. But unfortunately, it's all over now dahil match point na kaagad ang players ng LFS.
Oh, LFS, too good on this map. Yung latest nga na lang nakalaban dito nung open qualifiers ay yung Vipers clan, diba? Doon medyo nakita nga natin, very shaky pa yung kanilang plays. But right now, looks like they improved along the way. And here it is. And Zol, they can't even figure it out. What's the biggest problem? But all I can say is that this agent selection na meron sila, promising naman. It's just that hindi nila makonect yung utilities nila against LFS at parati silang napapunish ng mga lurks ni Rababs mismo.
And LFS, I think from the numbers, they are just really favorable dito sa split Nabibigay nila yung tama nilang mga nagiging performance at yung comfortability is just really going in their favor. But now, favorable ba tong position na itong kinukupit na nga ni Exotic? Lumilipad, tumatalon, sumisigaw ng pangalan mo, pero mapapatay pa rin naman siya dito. Zen nakahabol sa kanya. The smoke pa rin naman na dito si Zen, pero makaka-entry pa nga ba siya? Hindi niya makita yung barrel, kaya naman na-exit na lang muna. Pero still, they're trying to make the best things out of A-site, out of this push. Mukhang bed na lang sila patungo ngayon.
Uy, talagang gugulat na to. Itong Zol kapag di pa nila makukuha to, tapos pupunta pa tayo ng Pearl. Pero kasi mabilis lang naman mag-reset sa mga teams dahil nga Pearl nga tong map, parehas silang magaling doon. But D-Black takes down Zin. Si Rababs na naman na yung problema. Hero be concussed. Batman gets a 2K and it's up to Slathom together with Asta. Naku po! Sunod-sunod ba to na rounds? Or ano lang, hinay-hinay lang ng onte. Pero this is it. Senior Carl takes him out. 4-12. Match point pa rin naman.
Yun nga may rounds to lose pa rin kasi dito for LFS. So hindi nila pwedeng basta-basahin or talagang i-take advantage na ganito na, nawawala na mismo ng mga support coming in from Sol, pero Sol, they're just really dedicated to get this save round or to get that buy round in favor of them at magpatuloy nga ito na makahabol for an overtime. Ang dami pang rounds ang dami pang kailangan na nga ditong i-adjust dahil nga LFS, they know what to do on their defense, they know how to retake a site. Tapos si Rababs pa, diba, ultimate lason talaga dahil sa mga nagiging utility placements niya, hindi nakakakuha ng comfortability to get inside of the site dito si Nazin. But now, with all of the utilities used by the Jet, updraft, dash, ang dami na pwedeng masabing makukulangan pagdating sa retake na ito na bibibigay na nga ng LFS. Wala pang nababawasan sa kanila.
Pero nilabas na nga kaagad Embracer, Fierce daw, ika nga. But Joseph of this Lord, he takes down your Babs. Magandang opportunity to take down the members along the way for LFS at lahat sila bumabagsak isa-isa. All out talaga ang goal ngayon. Mukhang bumabalik na yung pag-iinit nila ngayon. And 7 rounds to go, this can still be turned into an overtime against looking for sponsors.
Grabe si Soldi, grabe si Josh F. Ang layo at ang patient niya. Tahakin yung B-site, nakakuha ng pick-off dahil alam nila na marakada na talaga dito yung Sol. Papasok ng site dahil si Sin was able to take the space around elbow. Tapos nakapag-plant na sila ng spike. Another timeout will be going in favor of LFS dahil kailangan nila ito. 7 more rounds, Ray. Sol Esports, they're just really doing it. Napunish na nila yung LFS kanina para mag-force or para mag-eco round sila. At Sol Esports dito, tuloy-tuloy yung economic advantage nila. 1 more round na matalo dito ang Sol Esports. It can amplify for 2 rounds ng Sol Esports dito na madaig na nga ang LFS at ma-2-0 din sila.
Oo. Ito pa. May mga situations na ang Zol nakakahabol sila. Yung Sky Empire nga, di ba, nahabol nila one time sa mismong Lotus map. So, hindi imposible na magganito din yung mangyari against LFS. Pero good call na kagad to sa timeout dahil di nila in-expect na si Josh F nakapag-ikot-ikot na sa mismong mapang to. Pero marami pang rounds, marami pang opportunities ang LFS para manalo and we shouldn't worry about them, guys, kasi I'm sure naman na they are dedicating everything para talagang makuha nila to against Zol at mapunta tayo sa Pearl map.
Hindi malabo na mangyari ng 13-5 na nga itong round na ito. They have the buys, exotic. Hindi niya na talaga pinalagpas na kukuha siya dito ng operator dahil ang laking pressure ito It's just one bit of an angle na makuha niya dito against the entry fraggers from Sol o boss, pati pantubos ng Sol kapag hindi siya na-deny, hindi siya na-shutdown. Now, they're using the utilities to make an entry para ma-disrupt nila dito yung Trip Wars na maibibigay na nga na ilatag na Rababs, but Rababs is still really holding inside of this top tower. Exotic gets in the kill, na blind siya bagya, makikita siya dito ng Sol Esports, may iipit na naman for a bit, pero tumama through the smoke against Naru, may aftershock na yun pero hindi siya na-disturb. He's still composed enough to make this equal 3v3 na kaagad tayo tutungo dito on this round. Makakapag-plant na ba fully, comfortably ang Sol Esports ng Spike?
Oh no, Zol Esports because the man got out back there, but Batman makes it work, and now it's a 1v1. Batman, nasa sayo ang baso, but right now Sato is the better one, and we have here LFS securing the second map. Hindi pa tapos, guys. Mapping advantage tayo ngayon. Pupunta tayo sa decider, which is going to be in Pearl. Congratulations, LFS, guys. Prove talaga nila sa atin na kapag dominating na sila, paninindigan na nila yung tuloy-tuloy pa. Hindi na nila hayaang magka-momentum pa ang kalaban.
Alam mo, feeling ko dapat hindi na talaga pinik pa yon ni Patman. Pinilit niya yung duel na yon. But then again, ayun nga, natalo siya doon sa duel na yon. It's all up to him to play in for time. But then, he tried to make something happen. Na tinuldo ka naman dito ni Slatom. Sabi nga natin, diba, ultimate boss ng Sol Esports dito. Si Slatom, kung saan he has been taking all of those jobs na dapat ay maging trabaho na nga dito ng isang duels to make a lot of frags. But unfortunately, after one round na nagpatuloy na nga dito kaagad for LFS na sa kanilang momentum, shinutdown na nila ng tuluyan dito ang Sol Esports. They tried na makahabol na nga dito, but then again, hindi na nga ito nag-isa pa dahil match point na nga kanina pa ang LFS.
Talagang all in all, HG, all I can say is that this Latham guy talaga ay sobrang explosive. Especially here sa kanyang Sage. Nakita din natin to kapag naglalaro sila sa kanilang icebox, di ba? Although hindi siya ganun ka-peak of a player kapag nagsusolve siya, syempre. Pero dito sa Sage, sobrang palong-palo siya. And together with Vanta, these two guys, sobrang perfect ng refrags nila with exotic. And even if hindi sobrang kalaki yung frags ni Asta, okay lang. Kasi ang importante naman is kung gaano kalinis yung plays nila sa isa't isa. Pero looking at that, Rababs din talaga yung naging problem ng mga taga-Zol, yung lurks niya talaga. And this is the power of a Cypher. One good Cypher player can actually make and break dreams ng kanilang mga kalaban. And that's good to see na despite this being like a questionable map, talagang totoo ba to for LFS? Sinabi nila sa atin sa mismong map at game na to na kaya nila ang split map.
Yeah, and they just know what to do sa mga magiging lurks, flanks, and then everything else came into place. Nung kahit namang lason dito, sina Fatman, ng kahit namang lason, sina Josh F, hindi pa rin pala magiging sapat dahil laging may sagot ang LFS. We have exotic, going in so wild to the point na hindi rin nakakasagot sa kanya sina Zen. But yeah, hindi pa rin talaga maikakaila that Latham has been really undeniably strong in split. Kaya naman siya ang nag-deliver the win together with Grive Unlimited para sa side na nga ng looking sa sponsors na matuloy itong series na ito nang pumasok tayo into a game number 3.
Congratulations sa LFS. Nakakita ko si Abaddon. Medyo nag-process sa akin ng onte. Pero guys, mukhang hindi pa tapos ang ating gabi pagdating sa matchup na to. Dahil pupunta tayo sa Pearl Map and I'm excited to see what both of these teams has in store. Kasi I'm sure naman mag-reset tong mga taga-Zole. Ganun naman sila. At sabi mo nga rin, di ba? Based sa mga games, they always win map 2. But sa map 3 talaga sila nawawala ngayon ng consistency. And that's what we really need coming in from LFS. But we'll see more of that as we're gonna go in a short break. When we come back, makita nga natin sinong mananalo sa series na to. Ako nga pala si Riri. Kasama ko si Honeygliss with a double E. And see you guys. Rayrakers it is as we're gonna go in sa Pearl map between sa laban ng LFS looking for sponsor against Zol Esports. Ako nga pala, syempre, ang Curse at kasama ko ngayon si Honey Glaze with a double E. At sa mga kakatunin pa lang, mga map pick advantage ang meron sa mga teams natin. We started out on Ascent with a 13-10 scoreline at nanalo ang Zol Esports sa map pick din nila. At ngayon naman, dito sa nangyari sa atin sa map 2, sobrang munti ka nang hindi maging one-sided and it's favored LFS. Pero ngayon kaya sa Pearl Honey Glaze, sa tingin mo, sino pwedeng manalo? Kasi kahit ako, I still find this 50-50.
Yeah, we know for a fact na ang lupit pa rin naman talaga dito. Nila Patman, nila Senior Carly and Pearl. Alam nila yung mga in and outs when it comes to their utility setups all the way from mid para ma-deny nila yung every bit of an entry dito na gaganapin sa kanila ng LFS. Ibang klase rin kasi dito yung LFS with Slatom na nagpa-pop off with the backup potential na mayroon sa kanila, yung backbone nila dito pagdating sa mga entries na ginagawa sa kanila dito for exotic. But then, yeah, hindi mo pa rin masasabi kung hindi mo rin maitimbang kung sino pa talaga dito yung mas mananaig in Pearl. Dahil nare-respeto ko din yung yung acknowledgement dito na kakayanin pa mismo ng SR Nakage past players or Sol Esports dito na sila pa rin ang mamuno in Pearl.
Ay, talaga nga. Marami pa akong gustong makita. Not just on those highlight players but on those ones na hindi nakapag-pop off ng maayos. Nakita nga natin na si Asta medyo nakulangan pero good flashes naman. So wala ko ganong malaking question mark, pero ang akin lang din talaga, ang galing talaga ni Rababs. Sobrang dami niyang sinalong rounds for his teammates talaga, and it's good to see that this is the type of performance that this guys from LFS wants us to see. But the next question is, will it be the same here in Pearl? Kasi here in Pearl, it's really different and very apart from those usual plays that we've seen from them. Pero all I can say, this is a map pick pa natin ng LFS before, and together with the Zol Esports nung nasa SR Nakage pa sila. So, sino ba ang mas magaling talaga pagdating sa mapang ito?
Ang lupit nga dito ng diba, ng SR Nakage before on the split 1, in which alam nila kung paano nila lalaroin dito yung kanilang utilities. They know how to hold on to mid, in which yun yung mga nakagiging laking tinik dito ng mga kalaban nila. Kung paano nila madedecipher or madedisrupt yung mga hold, yung mga anchor all the way from mid para magkaroon sila ng comfortability na mang-lurk, mang-flank against Sol Esports. But then Sol Esports, dito naman din sila nagiging wise when it comes to their retakes. I love how they do their retakes perfectly with the utilities opening it up the sites para ma-pin down, ma-pressure yung magpa-play inside of the site for their postman. At masasabi nating may upper advantage nga dito para sa akin ang Sol Esports. But then again, after their performance ng LFS dito sa split, parang hindi mo pa rin masabi. Parang there is a chance na ma-equalize at matimbangan nila dito ang Sol Esports.
Uy, talagang yung weight na yan, that's we're gonna be seeing for tonight. Yung weight na kung gaano ba kalaki yung contribution ng each of their players, and saan nga ba giging height ng difference ng dalawang teams ito. Sa ang round ba natin makikita sino mas magaling yung experience, sino na ba ngayon yung nag-grow talaga, at sino yung mas committed sa paglalaro ng mga rounds, and they are just working it all together and how they apply their own strats. Because here in Pearl, sabi ko nga, they like this, they really love this map pagdating sa dalawang teams ito. Yung split, medyo shaky talaga sa Zol Esports, pero sure naman ako nakapag-reset sila, Honey Glaze. Pero ano kaya yung next na makikita natin pagdating sa agent selection nila? Will it be like the same, or they will try to come up with something new ngayong stage 2?
Yun nga ang hanapin natin dito yung bagong flavor, yung bagong timpla na ilasahog nila dito on this map alone. Dahil syempre, alam na natin kung gaano sila kalupit in this map, pero what's new? What's the adjustments? What is the advantages na pwede nalang mabuo on their agent selection? Dahil mamaya-maya lang din malalaman na natin dito kung may cheeky picks ba ditong ilalabas na ang LFS para manibago na tayo dito here in Pearl, or Sol Esports naman ang magbibigay dito ng surprise factor. Dahil LFS, LFS, I think they have a really good standing here in Pearl. So now, pwedeng maging magandang match-up na naman ito. Magandang mapa for them to make sure that they have the blows na back and forth lang muli laban sa kanilang isa't isa. So let's see kung ano na naman ba ang ultimate boss dito for Seoul Esports to face. Will it be Slatom once again or will it be Sid na magkakaroon naman ng popping of potential and comfortability in Pearl?
Ano kaya yung changes din nila? Will Rababs actually play right now or will it be different? And what will be the next step ngayon on those setups coming in from Zol Esports? Si Patman nga kanina nag-step up siya pero medyo too late talaga. Pero here it is, guys. We're gonna be seeing ang agent selection natin between these two teams. Sino nga bang mananatili sa kanilang momentum? Dahil ngayon, Zol Esports, kailangan nyo talaga maghanda, kailangan nyong bumawi because LFS right now might be dominating in this Pearl map. Rababs ngayon, siya ang kukuha ng Sage. So, ang hindi na maglalaro sa kanila ay si... di ba may isa din sila? Teka lang guys, medyo nalilito ako sa mga pangalan kasi niisip ko yung mga taga-Game Lab. Sensya na guys. Medyo nalilito ako kasi dalawang young roster kasi itong dalawa eh. Kaya medyo ano lang naman. Masaya lang.
Hydra hindi maglalaro ngayon.
Ayun, si Hydra
so,
hindi.
It's still Slatom,
Okay.
no?
Mhm.
Much better kasi kanina hindi naman sa disregard natin yung place at yung firepower ni Hydra, but then with the flavor added to the table with Slatom, ibang klase yun na ibigay niya, ibang klase yung pressure niya dito laban sa Seoul Esports, and Seoul Esports katapat na naman nila si Slatom. So now, sino ba yung may hawak ng Phoenix dito? LFS, diba? Sino kaya yung player nila na naman na parang magiging boogie from Game Lab? Dahil mention mo yung Game Lab, hindi tuloy mawala sa isip ko that Game Lab is just really commendable when using that Phoenix and Pearl na kahit parang wala silang mobility duelist, they can still make things work.
Okay, I love how that manifested for the side of Zol Esports right now. They're still gonna be following itong Phoenix composition nila. Nag-work kasi ito eh. Diba? Nung una, different yung kanilang ginagamit. Pero nung sabi nila, Zind, ikaw na bahala sa amin ngayon ng that Phoenix. It's really greater to see. Ang dami pang flash. Diyos ko po, ilang flash yan? Dalawa ka, ay apat! Sa isang round, tapos nag-ano pa yung isa, diba? Naglo-load pa, so possible pa na makakuha sila ng third and fourth flash along the way. Pero here it is guys, sino nga ba talaga ang makakuha sa series na to? Dahil ngayon ang kapangyarihan ng LFS ay nagdo-dominate na din kagad.
It is dominating. Oh my God, what is happening? Ang bilis ng mga pangyayari. Ang bilis ng mga nasunog na dito kaagad from LFS dahil gusto kasi ng Seoul Esports dito yung ulti orb. So binigay ito for Exotic or rather for Rababs na magpatuloy na nga dito, or rather for the side of Seoul Esports, binigay na nga kay Zen yung ultimate orb na yon para magpatuloy na nga sa pressure at malaman na nga dito ng LFS na may ibubuga ang Seoul pagdating dito on their defense. Now, with the Trailblazer, no info gathered. Meron lang turret, but then alam nila na baka sakaling A-side pa rin naman ang pagtutunguan ng players ng LFS.
Habang ngayon, konting pick off nga ang kaabang-abang para sa side ng Zol. Tignan mo naman, Senior Carl, naghihintay na siya ng pick-off. He gets a second, third, fourth, mag-highlights, hindi. Pero that was really successful coming in from him. Sabi na wala ako naririnig. I will hold on together dahil alam ko dito sila mag-rotate. At tama nga yung read ni Senior Carl pagdating ngayon, only leaving Slatom together with Asta right behind right now.
That gives a go signal para may pop. Yung mga heads, yung mga mollies, blinded by the lights. Asta surviving fully mula doon sa hall pero not enough to take down Josh F. Now, a good pistol round went into the favor of Solo Esports, giving a lot of action mula doon sa A main hanggang pumasok na nga sila ng B site. Buti na lang, nandun yung pag-a-anchor ni Senior Carl. Patience of this guy is just over the top, over the ceiling. Dahil ang tagal na nga ng game pushes dito, yung mga trial and error ng LFS to get something or to get inside of A. Tapos, si Senior Carl nandun pa rin, nag-aabang, nakakuha ng triple. So now, that is a good pressure implemented on LFS. At titingnan natin kung ano ba yung magiging adjustments, magiging pakikitungo ng LFS for this buy or pistol round nila.
Waity. There's the Saki coming in from Senior Carl himself. Alam mo si Senior Carl? Diba nagduduelist nga din siya from time to time? Binalik na nila siya ngayon. As controller, kailangan talaga nila ng ibang type of firepower pagdating ngayon sa Zol. But Batman got too excited with that. But Naru is waiting for something against Vanta Black. Mukhang dahan-dahan to between the two of us. And now, hindi pa nila tamaan, pero finally, he got that. Nangert-ngert na nga din kagad ni Exotic. Ang ganda na mga follow-up nila ngayon. And all in all, isa na lang kagad natitira. That's gonna be Rababs himself.
Rababs na lang natitira. Free upgrade para sa kanya. Wall pa ang kasama. So, ano pa ba yung pwede nang gawin ngayon? May sagot dito. Si Zend, wala. Triple kill ang makukuha niya for this second round in the making. Magpapatuloy ba yung momentum na ito for Seoul Esports dahil by round na muli ang LFS. Again, they still have Exotic, they still have Slatom na pwede nga ditong rumagasa inside of Pearl. But then, kapag wala kasi yung momentum nila, hindi ito lalaganap talaga sa LFS. We know for a fact that their endurance is lacking for 3 whole games na magkakasunod dito sa series na ito. And every series that we can see for LFS. But then, baka sakaling may magbago na. LFS is just really doing it with Slatom with those kills earlier in Split. Nasaan na yun ngayon?
Ay, nahanap na nga natin pero kasi sabi sa inyo, Throwback Thursday lang, natalo nga ng Zol ang LFS sa mismong mapang to. So, hindi na ako magugulat if there's just a little bit of that advantage because it's still the same roster that Zol has. Wala nga lang si kuya mo, mid matters, pero still, yung same strategy, talagang ina-apply pa rin naman nila ngayon So, habang ito nga ay nangyayari, setup lang from Exotic. Ang laki talaga ng hope pagdating sa kanila ngayon. Pero oh no, may unti-unting nalulusaw. It spots him out. Ang ganda na kanyang run it back. Pero mukhang si Rababs is ready for that refrag. May nauntog nga lang ng onte sa mga strats ngayon ng Soul. Still, Batman tries to get the kill, pero won't be able to. Si Naru na lang. Pero still, good ego pa rin to despite na matatalo ang Zol sa round na to.
Definitely. Pwede nga sila makapag-plant or pwede pa rin sila maunahan dito ni Naro. They're just really taking their chances na mahirapan na nga dito si Naro makapag-decide. Alarm bot, giving in the info. Isa lang yung tinititigan nilang angulo. Dalawa sila makakapag-pick dito. Free upgrade! Pero alam na ng dalawa, kaya naman maiisahan na siya. It's still a good round for the side of Seoul dahil sabi mo nga tatlo ang nawala sa kanila. LFS though, still gets around good momentum na pwede mag-shift into their favor. Pero by round na ng Seoul Esports.
Here it is, the greatest comeback of the greatest. Parang sa Zol, hindi naman natin nararamdaman na naging shaky sila HG. Instead, parang mas inspired pa nga sila to make those accurate plays. Kasi kanina sabi nga nila, they kind of missed already on those setups against LFS. At ngayon naman gusto na nalang bumawi, ng gigigil na sila. Pero yung curveball, si Zin, natamaan pa siya ni Exotic, masyadong nagmadali, kahit na slow orb, pinilit niya pa rin.
Gusto kasi nila talaga makakuha ng ulti orb for Zen na maging aggressive na nga, maging pressure na nga ito. Laid upon the shoulders of LFS. But then, nabaybaliktad nila kaagad yung table. We have Senior Cardo pushing away the boundaries na meron siya all the way from B, getting in that kill. So, na-equalize na ngayon yung numbers. Wala na ibang magiging decision pa ang LFS. Kundi A-side na lang ang atakihin. Pero, ang problema nila, tutlo kasi yung nag-aabang. We have the Prowlers, we have the ulti coming from the running back, but then ano ang nangyari? Biglang nawala kaagad sila sa mapa. It's all up to Exotic who wasn't able to give a kill onto Naro, and now magbabalik na nga siya dito sa A-main. Wala pa sa kanya yung spike. At pwede na naman itong dambutin, but the problem is he doesn't know where Senior Carl already is.
Nahanap na ngayon ng lahat si Exotic. Pero alam mo, nagtataka lang ako. Ang ganda na sana ng chance ng LFS, pero medyo minadali kasi nila na naman. And yun dapat yung hindi. Because you're going up against Zol. Individually, these players also are good and popping off. And you can just get the good read na. Sobrang possible, di ba? Pero habang yan, everybody's cooking. Senior Carl! Timing! And now here it is. Zol wins this round. At trinay ng LFS pa rin makabilis sa round na to, but I think it didn't work for them once again. At mukhang kung gaano katumba yung ginawa ng LFS kanina against Zol, nag-iba na naman ngayon sa approach ang Zol.
What happened over there is that nabigyan kasi ng pressure eh. Mula B May nakakuha ng kill sa Senior Carl. So, bale, ang LFS dito, ang tanging naging option nila is A-site na lang ulit tayo. Kasi ang haba, ang layo na naging push dito ni Senior Carl. He is already topping up the frags onto his name. 6-2 ang meron sa kanya ngayon. So, undeniably good dahil lahat ng mga frags na nakukuha niya makes a lot of sense, makes a lot of impact. LFS, nawawalan ka agad sila dito ng firepower dahil again, they're down into an eco. Meron sila dito mga sheriffs ng ghost, pero ano pa ba yung pwede nilang gawin dito once na magkaroon na nga dito ng duelo dahil sina Zin, sina Josh F pang magkasama dito for a double crossfire.
Nag-crossfire sa Valorant. At habang yan nangyari, 50 round nga, so talagang press W lang ang mga miyembro ng Zol. Zin right now, taking out someone already. That's gonna be exotic and stuff. Nakaabang na nga kagad si Josh F. May, pati si Patman, may nalusaw na nga si Josh F. With his nanoswarms. Snap them na lang together with Bataflack, together with Asa. Pero through the smoke, sabi ni Senior Carl, akin na to. Higit sa 3K kagad. Grabe naman si Senior Carl. Ang lakas na ngayon. Mainit na.
Every time na makita niya dito ang LFS, there's just really a potential pick-off. Lagi silang caught off guard kapag katapat na nila si Senior Carl at magpapatuloy ito with Sin going in for another. Yung mga entries ng looking for sponsor is just really lacking. Especially for me na big of a fan dito ng utility play before getting inside the side. Tinatry naman nila ito. But then, duwas nga lang talaga na binibigay inahandog ni Senior Carl laban kina Slaton, V-Black, and Exotic. Hindi nagiging pabor. Multi-kills pa nga ang nakuha niya sa single round na yon. But then again, give the benefit of the doubt ha, dahil LFS is still down on that eco, on a save. So, talagang mapupunta yon. It has a good potential for Seoul Esports na magpatuloy for a momentum. But in this buy round, yun ba ulit ang mangyayari? They're just really confused kung paano ipipin down si Senior Carl to the point na iniiwasan na nga nila eh.
Tinay pa nila iwasan sa'yo kung walang nangyari, Beshi. Hindi nila mabitawan. At ngayon, tignan mo Senior Carl, 9-2 siya na ang duelist ngayon. Daig pa si Zind. Pero lakas talaga ni Senior Carl. Pearl, he never missed, to be honest. Like, those shots, he never missed an opportunity to get what he wanted, to get given good anchor, to tackle at least 1 or 2 enemies. Ganito talaga yung performance na nagmumula kay Senior Carl itself.
Yeah.
And that's good to see from him that he's still consistent ever since we've seen him sa 60-45 Pirates pa lang. Alam niyo yan, sa mga nanonood pa lang ng Season 1. At Woo! Ano ba? What? Ginawa ko iglap. Biglaan, Iglis sa isang iglap.
Wala eh, na-caught off guard na naman sila dito with a really ridiculous of an angle given to us by Naru. Oh my god, it started off that strong, he ended it strong. We have another lead para sa side na nga ng Seoul Esports. At sayang yun dahil LFS, that was their buy round at sinaglit lang sila ng Seoul Esports. Naru with that angle, with the follow-up given by Zind. And syempre, dinala pa ni Patman dito sa hukay ang ilang pang mga players from LFS. So unfortunately for LFS, kahit ang tagal nilang sinave yung mga guns na yon, yung mga rifles na yon, mabilis lang din itong nawala sa kanilang mga kamay. Mainit. Dito kaagad si Patman na walled off. Exotic is already banned out. Bago pa sila dito makakuha ng mga casualties. But then, hinahabol pa rin kaagad sila dito. Seoul Esports, they're just spinning. Exotic down. What can he do now? Lalo din ngayon, all over the place na rin ng Seoul Esports. Iniipit nila ito isa-isa. Pero Senior Carl, tahimik na tahimik pa rin. And B-side, hindi niya binibigay yung info dito for LFS na makuhaan kaagad siya ng kill. Makuhaan siya dito kaagad ng pagkakataon na maunahan pagdating nga sa mga entries. But now, LFS, the entries is not going to be really good for them dahil nabawasan kaagad sila ng isa.
HG, ganda ng tap mula kay Asta. Pero all in all, kita mo naman si Zind, he's quite prepared for it. But while he's waiting, looks like ang mga LFS ngayon, playing for picks,
30
mahirap
seconds
na
left.
talagang mapitas dahil pag napitas sila, magiging GG na lang talaga to eh. Pero sa iba kayo nakatingin na Zind, together with Josh F, dun kayo sa A-main tumingin. Pero kasi sobrang chilling lang sila kasi may heavy setup naman kasi si Josh F pagdating dyan. And speaking of, na-punish nga nila, delayed pa sila ngayon. Nilabas na nga rin kagad yung Cosmic Divide para wala lang talagang magawa ngayon ang mga miyembro ng Zol together with LFS. And right now, they're just being punished and it's up to Slaton pero wala nang oras. It's just gonna be saving that. Pero natapos at na-pick off ni Patman. And Zol, as of now, a stunning play. Kita mo yung ginawa ni Senior Carl para mas lalong madali yung oras sa pag-plant. Nag-cosmic divide na siya.
Alam mo, laki talaga ng impact ditong binibigay ni Senior Carl. And this time, it's just really unforgivable na hindi man lang makakuha ng round dito ang LFS. Even though that they have been trying, they have been saving up a lot of rounds. They have their utilities, they have their ultimates, pero ano nangyayari? Quick shutdowns by Soul Esports. Then, Prowlers, nandito na naman mula sa A-side, magkakaroon na naman sila ng mga duelo dito. Good line coming in from Zen, good opener, good off a kill. Mula na nga dito sa kanya at makakakuha pa nga siya ng pangalawa para sa hukay na ibibigay nila Naru all the way from other or from another angle dito sa A-side. Nakapag-duelo lang, binigay yung mga malalang aksyon na buhay nila dito laban sa LFS. Sila na mismo yung lalapit kahit sila yung mga attackers. 7-1. This is such a deja vu. LFS has been winning a lot or this kind of situation kanina sa split. Ngayon, it's Soul Esports' turn.
Looking at that. Ang ganda talaga ng ginagawa ni Zind. Sobrang coordinated yung plays nila. At ito din, remember, ganito din yung naging problem sa mga teams sa mismong map na to. If hindi magandang flashes nyo, walang mangyayari talaga. Yan yung, you can actually see that it's really hard to see, rather, parang hirap makahanap pala ng mga teams na sobrang coordinated yung flashes here in Pearl. Pero dito sa Zol, ang ganda ng mga calls nila parate.
Bukod sa mga calls execution talaga ay nailalatag nila dito. Hustong-husto, pinong-pino laban sa LFS to the point na sila dito yung mismong napipino, they are crushed down. Hindi sila dito makapag-react, hindi sila makapag-trade and it's all up to them na mag-isipit nga ba sila or hindi. Asa nakakuha ng isa pero quickly went into the knife. Nilabas yung knife niya, nagpaikot ng knife but then na-quickly traded off naman din kaagad siya. It's all up to 3 players. They have a lot of ulti pero makikita, mauhuli nila Patman. We have that turret getting in the info. Tatlo na lang din kaagad ang natitira sa kanila pero ang tanging objective na lang nila is makapag-plant. We have that nightfall, then deciding all of the factors for them to try and make comeback happen pero no, says Sind. B-Black, reposition all the way from the back, will try to get in a kill pero hindi pa rin ito mangyayari para sa kanya. Josh F with a trade. 7 or 8-1 is the numbers given all of the factors na ilalatag sa kanila ng LFS. Sol pa rin ang mananaig.
Grabe, ang lakas ng Zol ngayon. This is really outstanding to see that this is the type of their performance despite na binugbog talaga sila kanina HG. Hindi man lang natin naramdaman na na-down sila, di ba? Nakapag-reset nga sila ng maayos eh. Sobrang makikita mo yung difference talaga sa experience sa dalawang teams na to. Pero ngayon, LFS, kailan nyo pa gagalawin ng baso? Because Zol right now, nasa defending side pa sila, ganyan yung performance. How much more on their attacking, di ba? Nakakatakot talaga to see this. But then, if I were in LFS, I need to come up with something or else it might be too late. Oh, ganda naman ni Zin.
Pagmumula na nga dito kay Zin. Hindi nagwagi si Naru kaya naman si Zin makikipagtalo. We have him getting in all of the frags. Isa na lang ang natitira kaagad pero hahabulin pa rin niya ito for that fourth pick. 9-1. Oh my God. LFS hindi pa nakakaapak sa loob ng site. Ilang beses na nangyayari ito at Soul Esports talagang kinukuha nila yung tagumpay. What is already happening for LFS? 9-3 is the best scoreline. Ang sabi ko na po kanina para sa Soul Esports. But then ngayon, ito ang kailangan nila. Then it's just giving all of those actions, all of those war course, all of those duels in favor sa kanilang team dahil naiiba yung pakikitungo dito ng LFS. Mabagal yung kanilang maging entry.
Di pa nila mabasa, HG. Yun yung problem. They can't get the good read. And look at Zol eating them alive on their defending. Pero to, masyadong maging excited si Senior Carl. Hindi naging worth it yung kanyang ginawa. Pero ngayon, sa tulong ng mga utilities together with the ultimates coming in from LFS, maybe they can grab this chance. Wag lang ma-excite talaga ang isang katulad ngayon ng Josh F. Pero looks like there's exotic right now for the trade. Rababs will resurrect ngayon ang kanyang teammate si Van Black. At kompleto si Carl. But now, after popping off that triple, it became 2v3 that we all thought it's not gonna be. Pero sa post-plant, Asta together with Statom, kailangan nila panindigan to, but Nario gets a 3K. Pero dahil kay Jake, wala yung dalawang nagbabantay. Naku po.
Double digit na for Seoul Esports. What just happened over there? Akala ko talaga sa kanila na yung post-plant eh. Nakapag-plant na sila ng spike, check. Nakuha nila yung kills, check. Nakatalawa sila dito from Seoul Esports, check. Pero nandito kaagad si Zen. He turned everything around into their favor. LFS, namigla sila. At kayang yung pagdadalawang isip dito ni Exotic. Nilabas nila yung blind niya eh. One click. It's just enough for him to turn things around. Magkaroon sila ng 9-3 scoreline pero hindi pumayag si Zen. Siya na ang nagbigay ng aksyon. Once again, he created such a spray to the point na hindi naka-react din kahit dito si Black na magbibigay lang sana ng follow-up. At ngayon, may Odin pang kasama si Senior Carl. Diyos ko po, spray lang sa kalam. Sabi niya dito, operator pa ang meron siya. So titingnan natin kung siya ay baka kaisa na nga ba. Dahil 11-1 ang pwede na mangyari dito kung sakali mang kabahan ang entry dito ng LFS.
Talagang pakakabay pero sorry, Senior Carl. Talo ka talaga sa Guardian na yan. Pero Patman, masa-spot off. There's the answer coming in from Josh F. Kita mo naman gano'n sila ka-confident. Pero wag kayo masyadong ma-excite. There's the curveball coming in from Exotic. Nabasa niya kagad yung dalawa. I rather kay Zin. Pero mukhang pati teammate niya na dami. It's up to Josh F to come up with something. But Exotic will be denying him. Pero scoreline natin ngayon ay 2-10. 2-10.
Ang layo.
2-10.
Nangahabulin. Hirap na nga ditong makipag-isahan pero kuha nila yung tamang timpla on the second half. Hindi malabong makakuha ng comeback. LFS pistol round. Sabi ko sa inyo, isang pistol round lang talaga. Pwede na tayo tumugong for a comeback for LFS. Dahil hindi naman imposible ito. Alam naman natin kung gaano kagaling dito si Slatom. Nakita natin yon kanina. Ano lang ang nangyayari dito? Sobra silang nasi-shutdown to the point that LFS, hindi sila makapasok ng site. Kung makapasok man sila ng site, nagiging kumpiyansa na sila na finally baka magkaroon na tayo. Pero hindi pumapayag nga si Zen kanina. Lahat ibibigay nila for that round, for this comeback, for this last remaining map, and it's already 10-2 scoreline. 2-10 na nga. LFS, what are their decisions going to be pagdating na nga dito sa kanilang defender side? Dahil alam din natin kung gaano mang agrabyado ng Seoul Esports dito. Kung kanina sila na mismo yung nagpo-push na kanilang boundaries to make their actions fully committed or fully stomping on LFS players, paano na lang kaya kung sila pa mismo yung attackers?
Ay, malilito talaga tong mga taga-LFS if itong piston hindi nila napanalo, HG. We are just gonna be remembering na itong Zol, despite them not getting those necessary score kanina sa split, at least ngayon bawing-bawi pagdating sa Pearl. At kung ako yung Zol, ibaban ko na yung split na yan. Hindi ko na gagamitin muna yan. Kasi hindi nila ma-execute ng maayos. Pero at least ngayon, di ba? Nakapag-reset sila, sobrang clean ng performance ni Zind. Lalo na si Zind. Ang ganda ng mga curveball niya talaga.
On point palagi eh. On no. Speaking of this guy, medyo nabate. Naunahan na dito ng pitas nila Exotic. 4 laban sa 5. Makakapasok pa nga ba sila? Yun ang magiging tanong na parang madedelay na lang din muna. Mauudlot. Dahil may wall na kasama dito si Rababs, magro-rotate din naman dito ang Seoul Esports. So, they're just taking their time. Maaga pa naman dito makipagbardagulan. So, malay mo, ma-turn around pa nila itong round na ito. Lalo na good start kasi ito para sa side nga ng LFS.
LFS, kailangan nyo paggalawin ng baso, pero Slatham tries to get the kill. He gets 1. Nope, not 2. It's still gonna be 3v3. Pwede namang mag-self-love ngayon si Naru. Ihilang sarili, may dalawang mag-amon! Oh my God! That magic work! Oh my goodness, Naru! Ano yun? Pengi naman ang DPI reveal! Pati mouse reveal!
One to the heads, what? Tapos sakto pa sa dalawang ulo ditong rumaragasa from LFS and hindi talaga ito araw ng LFS. But that could possibly happen. Para lang dito sa specific round na ito na pumapabon na for LFS, they got the first blood and then nagpatuloy na nga tayo to 3v3. But unfortunately, ito na nga ang mangyayari. V-Black may sagot, okay. Oh my God! V-Black finishing it out! Kung meron dito explosiveness coming in from Naru, he is on the top! Getting in that round, getting in the pistol, getting in a possible comeback dito sa second half, hindi pa rin posible para sa LFS.
Grabe ka naman. Kung merong Naru, merong isang katulad ni V-Black. Duruin mo, tinuhog lang sa 3. My goodness. Talagang hindi niya pinag-audition tinuhog Kumuha ng quick, kumuha ng kikiam, kumuha ng fishball, pati ng squid ball, tsaka ng french fries, tsaka yung hotdog. Hotdog. Oh, ganun ako
May french fries sa tuhog-tuhog?
May french fries ako. Oo. Gusto ko na tuhog-tuhog na yun. Na-miss ko na yun. Yun yung kinakain ko kasi wala ang pere. Dati.
Dito pa naman walang tuhog-tuhog. Ang layo naman agad na namin ni Ian.
Wala
kami makita Pero baka hindi lang talaga nata-timing. Katulad nitong mga timings na nga nila Zen, diba? Nakakuha pa ng kill. Exotic, nagsispray na siya kanina, pero siya pa rin na naunahan. Dalawa na naman ang wala dito from LFS. Tapos LFS ngayon, nagkakaroon na talaga ng tulumhati, pighati. Kanina 5 pa sila. It is their buyout. Tapos and they're just having their time of their life para magkaroon ng mga free upgrades. Dalawa nga lang na dito natitira na for LFS, pero ngayon, ipit na sila to the point na crossfires na lang ang binibigay sa kanila dito nila Zip. Tatom though, getting the kill onto Padman, quickly traded off. Alam na nga ni Zen kung saan manggagaling dito si Rababs, pero Rababs, what can you do now? Lalo na nakaplant yung spike, wala siyang mahanap from the side of Seoul Esports dahil maingat ang 3 natitira.
Nawawala si Rababs ngayon din. Let's see if he'll be able to make that catch. Imagine, dinaan lang sa sheriff ng mga kalaban niya. Pero di na connect yung corner. Was able to capture it. Nope. It's Senior Carlo does it. And Zol HG. What was that? Akala natin ito na yung compact greatest sana ng mga apports wala sa LFS. But seems like they lost it once again against itong mga taga-Zol Esports.
Alam mo, pinag-usapan natin yung timing, yung mga pagkakataon, pero yun nga nangyayari ito all into the favor of Zen. Siya yung mismong naglalatag ng biggest opportunities or biggest potentials nila na akalain natin na hindi, or inaakala natin hindi na ito magiging sa kanila. They're just really pulling out those shots na incredibly na hindi naman din nasasagot dito ng LFS and LFS. Yun nga akala natin sa kanila na yung round na yun. It's their buy round. Nabaliktad sila dito ng Seoul Esports dahil pinilit nila yung round, pinilit nila yung duel na yun that they committed here in mid. So now, Seoul Esports, pwede na nila ngayon tahakin yung A side. May info na nagagather dito si Josh F. He's just here, pero makukuha niya nga ba yung kill? Nandito na kaagad sila, nakaramdam na nga si Josh F. Umaatras na siya dito, pero he's just making something happen para makakuha din siya ng kill, pero hindi pa rin ito mapapula sa kanya. It's not on the favor of LFS. Pero all the way from the bank, they will be waiting in for Senior Carl. And Senior Carl is already down. 3 na lang ang natitira for Seoul Esports.
Anong nangyayari? Naru? Kinat off na ngayon si Asta, nakakuha ng baril, si Exotic, pero ngayon sa retake, ano nga ba ngayon, paninindigan nila, pero si Naru, Diyos ko po, mapakainit talaga na baka may pinasol ngayon, it's gonna be 2v2, but time is ticking, and seems like it's not gonna be favoring up to them. Exotic takes down Zin, at time is ticking, he still got it, but then there's Spatman for the follow-up, at match point na nga, para sa Zol Esports. Speedrun ata talaga nila itong Pearl map na to. Kumambak, nagkaroon ng Revenger story. At hindi nga nakahabol ang mga taga-LFS HG. Totoo nga yung sinabi mo na every second map na sila nakakabawi. But when is the continuity gonna manifest for them? Because right now, it seems like hindi.
Hindi talaga eh. Walang nagaganap dito para sa side na nga ng LFS. Even though that they have everything on their hands. Earlier, ang dami na nilang na-pick off, ang dami na nilang opportunity na sandwich ang Seoul Esports, pero wala talagang nangyayari. Fatman, together with Zen, they know for a fact na kaya nila ditong ma-mechanically overwhelm players from LFS. I'm talking about the beta that they had. I'm talking about the first auto play that they went fully dominating it sa last player remaining from LFS side, and now they're on a match point. Medyo delikado na nga dito yung mga buys dahil pumesa lang dito ang LFS, pero timing is really everything. Nakakuha ng kill na naman dito si Naru going in for 2K. Different angles, different possibilities. He was able to get in the turn one. Fatman para sa isa pa. Dalawa na lang dito ang natitira, pero makikita naman na natin that they have the utilities still to make sure to bend down them na natitira na nga lang dito all the way from the lane. But then again, they're just being answered. Lima ang nakaabang sa kanila. Sinatong medyo nakikipag-partigulan na nga, nakikipag-tug of war, but then the right leg from Naru will be finishing it off for a 4K. So Esports giving in all of the best dito sa series na ito with a huge of a comeback mula sa split map hanggang dito sa Pearl.
Kanilang split may not be their best, but looks like they still took that Pearl crown coming in on their match against LFS. Both of them are practically good nga in this map. Kaya ako nagtataka ngayon, Honey Glaze, na hindi man lang nakapag-point ng maayos itong LFS against them. Because LFS, we've seen them being like an outstanding team in this map, and yet they are losing against Zol. Siguro nga akala nila medyo magkakaroon sila ng sobrang laking advantage, pero we gotta respect right now talaga si Zin. Imagine at 22-9 KD, sobrang accurate pa ng mga first entries niya. But all in all, LFS, they tried to secure those frags, but then parati sa post-plant na naman. Yung nagiging same problem nila as before, nung split 1, yung post-plant nila, hindi na rin nila ngayon mapanindigan. Yun talaga yung problem nila na nakita natin, and they are kind of struggling. Sana mag-improve talaga muli sila dito sa structure nila sa Pearl map.
Dagdagan pa natin yung mga very unfortunate event, diba? Parang sa mga times na mayroon dito opportunity si Naru, si Zen makakuha ng kill, yun yung mga times na hindi ready or caught off guard ang LFS. And then LFS, the time na makita nila dito na iniiba talaga dito ng Seoul Esports yung tempo, doon talaga sila nababaliktad eh. Even though that they wanna have that comeback really rampaging into their favor, wala. Kahit ito yung mga timing na ilalabas sila sana dito yung curveball, ay naunahan pa nga ni Zen. So that retake is just really commendable, especially for the side of Seoul Esports. Dahil I think we started off strong in a 2-10 manner, diba? But then, hindi naman nawawala yung potential dito ng LFS. Ang nangyayari lang din is quick shutdowns from Naru and the rest of the gang dito ng Seoul Esports.
All in all, it's just a clean take for the side of Zol, and we have here, syempre, si Naru in delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. Only na nga din ang kanyang power sa pagiging isang player ngayon pagdating sa Zol. Last split, di natin nakita tong gaano ba kagaling or gaano ba na-formulate si Naru as a player, and right now, he was able to enhance himself in the scene. And I'm happy na nagkakaroon siya ng improvement. Kada games na nakikita natin sa kanya, he might be lacking at the start, pero ngayon naman, sa gameplay niya, especially here in Pearl. I am quite impressed, especially with the Sage that he handled. But all in all, LFS kailangan talaga nilang mag-improve because Seoul Esports, alam naman na natin, magaling talaga sila eh. Alam na natin na they're outstanding, they have a good experience talaga. But as for the guys of LFS, when will they actually get that good game? Because they already did that sa ating previous map, which is in Split, pero hindi talaga nag-manifest na naman muli sa map 3.
Feeling ko nagkaroon lang talaga ng mga times na pwede na sila dito makumpiyansa. There are times na kaya nila ditong ipagpatuloy sana yung momento. Pero ano ba yung pinag-uusapan natin ditong weakness ng LFS? It's none other than their endurance. Very long games is equal to very low potential or very low rate winnable games para sa side ng LFS. And unfortunately, hindi ito tumungo in their favor. So now, ano pa ba yung mangyayari na sa kanila?
Natin kung ano nga bang pwedeng mangyari sa kanila. Pero right now, guys, titignan natin ano ba talaga yung nangyari all throughout the maps that we have as we're gonna throw it into our panel. So, Laika and the gang, take it away, guys.
Maraming salamat sa mga casters natin, both sa English tsaka sa Tagalog, kasi nakalimutan ko batiin yung Tagalog kanina. So ayun, bumawi na ako. And yes, sobrang roller coaster ride yung nangyari sa series na yan, hindi ba, Fluffy? We've said earlier that it could either be a very short game or a very long one, at mukhang napunta tayo dyan sa kabila dahil nga nagka-cast din si Ray sa Tagalog stream. Pero ayun nga, roller coaster ride ito, quite literally, with you know, the ups and the downs and the very one-sided maps that were kind of surprising, Fluffy.
Yeah, a lot of one-sided maps, but we start here on Ascent with a very close score. We ended this with 10-13, and Zind on this map was just insane, almost getting that 30 bro, and Exotic not far behind.
Yun nga yung in-expect natin kanina, sila iba yung flex roles, yung head-to-head natin, pero feeling ko sa first game talaga, tulad ng sinabi ni Fluffy, it is definitely the duelist that stepped up here, na parang sila yung nagtutuos lagi sa what do you call this, sa mapang ito sa Ascent, and so far it feels like it has been Zin that truly popped off.
Outside of him, of course, we mentioned Exotic for a bit, but the controllers are not far behind. Vanta Black and Senior Carl had a great game, especially on that Omen, on that Astra, providing not just the smokes, but also the frags to back them up as we move on to Split. Split, a different story. This is one of the maps we were a little worried about earlier onto the panel because it's not a very popular map for LFS. Before, on that Abaddon Abyss roster, they're kind of scared and kind of banning this out, not really playing that Split. But maybe this is why, because they had such a dominating performance, especially on that first half.
Oo nga, ito pala yung sorpresa nila kasi tulad ng sinabi natin, hindi nila masyadong pinipili yung mapang ito sa Split 1. Tapos nakita pa rin natin na si Zol Esports yung nag-showcase ng strength nila sa map na ito, especially when we looked at the open qualifiers. Tapos surprise pala, napakagaling ng LFS sa mapang ito.
Oo nga eh, it's so surprising din. Tsaka, you know, you have to say, you really have to enjoy yung Zind versus Exotic battle dito sa series na ito, diba? It was really a treat. But there are also some really memorable plays. Like, for example, meron kasi yung si Vanta Black, I believe it was a 3K clutch.
Oh, yeah.
And I think he was like 1 or siguro 26 to be exact. And ito yan eh. Ito, 27 pala. 27 pala. Tapos nakuha pa niya yung clutch. There were some really great plays here all around from both sides. Pero we really have to enjoy what we have here. That Zin was able to show us that he is usually more than enough to hold aside. So what a player. Feeling ko nga, siya yung magiging MVP na tong series na to. And true enough, it is going to be Zin indeed. He didn't quite get that 30 bro, nasabi mga Fluffy during Ascent, quite almost. But come on, in this series, altogether, siya talaga usually yung top frag, I believe, on 2 maps, and coming in second on Split.
I mean, more than 42 kills overall, not including the third map even. Zin has really overperformed, and especially on that first map, we mentioned his impact play, and on that Jet, he really made it shine with the knives, with the rifles, with the AWP, but more importantly, just the positioning and how he's able to enable his team. If you look at the stats, the ACS 272, kills 18.5, and deaths 14.33 for that last map, even giving some assists also there.
I actually have to wonder if you guys agree with yung sinabi ni Honey Glaze kanina just before she threw it on over to Pano. Kung endurance ba talaga ang problema, ang parang weakness dito ng LFS? Because feeling ko hindi naman, I think it might be a point na endurance na parang they run out of steam quickly. Pero I feel like it was just really, Zol Esports just really had a great day today.
Feeling ko nga, it's definitely a matter of the map pool and yung mga comfy maps din nila. Considering that we've seen them, si LFS dati sa Split 1, they've gone through a lot of map 3s, kagaya ng sinabi ni Fluffy back then. So parang, I feel like it is definitely the map mastery versus Zol yung nangyari din dito.
Oo nga eh. And then look, speaking of all of the series that we've had so far, let's take a look at our updated group standings as they stand at the end of day 3 dito sa VCTPH. And I think that, you know, Action PH, they are definitely looking like the front runners here. And they are not just because na naka 2-0 sila ngayon or naka 2 wins na sila, pero they, as a team, they also look so cohesive din dito. Pero syempre, I believe, you know, we're gonna see a little later that it's been a while, of course, since we've seen Oasis and Naus and Fluffy. I have a feeling that once these teams do come back and make it onto your screens, mag-iiba naman to, syempre.
I'm sure. I mean, the first 2 days, every team has at least played one game. And today's the first day where we have a couple teams playing their second game, and we can really see the consistency factors start to step in. You mentioned APH, and they're doing wonders with their new addition and how that's fitting in together. They look very rock solid. Oasis Gaming, Now's Esports, Game Lab Alpha, as well as SR Nakage still have a lot to prove tomorrow or when we come back, but also the rest of the teams. It's a bit worrying. I know it's only the start, but for LFS and Rambutan Tatay, they already played their 2 games, and at this point, every game counts for the group stages.
Yeah, it's definitely very important. Every single map will count. And isa sa natutunan ko dito from the first week of our Split 2 is that feeling ko the gap between the open qualifier teams and the teams that, you know, qualified from Split 1, I have a feeling na based from na nakita natin sa una, parang maliit yung gap. Is it just me or is it my imagination or yeah?
Paano kung imagination
I think it's pretty close.
Yeah.
Pero that's the thing, diba? As we take a look at yung mga matches for next week, I have a feeling it's like it's the first week, so minsan kasi 50-50 siya eh. Tapos pagdating ng next week, like as we get into the middle talaga of the split, mag-iiba din. So parang I'm really not sure as of the moment. There are some front runners, I think, pero alam mo yan, yung parang feeling the tables could be turned at any point in time here, Fluffy.
Yeah, but one thing for sure that we can expect is a lot of these banger games, especially Game 1, Game 2. Naus versus Oasis, always very high, but NCG
Oy.
and Glab to open that day. So make sure to come back here on VCT for that broadcast. And I think Mika's right in saying that overall the shakeup can happen at any time. But I think for me, a big difference between today and next week is there is that time. There's the time to review and look of what happened in our initial round here for VCT Split 2.
It's honestly so spicy. Honestly, looking at this, looking at this schedule for tomorrow, the fact that we'll also get a rematch of the grand finals we got from Split 1 on next week, Naus versus Oasis, is gonna be pretty spicy.
Oh yes, indeed. And then syempre, you know that all eyes are on that second series that we have. We've seen it so many times. Why not another one here for Split 2, hindi ba? And as we mentioned, we're not quite sure yet what is going to happen here at Split 2, but there looks to be some very strong front runners. Pero tune in next week to see if the tables do indeed turn around. And of course, as we do wrap up, we do have to thank our sponsors. Thank you so much to Mineski PH and to Riot Games, as this event would not be possible without you.
And if you joined us for that long haul, I'm sure you're hungry. So don't forget you can enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on your free trial for your first month.
And of course, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Thank you po.
I am subscribed to Grab Unlimited. Sulit na sulit siya, guys. That is a very honest review. Sulit na sulit talaga siya. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to day 3 here at VCTPH Split number 2. We're gonna see what happens next. Kung ano ba talaga, ito ba talaga ang totoong standings? Ito ba talaga yung totoong front runners? Or may magka-comeback ba dyan from the lower half of the standings? We don't know. Tune in next week to see what happens next here on VCTPH Split 2. I've been Mika Fabs with Fluffy and Rico here on the panel. We'll see you next week.